Hello and welcome to the Lauderdale Football Game, SFL Prelude Reserve Grand Final between Hobart and Clarence. We acknowledge the morning of the traditional and original owners of the land on which today's game will be played. We recognise the continuing connection to land, water and culture, and pay our respects to their elders past and present. We acknowledge the numerous Aboriginal players who played the game at all clubs together for those who haven't been sent playing in today's game. Now, if you are able to please stand for the playing the Australian National Anthem.
Well, a very good morning to you and welcome to the Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final of the Banjo's Bakery Premier League Reserves here at North Hobart. Tubes Taylor with you, broadcasting live on a beautiful morning. It is a little chilly, I must admit, and I'm joined by Andrew Cooling, one of the best in the biz. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Tubes. A bit of a midwinter feel for buying this one. The snow all over the mountain. It's cool out there. It's an early start, but it'll be hot on the field, that's for sure. It's going to be a ripping contest. These two sides met just a fortnight ago and it was only 9 points between them that day. I'm expecting a similarly close battle here today. It's been a very tight final series in the reserves and should kick off a massive day of football here at North Hobart in style.
Oh, absolutely. Keen for this as Jack Mazingard, the captain of the Clarence Football Club, heads out there with Johnsy Barwick from the D's for the toss. And it looks like, yes, Jack Mazingard's won the toss, will kick to the right of screen. Last time they met, Andrew, let's talk through that.
Yeah, 10-13, 73 to 9-10, 64 in favour of North Hobart. They've met a few times this season, and apart from a bit of an outlier early in the season, they've been really close games every time. So this is certainly anyone's game. It has been raining around this area this morning, so it's going to be a little bit slippery early on. That's one thing that the teams are going to have to contend with, but it was a cracking encounter a couple of weeks ago. It was tight. There was basically a couple of goals in it all day. I'm expecting a similar thing here today. Perhaps not conducive to an overly high scoring game, given how slippery it is out there at the moment, though.
No, I don't think that'll affect things too much. I think that water will just be slippery early as it starts to drain. We know the drainage here at North Hobart is sensational. It might be a little bit wet in the middle and just about that 25-metre mark of the forward 50 for the left, for the right of screen. A couple of people getting rugged up there. The Clarence Rouge faithful. How good is that, seeing the young people here at the footy live at North Hobart Oval? Small crowd, but it will build over the day. And can we just say one thing about the Clarence Football Club? They had their under-18s men, under-18s women, their reserves, their senior women and their senior men in all grand finals. that is an outstanding achievement in itself.
That's a historic season right there. All 5 of your senior teams making grand finals. What a massive weekend for this football club. They'll be hoping there's some silverware awaiting them here today. And we're just about ready to get underway. They'll certainly be very happy with the year they've had as a club, but unless there's a bit of trophy lifting at the end of it, I think they'll be ruining a little bit. But yeah, phenomenal achievement, especially given the exodus of players they had at senior level last year, just the way the youngsters have gone up through other levels. It's been exemplary.
Xavier Lauma on screen there. He's fired up and ready to go. Look at him just taking a little breath. You can almost feel it, can't you, Andrew Cooling? As he's in the ruck up against Westcott. That battle will be one to watch. Umpire holds the ball aloft as Andrew Cooling take it away.
So we're underway in the 2025 Reserves Grand Final. It'll be North Hobart looking to get first use out of the middle here as the handball was looking for pain. Was just sharped by the opposition though. Out after that one there is Walters, towed out in front now of Williamson, who spreads it across now to Ollie Hill. Ollie Hill with a flying shot at goal. It's bending back, won't have the journey, fisted towards the line, and they'll just rush it across the line. Some good pressure coming there from James Wilson to see it through.
So the first score of the game goes to the Roos. Ball brought out to half-back. Westcott flew high. Lauma was with him. Tilbury trying hard. Little scrapping one off the ground. Trying to pick it up there was Cunningham. He couldn't quite. He gets wrapped up in a tackle. We'll see a ball up. Umpire's doing a great job to just get this thing underway. Westcott went high at the footy and then dove on it. Lauma jumped on him. And we'll see a ball up. Again, as we've so often said in grand finals, Andrew Cooling, scrappy early, and given the conditions out here being a little greasy, it might be a scrappy start. That will be a free kick going to Williamson, who's tugged off the foot. He didn't have possession. A little overzealous there was Brad Williams. And Williamson will drive them into attack. Gets a couple of short leads. Will end up popping it to the top of the square. A number of players go at the footy. Again, scrappy here early. Well, might have given a free kick there, but didn't. We'll see another ball up.
So the Roos on the attack early, seeking the first goal of this grand final. Just unopposed in the end was Westcott, and then wrapped up by Williamson. Happy to let him take possession. It'll be Baston this time to compete in the ruck. Again, the North Hobart ruckman too strong, and they'll clear defensive 50 here. Kicks up towards a contest through the hands there of Massey, who'll go back in at ground level. Went one way then the other and then drove a kick, but that was shut down. Spilt the way of Crossan, who curls one high into the forward line. Demons well set behind the ball. Spoiled away, but only to Walters, who then just knocks it on, trying to combine with Vincent. Back the other way, though, the Demons will hurry it clear via the boot of Tilbury. Kicks up over towards Chapman, working up there, battling away with Lauma. And it'll be seen across the line for a ball in. So the Demons defence standing up well early going here.
You can just see how greasy it is out there. There is a little bit of moisture. It did rain pretty heavily when I was here this morning broadcasting with Triple M. But yeah, just that early possession, that first touch isn't quite there yet.
It's going to be the toughest conditions for the day, I suspect, early on, as Clarence look to win the ball out of the middle here again. Anyone take clean possession, diving on top there is Caswell to lock it in with Tilbury. A couple of players with some good senior football experience there. There are a number of names in this North Hobart outfit with playing seniors in the last few years. Will be well-hearted for this occasion. Slight edge in experience, perhaps, as this one's fed out there by Westcott. Just volleyed off the ground in the end by Westcott. Gets good purchase up towards Yates, presenting the football nicely. Flick the handball, trying to find Marathis. It's across the line.
So the first time inside forward 50 for the North Hobart Demons. We're keen to maximise this. It's Tilbury just doing a little bit of direction to Chapman, who will be in the ruck against Lauma. Lauma gets to the front of the pack, scrubs one forward, and the boundary line will beat them. Maybe this is deliberate, insufficient attempt. Umpire Nick Butler says yes. Tubes correct. So a free kick. think it was Wilson that sent it long. Inside forward 50. No one can take the mark. Wrapped up in a tackle is Yates. And we'll see another ball up. How handy is it having your coach at your toes? As Brad Tilbury almost worked the ball correctly. Cunningham sent it high. It's out on the full. Someone might have to go and collect that one from down the road on Ride Street.
Yeah, fair to say, missed the mark with that one. Just skied it straight out of play. So a bit of a cagey opening to this one. Just the one behind thus far. Clarence can reload off half back here via the boot. Oh, but Jonty Winch stabs a little short one. Oh, just juggled the mark. Well, not 15 in the end, says the umpire. Play on, has to kick back into traffic. Yates broken up. Barwick swooped on the football and snaps the opening goal of the grand final. They punish the turnover brutally. And it's Jonty Barwick on the board.
Yeah, that was just brilliant. And Barwick, you know, we talk about how important captains are. Well, how good is that? What a finish from Jonty Barwick. Swooped on it, as you said. Made no mistake. Yates did well to collect the footy. Let's take a look at the replay. But the pick-up and cleanliness, fast release. It wasn't the prettiest kick, but it went straight through the guts, and that's all that matters.
He looked up, saw a couple of Clarence defenders closing, went up, just got to get this on the boot quickly. He did so, dissected the middle, and we saw Yates there. Just, he's got a long reach, Matthew Yates. We saw those long arms at work there.
Back in the middle, Westcott wins it down. Nauma gathers the footy, scoops it back to Walters. Walters' kick should be chopped off here by the D's. It is. Nice mark to Hasty. Oh, it's actually Wilbo Oval. Apologies, Wilbo. There we go. They get it forward through Worsley, who gives his handball off nicely to a running Wilmot. Wilmot inside forward 50. Oh, Courage going back with a flight. That's a great mark to Tommy Nation. This will be a nice settler, mainly for his dad, who I talked to before the game, who was fired up. A great mark. Eyes on the ball. Only, look at that. Defender coming the opposite way.
That is courage. That is courage. Didn't wear as much contact as he could have, but he couldn't have known that. Eyes only for the football. Superb, Tommy Nation.
Looks like he's had the fresh haircut for the occasion too. In he comes. Just the settler. Left foot kick goes long and deep. It's a goal. 2 in a row for the D's. And they edge out an 11-point lead early in the first term of this grand final.
Yeah, they've started brightly in North Hobart. Clarence with the first couple of inside 50s. Since then, able to work the ball forward and cause some problems for this Clarence defence. First 2 goals on the board in a grand final. Great start to them. They've got the jump on the Roos here, and Tommy Nation just finishing his work. Wonderful mark.
Do you know what I like? I like that he's put himself on the team sheets as Tommy. That gets me excited.
Don't call me Thomas.
No, I just like it. Authoritative. It's great.
So back to the middle. Clarence been jumped here. Can they respond? The Demons will go forward again here. Here's Barwick curling on around the corner. Just spoiled away there from Yates, who goes looking for a free kick. Nothing doing, says the umpire. Barwick pressuring up again, just toted off the deck, paddled away there by Jones. Dive on top of the football, and the umpire will toss it up.
They need a settler here, Clarence. They just need to get a hold of it.
A little bit of possession, I think. Hobart controlling the football at the moment and pressing the attack, and here is Barwick once more. Couldn't keep a hold of the football. Ball heaved over the top. That one just eludes the reach of Marshall and trickles out of play once more. Defensive work for the Roos early in this one. The Demons starting brightly, won that qualifying final a fortnight ago by 9 points. Close afternoon that day. Lauma wins it down, trying to bust his way through his mason guard, but firmly met there, locked in.
So ball up on the paint of 50. Westcott, a little bit of a raw talent. Here's Born in New Zealand, I believe.
There you go.
Kiwi action. The game of the world, soon to be. Might just slowly take over the great game of football down the variety, and we'll see another ball up. I like the bright blue thigh grippers he's got on, Westcott.
It's a fashion statement.
It is. Lauma got a little dinky foot on it and rushed forward again by Clarence. Tackle overzealous. Tommy Winch couldn't get a hold of it, so he kicked it out in front of his teammate. It might have been Vincent that got a foot on it to Winch, and it's gone out of bounds. So ball in on the left half-forward flank for the Clarence Roots. Westcott with a double fist is going to get that ask to be thrown in again, please. And we'll do a little reset. But it was slippery for the boundary umpires, Andrew Cooling. Jeez, he's given North Hobart about 5 metres there. He's walked up. It worked out okay. Lauma wins it down. Trying to get in there was McMurray. Again, no one can get clean possession here. Tilbury slides underneath the tackle, gave a scoopy handball up. Rush kick by McMurray goes forward. Slips through the number of fingers there, and now we're away. Tommy Nation sends the ball again inside forward 50. A little push in the back. Lauma at the back did well. That was a nice clean pick up by Hardy. And then the big tackle laid again. Throwing the footy. Look at the barrel.
Nathan Hardy just season tackle. Marshall trying to bust through, but there was no way through there for him.
No, season campaign to this man too. Nathan Hardy, he's got a man in the pocket if he wants him. He decides to just pop it up to the square. Nation floats back. And now and out the back, rolling through it. The goal to Worsley. 3 in a row to the D's. Danger signs for Clarence.
It's just a bit of a panicked handball, that really. It was just get rid of it, didn't have a proper look, and just handed it straight to Jacob Worsley, who accepts the gift. He says, thank you very much. Just a bit of a blind handball out of traffic there from, I think it was Mansfield. And North Hobart putting it on the scoreboard early. The opening 3, they've done the bulk of the attacking. And most importantly, they're getting a reward on the scoreboard for their effort. A handy little break early on. We're expecting a close battle all afternoon, and the Demons have jumped them here. 3 straight 18, taking their chances, and it's Clarence on the back foot. In need of the next one. In need of some possession, really. Been able to have much of the ball. Can they get a clearance here and get something going? An opportunity for to bust out of the middle, and then it's just going to be driven deep inside the forward 50. Defence getting back and spoiled away from Bonaventura. Through for a minor score.
Clean pick up by Brody Speed there. The ball sat for him, but to pick it up and run and then duck past the tackle, that was excellent.
Yeah, given the conditions, clean handling, not easy out there. Lauma up there, couldn't reel it in. Try and turn out traffic again, but Jonty Barwick has started this one red hot. A bit of afters too, sparking there. Exception taken to the treatment afterwards. Cutting it in there for the D's. Ready Speed. Long sleeves for the Roos. Good day for that. So all on the wing, and Demons will look to try and clear it away here by McMurray. Squaring ball into the corridor is a good one. The mark is juggled nicely by Marathis, called to play on. He'll just set it up in the Hardy direction, but works out the back to Yates. Yates plays on and makes it 4 straight to the Demons. They're on fire out of the gates here, North Hobart. They've come to play, and Clarence just looking a little shell-shocked right now, Tubes Taylor.
Well, there's nothing they can do. They're just cleaning with the football at the moment, the D's. They're rushing forward in packs. They're not panicking. They're ducking past tackles. They're making it look easy. 4 in a row to the D's, and the margin out to 23 points. Just, Yates with a little cheeky push in the back, though.
He did get away with that,
disguised it well, and then the finish was good too. He loves it.
That's getting the ball in quickly. Your two big keys down there, not allowing any extras into first to zone off. And danger signs early here for the Roos.
They're going for a three-peat, the D's. Couldn't get the footy up. Again, Talbot couldn't gather. Just that cleanliness around the footy at the moment. Maybe they're a little bit edgy.
A few nerves, perhaps, big occasion.
Well, it is the best day in football, isn't it?
As mentioned, North Hobart have been here before on the last couple.
Handball over the top to Barwick. Can he have a couple? No, he's just bunted that one straight in the point post down on the full.
A helicopter of a kick, that one.
Now the ball comes, Leona sends it long. Wilbur McMurray with a great tackle, forced the turnover. And now the umpire will arrive and ball it up. They just need to get their hands on the footy, Andrew Cooling. I don't think we've seen many clean possessions from Clarence. Tilbury shrugs past the tackle, got a handball away. It was almost a throw. Then it lands in the hands of Mazengard as he tries to rush it forward, and now the umpire happy to ball it in as the ball goes over the boundary.
Clarence fans have been watching on with some concern of what they're seeing thus far. The Demons all over them, dominating this contest. They look to push the attack again here, diving on top with speed. Might let his jumper grabbed over the shoulder of the call from the umpire. He will get the free kick, and they just need to try and possess the football a little here, the Roos.
Slow it down, possess the footy. But they're being well marked here by North Hobart. Valventura had a little bit of space and speed played on.
Played on into a bit of traffic, kicks up to a contest. Flying from behind there was Valventura, brought it to ground. Get clean possession in here. Out the back is Mazengard. Burrows his head in there, but he's immediately wrapped up and tossed up again. He's not able to move the football with any fluency right now, the Roos.
Just want to see Jack Mazengard take control of this as the captain on field.
Need to start getting their hands around the contest as this one's kicked wide, straight towards the boundary line. Could be insufficient intent. Umpire says throw it in. I mean, perhaps a slightly fortunate call there for the Demons. He looked up and kicked it straight towards the wing for mine.
Boundary throw in centre wing. It's Nick Merritt-Smith, very seasoned umpire. He knows what he's doing. Bending it around the corner. Cunningham, and the mark taken here by the Roos. Archie Jones in the long sleeves. Punches it out to the wing. Hastie's going to get there first. He tapped it in, but kept it only as far as Donahue. They go back now. Mazengard rushes one forward. Fisted away nicely at the back. Valventura left the footy behind. Bending it around the corner was Goodwin in a kick and hope. There's been too much of that for mine. Big fly at the back. Bonaventura comes around, he handballs to a voice. It might work out okay here for Vincent. He dribbles one forward, and that's great defensive work. Last line of defence. Happy to rush it through. Another behind.
This time they've been inside 50 for a while, the Roos. Can't get anything from it as Wilmot carries it out and drives it up the wing to a contest. Reaching over the top there was Jones. Ground level, he might get a free kick here. He was held without it. Umpire spots it. Barwick infringing. So can they get something going here? Archie Jones, he just lofts it inside forward 50. It was a kick in hope and really straight to Riley Wood, who repels. High up and under from him. Jones flies again, spoiled away by Chapman. Now trying to come through is Bosworth. Pressure on here. That could be holding the ball. It is. And not taking the advantage is Walters. He's going to allow Darcy Goodwin to go back and take his shot.
That's a great tackle by Darcy Goodwin. He had some help there with Archie Jones coming in too. But the forward pressure there from Clarence was excellent.
They need a goal. It won't be an easy shot. He'll have to kick from around about the paint of 50. But if ever his side needed a goal to settle things down, it is now. Can Darcy Goodwin deliver? He stutters on the approach and then just sets it up in the end. Didn't back himself to make the distance. It's spiked away though. Bosworth lurking. Wouldn't take it cleanly. Towed clear by Calburn. Out after it now, Wilmot, and he's happy to just take it across the line.
Yeah, that kick by Goodwin just didn't have the penetration it needed. It didn't even go to the advantage of his forwards. So the coaches will be pretty happy to have a chat here at quarter time. Out the back, the ball comes. You can see there's just a little bit of water lying on the ground as Talbot needs the gumboots. Hasty picks up, gathers and drives it forward. Going back with a flight. It's nicely done by Gussie Lamb. Lamb's kick favours McMurray. His handball goes nowhere. Mazingard gave a handball to a man in trouble. Tilbury, Westcott. Now a chance as the D's go forward again. Inside forward 50. Gee, it's dangerous here. Out the back, off the ground. Goal for Chapman. 5 goals in a row for the North Hobart Demons. And they've kicked 5 straight too.
Yeah, Chapman just going off the ground there. Again, get the ball in quickly, and every time the ball hits the deck inside forward 50, they just seem to be getting there before a Clarence defender. Just panic at the back for the Roos. That one fell somewhat fortuitously for Chapman, but he finishes in style. Sockers it through, and it's a 28-point lead.
There was no way the ruckman was bending over for that one.
Nor should he. It was the percentage play, and he nailed it. Caught it nicely. It's Chapman. And the Demons are bossing this contest. Inside the final 5 minutes of the quarter, they've got 5 goals. Clarence just the 2 behinds. They could do with a quarter-time siren just to regroup. The Demons will try and go forward again. McMurray handed it off, and now an opportunity for Hasty. Balks one way, then drives it in. That could be lining up for another one if it'll sit here. Marathis brought it under his spell, but it just got across the line. They looked on again. They had 2 men free in the pocket. Clarence defence at 6s and 7s right now.
Well, I don't know if they know who they're playing on. That's how it feels. There just seems to be players running around everywhere.
Tossed back into play, brought down by Chapman. Lambert quickly heaves it over the top there to his brother. They'll try and work it out, but again the pressure comes from the Demons. It'll be locked in at half forward. Driving on top there was Angus Lamb. Just dominated this opening term. All one-way traffic. They maybe find another one before the break. Calburn. Might keep it in. Laema ducks into the tackle of Westcott. Toss it up once more.
So boundary throwing on left half forward for the D's. Lauma and Westcott. That battle will last all day, I'm sure. Scrappy stuff. Well, rush kick went nowhere. Umpire said play on. You had tried. Big tackle on Caswell. See a ball up. It's Harry Caswell. His brother Sam plays in the ones. He's obviously played enough to qualify in the 2s here. Umpire maybe missed a free kick to Westcott there. Handballed over the top. Was it insufficient attempt? No. Umpire rightfully says he was looking for someone. Perhaps Andrew Cooling doesn't agree.
Oh, it's more the block on Westcott that got missed, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Lauma should have got a free kick for over the shoulder there. Westcott, the recipient of an errant handball. Hill got tackled, and umpire Beacon, the Lindsay Roberts factor. I talked to him on the radio this morning. He's umpired over 20 grand finals. How good's that? Including juniors. Lauma gets his kick away. Tripping over there was Talbot. Was he tripped? Umpire said yes. Free kick. Talbot drives it long. Punched away from speed. But a nice roving ball from Winch, who sends it inside forward 50 to this man. With one of the best names in footy, Boaventura will go back and have a look at goal from right on the paint of 50.
There's Bonaventura. Boy, do his team need this. Final minute of the quarter, and first time they've got the ball in quickly all quarter. A one-on-one, gave their forward a look. Can he deliver a goal to get them on the board? Just give them something to go into the quarter-time break with here.
Well, they need it. Andrew Cooling, they need it. as we creep up to 24 minutes gone in the first term of this grand final. Boaventura misses.
That sums up the opening term really for the Roos.
First score off the boot too for Clarence.
They've got 40 seconds. Can they force a turnover from this kick in? Yates working up at the football. Leuma flew highest. Ball worked back inside the forward 50. McMurray bending down, trying to gather it. Top of him there is Bosworth. Forces a stoppage time. Ticking away here. Hobart just want the ball thrown up. Volleyed out of the air by Westcott. That's one way to take the ruck contest, and it's worked across to Hardy. Hardy will clear the area. That one drifts out of bounds on the full, but unless Talbot goes super fast, it won't matter. The siren is imminent. And it will beat them. So a wonderful opening quarter here for the Demons. 5 goals to none, a 27-point advantage. We're expecting a real tight battle. It's been anything but. The Demons have jumped them. They've bossed the first term. They've made a wonderful start in pursuit of a third successive reserves premiership. Clarence with some work to do, Chief Taylor.
Absolutely dominant by the D's. They were cleaner with the footy at ground level. They were cleaner with the footy at marking eye level. And they were cleaner with the footy by foot. Dominant. 5 straight goals. Jonty Barwick with the first of the game. Matty Yates, Jacob Worsley, Tommy Nation and Henry Chapman had 1 each. No goal kickers yet for the Roos. In fact, they've only scored 1 goal off the boot. The other 2 behinds were rushed by D's defenders. Let's take a look at the highlights for the first term. That was the first goal by Barwick. Was a beauty. He loved it too. A great way for the captain to start this game for his beloved North Hobart Demons.
They were doing the damage early, and Tommy Nation took a wonderful mark, then finished in style shortly after, and they were up and about from the outset. They hit the scoreboard early. They really just took over the game from the outset. Another one soon followed. A quick snap from Worsley as things got worse for the Roos.
And that handball was just errant, wasn't it? It was just an error. And then this goal to Yates with a cheeky push in the back, but the finish was good. And then this one for Chapman off the ground. A little bit of soccer style stuff from the big man.
How's Angus Lamb trying to claim a touch on that? That is audacious.
We'll take a break here at quarter time in the Hobart Airport SFL for the grand final of the Banjo's Bakery Premier League. My name's Chips Taylor with Andrew Cooling. We'll be right back. About to get underway in the second term of the Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final for Banjo's Bakery Premier League reserves. It is Brad Tilbury's North Hobart Demons leading Adrian Goodwin's Clarence Roos by... Hang on. The scoreboard says 4 points.
Do we trust your scoring or the grounds scoring is the question, Tube Star?
Well, they've I hate when this happens. I hate when this happens because I genuinely try to be right. But the scoreboard here says 4. So we'll go off what the scoreboard says. It's been waved off. I don't know where that point came from. But anyway, take it away, Andrew Cooling.
So can Clarence respond in the second quarter? They need the first goal here. Got to make some inroads after they've been jumped. Payne handballed back somewhat indiscriminately. That the Demons are going to try and take it away. Didn't get much on that kick. Back the other way comes Talbot, stripped to the footy. That's going to be holding the footy. And a free kick going the way of Caswell. So the Demons immediately on the front foot in quarter number 2 as well. Caswell assesses his options. The Leeds present. Yates is presenting up at this one nicely, and he almost reeled it in, just taken away from him at the last second. Clearing the areas, Jonty Winch just kicked it off the deck. Payne out after it, herring away to his crossing, closed nicely crossing, won the football and just lost a hold of it, able to regather and turn one around the corner. Was searching for Williamson, couldn't quite find him, chopped off by Wilmot. And Wilmot again happy to just see that one out of play.
How's that nice little flowing mullet there, Jonty Winch? Beautiful. Look at it.
Finely crafted.
Don't pick your nose while you're on TV, Jonty. Look at it though. That's magic. Magic stuff. Boundary throw in. Leuma, Westcott do battle. Picked up and screwed around the corner by Williamson. And it's punched straight back by the defender for the Deeds. Crossan got it on the boot. And maybe just bounces inside. Gee, Ventura could have tracked that ball and rushed it in. I don't think he thought it had stayed in. It had. Demons by 26 points according to the scoreboard, 27 points according to me. Ducks go at it. McMurray operates in the phone box and then gets trapped in there. Someone pushed the door shut on him and said, "You're in there, mate." It was Winch, who goes inside forward 50, through fingertips. No, jumping up the top there was Vincent. And Brad Vincent read it best, better than me as well. I thought it was going straight over his head, Andrew Cooling. And to say this is needed is an understatement.
Yeah, well done by Jonty Winch. Wins the free kick, hits his teammate up. Can they get the goal to spark something here?
No. No's the answer.
So another behind. Clarence missing some opportunities. They need to hit the scoreboard here. The Demons taking all their chances early with a handy break as this one's floated out of the fence. Just spilled by Marathis, but they'll curl it round. Not a good kick. Went straight to Marshall. Marshall lost a hold of it. Diving on top of him is Tilbury. They're at least getting their hands on the football a little early here in quarter number 2. Well and truly jumped in the opening term, but they've got to get a goal. Leuma reaching out for it. Tilbury trying to bust on through. Handled out. Pressure again from the Roos. Hazengard burrowing in, but can't win it clean. Leuma able to just take it out of the ruck contest. Couldn't gather it cleanly, but got it to Mazengard. Hurried a kick inside 50. Oh, spilled mark. Might invite him by Ventura. The handball back from Vincent. Found its way through to Hill. Hill snaps around the corner and he too misses. They're getting some opportunities to get back into this one, the Roos, but they're squandering them.
Yeah, they're getting opportunities all right. 6 plays 30 as that one beats all comers and rolls out of bounds.
So tossed back into play. Emma wins it down. Tilbury after that one. Line wins out once more. Rouge pressing early in quarter number 2. They get something to show for it on the scoreboard. Williamson sends them inside 50. Spoiled away. At the full was Worsley. Chance perhaps for Baston. Baston handballed it across there to Vincent. Vincent curling it round the corner. Hill just spilled it at the last second. Might get a free kick, will. And Ollie Hill has to go back and take this. They are certainly playing better in this quarter, Clarence. A chance to cut the margin back to 3 goals here.
Yeah, that's a great tackle. Again, forward pressure is critical in grand finals. And he did really well, Ollie Hill. Must kick. Must kick.
It's been a much improved opening 5 minutes. Can Hill get their long-awaited first of the grand final here, the Roos? Goes out to the right. He's hooked it slightly and he's hooked it into the post. Wasteful from the Roos, and they can ill afford that after this start.
Kick goes wide. Chopped off. Nicely by the D's. Tilbury on the 4th or 5th grab has a crack at it. Gives off his handball to a running Will Boval, who gave it off to another man and gets it back. They go down towards Nation. On the 2nd grab, he takes the mark. His kick is horrible. A little bit of chaos here at North Hobart Oval. Butler gets trapped in the tackle, got his handball out wide. Boval again to Yates. Coburn off the ground, Yates point.
That would have stung the Roos, have dominated this opening 6 minutes. Missed chance after chance. If North Hobart had got that one, it would have been a huge psychological blow. They survive as Talbot sends it wide, too wide, and he misses Williamson. That's out of bounds on the full. Wide open is McMurray. Still wide open. Opted not to go to him. He'll set it up to a contest. Just eludes Tommy Nation.
I'm going to go back to what I had scored because I've just watched the first quarter again, and it's definitely 3 points.
Yeah, I don't remember a 4th one. It just seemed to appear on the scoreboard during the break.
Yeah.
Hopefully that doesn't come into things anyway.
Daniel, fix it. Daniel's our scoreboard operator, as that one's gone out of bounds on the full.
A bit of wind pushing that side of the ground. A couple of out of bounds on the full there.
And he said, that one's in Ride Street. You blokes better go and get it. I'm sticking here.
Paid my admission. I'm here to watch the game, not play ball boy.
So, the kick to be taken by Williams, who sends it long. And that's it. Almost strong mark to Nation. At the back, it's picked up by Hardy. And he's drilled it. Well, heartbreak again for the Roos, as the D's just keep piling goals on for fun.
Yeah, they are hitting the scoreboard when they go forward. They're taking their chances. Clarence is squandering theirs, and that's why it's 31-point lead at the moment. The way of the Demons, Hardy lets them know about it. They just look clinical when they go forward. They're taking chances. They're creating them. Clarence just unable to take 3 pretty good looks at goal early in this quarter. Missed them all. That really stings.
Huge lead opens up for the D's. They lead by 31 points according to me, 30 points according to the scoreboard.
So back in the middle. The Demons looking to go forward again. Just whacked off the deck there by Cunningham. Working out at the football is Chapman, bending down the big fella. Did well to work it to McMurray, who's swarmed, but he somehow forced a handball out, and they've got numbers on the outside. A crucial tackle was laid by Massey, stripped the ball. But it's going to come right back via the boot of Keeling. Keeling drives it up towards the square. Almost Nation. Hardy might get another one. Just offline. Looming large is Nathan Hardy. Almost 2 in a minute there. Just couldn't bend it back enough.
How good is Tommy Nation looking? He just looks a likely target for a young man. Clarence need to settle. strolling the ball out. Massey rather, goes long. Westcott through the fingertips, speed. Should have given a handball, got wrapped up by Westcott, and he loves it too. Westcott plays on. What a tackle. He's going to hit up his opposition in Lauma, but it goes through fingertips for a ball up. Chapman, Lauma, Tilbury, sold the candy, then just wrestled a bloke off him. Left foot kick goes goal, would miss him. Gee, the assistant coaches were lighting it up. Next to us here, Andrew Cooling.
Well, one team is sticking their tackles, the other is not right now. That is proving one of many big differences in this game right now, but a 33-point lead, depending on whose scoreboard you go by. This one's turned over again. Payne heaved the handball out, just released. They've hurried a kick around the corner, trapped there though by Crossan, and now it's worked towards the teeth of goal. Arriving Lauma to spoil, but it was a little uncertain. They've coughed it up to Tilbury, fed it out to Hardy. Hardy got nothing on the kick, but he got a lucky bounce that just sprung up over the defender. Well, luck's a fortune for Nathan Hardy. He gets another one, and the Demons are dominating this match.
Absolutely brilliant. Nate Hardy, just fantastic. Again, this oval ball works some magic, and the veteran gets his second goal in the term. And the margin goes out to 39.
Sure, that's quite how he drew it up, but just sprung up this bounce of the football. Have a look on the replay. Beautifully fit out by Tilbury. And he says thank you very much. Does the big fella who's having a quarter here, Nathan Hardy. And it is all one-way traffic right now. The Roos are absolutely reeling. They get a clearance here, they'll drive it forward. They need a mark, they won't find one. Instead, it's intercepted back there by Keeling.
They need a goal. They need some possession. You know what? They don't even need a score. They need to possess the footy, Andrew Cooling. They just need to slow it down, get their hands on the Sharon. Westcott takes the mark at centre wing, plays on immediately. 30-metre kick finds Nation. Nation plays on, gives it off to Cowburn. Cowburn rushes his kick inside forward 50, and the man of the moment, Hardy, almost reeled it in with the one hand, plug and locket style. He went back and got it. Lauma jumped on him. And he looks around, and the umpire says, I'll ball it up. Big ruck contest here, Lauma. Oh dear, Hardy's got it. He scoops it back to Cowburn. Cowburn goes one way, then the other, then looks toward goal across the face. Just bounces inside the line for a boundary throw-in.
So another chance to set up the forward 50 stoppage. 39-point lead. They are in command right now and turning the screws. Neither ruck can lay a glove on it. Tilbury just had it taken away from him. Talbot clear the area, just hurries a kick out of there. The Demons pretty well set up behind the football, but the bounce fell the way of the Roos, but it's another wonderful tackle. They are bringing the heat right now. They just cannot get settled, Clarence, although maybe Bonaventura can get something going for them here. He couldn't get the return handball, and it's just untidy. It's not clean, the Demons, by contrast, just handling the football so much better.
Look, again, is it talk? I mean, are they talking to each other, Clarence? That handball should have been given. There was no way that man should have been tackled. Westcott gets it away. Winch with a scoopy handball over to Bonaventura. He runs to the paint of 50, drives it inside forward 50, but it's chopped off as easy as you like by the long sleeves of James Wilson. Wilson's left foot kick goes wide. Number of Clarence footballers under the ball. Clever touch to keep it in by Matharis. And it's going to work here for Clarence. Again, the tackle pressure is just immense from North Hobart. Rush kick forward by Worsley. Goes to the boundary line for a ball in.
Started the quarter well, Clarence, but couldn't get a goal to show for their early dominance of the quarter, and since then North Hobart have just got right back on top. They've hit the scoreboard as they did in quarter number one, firmly in command, and this one is slipping away from the Roos unless they can find something before half-time. Slight mishandle there from Worsley, goes back looking for Wilmot, under some pressure here. Wilmot forced it out, but Clarence able to win the ball back, but we'll toss it up. I think there was Brody Speed. Down there towards Caswell. Trying to escape. It's going to be holding the ball in the end. So Caswell pinged. A free kick will go the way of Mansfield, who can try and find an option inside the forward 50 here. He's going to set it up into the pocket, and again it's just turned over. It's just untidy. It's skill execution as much as anything right now. Worsley takes the relieving mark. Just can't find their targets by foot. Hard to win a football game when that's the case. Speed won it around the corner, an amazing guard. Quickly hurried a kick. Lucky it wasn't intercepted.
It's out on the full.
Out the full anyway, so it matters not. They're just butchering the ball right now.
Again, I don't know how many times I've seen in grand finals where the kick in hope never works. Worsley drives the ball long, looking for Yates. Will be scooped up here by the D's. Westcott, good below the knees, then just hoofed it down towards Nation, who worked his man under the ball beautifully. Doesn't think he's got the journey, so he finds Hardy short. And he'll go back from 25 metres out and possibly kick his third goal in the term.
Just cleaner, more precise by foot, and they're marking the ball. I think Tommy Nation's impressive reading the ball in flight and marking, and this man, boy, he has turned it on in quarter number two.
Done it his whole career. Nathan Hardy rolling in for goal number 3 in the term. And to drive a dagger into Clarence Hart's, he does it easy. Wow.
He's kicked all 3 of his side's goals this quarter.
Correct. And that is a run of 6 unanswered shots on goal.
They've just taken over. Clarence had the best of the opening 5 or 6 minutes, couldn't get a goal, and then North Hobart just snapped back into gear just like the first quarter. Just looking potent forward of centre. They're looking cleaner, more assured in their disposal. Clarence, by contrast, they're fumbling, they're missing targets, they look panicked, and it is a pretty decisive lead right now as a result.
How good was the mark by Tommy Nation? That was great.
I think his work was Winch trying to get something going for the Roos, but couldn't take it. Amazing guard just hands it out. Somehow they're able to get a kick away by Barwick. Talbot under pressure, and he's brought to ground in a crunching tackle by Cunningham. Bastaroa, they are just swarming them right now.
They're ruthless, the D's.
This is as dominant as it gets. 45 points the lead. This grand final slipping away from Clarence. They must get the next one. Can Sylvester find something? It's just a hurried kick inside the forward 50. Not really to the advantage of the forwards. Really set a task there for Speed, and the Demons defence able to see it away. Bit of a mishandle from Boble. It's across the line. And we toss back into play.
They need their leaders here. Clarence. They need Mazingar. They need Speed. They need Bonaventura out there. And Lauma boys, that will be reset, I reckon. Rightfully so. Every time there's a reset, a North Hobart gain about 3 or 4 metres around the boundary line. Ball in. Out the back. Chance for Williamson, who drives it forward. Bonaventura gets in the area, but again, the perceived pressure from the North Hobart Demons defenders just crushes them. Wilmot drives the ball out of his defensive 50, but it's coming straight back because Baston has the footy right on the paint of 50. It is so many Demons inside that defensive 50. As the ball goes long, Bonaventura at the back, out the back. Here's a chance now for the D's. Bending around the corner. Finally, a goal is kicked. And I think it's speed. No. Crossen. Well done. Gets the first goal of the game at the 19-minute mark of the second term.
Understatement of the year to say they needed that one. Can that spark them? Can they get another couple before the break and just give themselves a glimmer? It was a nice finish with the banana. The ball fell his way, and finally they take a chance. 39 points. First major of the contest. Can they snag a couple more in the lead-in to half-time? At least give themselves something to cling to. They've got to chain a few together if they're any hope. The Demons will look to take it out of the middle, but they hand it straight to Jonty Winch, who curls one towards the half-forward line. Clarence with a chance to go forward here. Couldn't win the ball, though. It was just spinning through traffic. Was Keeling, who then blasted forward towards the paint of 50. Spiked away. The pressure will come from Marathis. One back there. Handoff was good, and then Barwick drove it in towards the man who's just running this football game hard. He couldn't get the left-footed finish. And then it's a rush through by Goodwin. Thought Hardy was about to have his fourth.
How good is the big man?
He's just imposing himself on this contest,
isn't he? There's a long kick straight down the middle of North Hobart Oval. Keeling arrives, tapped it towards Leuma, then desperately punched it up to Caswell. Caswell looks towards goal, and that's another one for the D's. Any reprieve is short-lived as they come from everywhere. Keeling was excellent. Caswell with the finish. Great stuff, North Hobart.
Yeah, just when Clarence get a glimmer, they quickly snuff that out. Immediate response. 46-point lead. This is pretty emphatic. And just great response. Force another turnover in half forward. Just some great work at ground level there from Keeling that led to the goal. Nicely finished. And just got the answers right now. And Clarence just have no way of stopping them. Every time they go forward, they look like scoring. Great finish from Caswell. All credit to Keeling. The awareness at ground level to slap it into space. It's back to the middle they go, and it's going to be forced out of there by Cunningham. Sends it inside 50 again. Tilbury trying to work his way to the ball. Just whacked off the deck towards the danger man, Hardy. And in the end, happy to seek out the line is Leuma. Force a stoppage.
Gee, their midfield's been great, but they've got contributors across the board, North Hobart. The ball's deep inside forward 50. Hardy will take part in the ruck. Just gathers it out, then just dropped it. Should have been a free kick. Leuma over the footy. Nation in there too. Amazing guard. Nation falconises a couple of players, and then the rush kick goes to McMurray. Probably should have been a free kick and will be. It'll go to Bosworth.
The final 2.5 minutes of the quarter. Roos in arrears by 46 points as they drive this one up the wing. Leuma had a couple to compete against in the air. Fell to ground level, and Westcott able to bend it in the direction of Tilbury. Worked his way to the ball. He'll gather it now and step inside and force a handball. Was trying to find its way through to Calburn. Broken up, but now Cunningham can slap it on the boot, drive it into the pocket. Won't find a target this time. Trickles out of play. North Hobart pressing for another one. 46 points their lead. They have been so dangerous from these 450 stoppages all match long. Hardy doing the ruck work, takes it out, snap, and it was wonderfully blocked, but then the snapshot is through for yet another one, and this time it's Marathis, and they are just racing away with this. It might be game over already, Tubes. They are dominant, they are rampant, and they are 52 points ahead.
I don't want to criticise anyone because I think this game is being dominated by the midfielders, but how does Azar Marathis have so much space in the corridor?
I don't know. Just...
How does he do it? The finish was easy because he had no pressure. He can kick that goal 10 times out of 10. He's 25 metres out in front. No pressure. Clarence need this siren to sound ASAP. They need to reset. And don't worry, they're a champion side. They can come back from here. Ball comes out now. Keeling rushes it out of bounds. Left foot kick. Give him a chance. Umpire says no. Bad luck. Got to be better than that on your left. So the siren will sound in 30 seconds. They need to be quick. Lamb finds his mate in Hill. Hill's just taking his time here. He's got 23 seconds to get it inside forward 50. They'd love one, so he hits a barrel like that. Valventura flew at the footy. Numbers here with Clarence. Rush kick, though, is going to be chopped off by Hasty. They can just ride the clock here, the D's, as that is the halftime siren sounding. Another 5-goal term for the D's. They lead 10-4-64 to Clarence 1-6-12. Goal kickers for the Demons. Well, Nathan Hardy. It was the Nathan Hardy show there in the second term. He kicked 3. Then singles to Jonty Barwick, Matt Yates, Jacob Worsley, Azar Matharis, and Tommy Nation and Henry Chapman also have 1. And Tom Crossan, the only goal scorer for the term, in fact, for the game for Clarence. Let's take a look at the highlights from that that second term. There's almost a great mark to Tommy Nation there, but Hardy, the finish, excellent. He's first. He goes and gets into Leuma. Then again, just a fumble. Scooped up Hardy. Got that nice bounce, Andrew Calling, and it was a second of his 3.
It was a dominant quarter from the big fella who's involved in everything. You can see the theme of these goals from much of the term was the ball hitting the deck and Demons players just finding a free teammate, finishing. There's Hardy. Boy, is he loving his work, and why not? He ran the show. Gives it the big double cobra, says, get around me. And then Clarence finally got on the board here. It was a nice finish, but it was the only real highlight of the half for them. The only goal was crossed and finished tightly, but Demons would respond immediately via the boot of Caswell and snuff out any hope that Clarence had. And then Hardy again winning it, was shut down, but there was Marathis. He snaps 51 points. 51 points to lead at the break. And really, you got to say, the Demons have risen to the occasion. Clarence have been overawed by the occasion.
I'm going to spend the half-time break going back and reviewing that first quarter to find where that point was, Hobart. But don't go anywhere. We've got the second half of the Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final for the Banjos Bakery Premier League between North Hobart D's and the Clarence Roos. It is a 51-point margin. I've got it as 52. We'll find out after this in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. More footy coming up with Tubes Taylor and Andrew Calling. Welcome back to the second half of this Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final for the Banjos Bakery Premier League between North Hobart and Clarence. And I have a confession to make. I've had our team here together go through and analyse that first half, and it does turn out that, yes, the umpires have it right. The Clarence trail by 41 points here at half-time. Third quarter underway.
So if Clarence are any chance, they need to start this quarter brightly, but it'll be the Demons who look to go forward. Repelled away there, though, by Donahue. Up towards the middle of the ground. Forced out of there by Cunningham. His kick turned over. The Roos will head wide here. Find Crossan, their lone goal kicker of that first half. The sun now shining down at 50 metres, so that will help their cause. A bit of encroachment there by Payne. A chance for the Roos to start off on the front foot here. They waste no time. It was a kick that did Boaventura absolutely no favours, though. That one's paddled, but just losing a handle on it was Keeling. Then he was sent to the deck. Boaventura tries to smother that one, but the kick up towards Yates is spiked away. Umpire spots a push. It's going to go in favour of the Roos. Yates arguing the point, but free kick will be blown in favour. Leuma, who can set them up inside the forward line here. Can they pull one down? Not quite Mazengard. Sock it away by Williams out towards the boundary line. Just stops right on the line.
That's great.
Hill was superb at ground level and clean. That was what they weren't in the first half. Slapped on out of there. As far as Talbot, the Demons quickly winning the ball back. Umpire says, I'll have it.
Gee, it's desperate times for Clarence. They just need to run of 3 goals in a row here just to give themselves a little bit of belief. They haven't been able to string 2 goals together, let alone 3. So handball went back. Hasty over the top of the footy. That was good. Johnson Winch inside forward 50. Leuma just took out his teammate there, but got up, bounced up real quick, did Marshall. Quick kick towards goal, through for a behind. First score of the game, or the quarter, goes to the Roos. Not what they wanted.
So even 50 points. This one's cleared on out of there. Trying to bust through was Caswell. His handball spilt the way of Crossan, who ducks and weaves and tries to find an option, then just has to loop a handball over the top. Goes in after his own ball in the end. Skies another handball. That's not really going anywhere. The Demons will take back a hold of the football by Cunningham. Wide down the line. Tilbury drives it in the Yates direction. Spills out the back. Lamb leads the foot race. Yates closing in on him, and he was quite happy just to step it over the line and get a stoppage. I feel like they had the numbers there, and that wasn't the play, though.
No assistance there. Whether it be by a body on the man Yates who was chasing, or by a voice. Just no assistance.
Yeah. 3-on-1 as we see the Clarence girls ready for the next grand final. 3 big games here at North Hobart today. They'll be taking on Kingborough. This one's cleared away. Some nice work done by Vincent. Around the corner, Boaventura spoiled from behind. Fell the way there of Williamson, who launches it to a one-on-one. Mazengard was caught behind. And the relieving mark is taken in defence by Wilson.
So Wilson with a contested grab goes wide to Austin Keeling. He's got the footy at left half back for the D's. He's going to roost it up the wing. Leuma will gobble it up. Oh, it's slapped away by Caswell, but Leuma held it long enough according to the umpire for a nice grab. He goes corridor. Finds a man in Bosworth who plays on quickly. Drives it inside forward 50. Punched away by Wilson. Right, chasing the footy down there. Speed. He got caught though. Nicely done, Riley Wood. Gives it off to Wilson. Wilson's long kick finds Yates. Yates turns around. He's got Tommy on a lead. Into that direction he goes. And he couldn't take the mark, Nation. It's forced across the line for a ball in.
The sun beating down on North Hobart Oval now. Bit of a slippery start. The ground should be drying out as the day goes on. Conditions better than they were in the first half. Will it be enough to see Clarence a bit cleaner with ball in hand? We'll have to see as Winch takes it across the line. Going to have to come from the clouds to be any hope here. North Hobart rampant in the first half. This game well into their keeping as it stands. Laoma just beaten in the ruck by Westcott. Handled out the back and forced out of there by Tilbury. Here's Marathis. Lay a tackle, a firm one, might have slipped up. Umpire says he'll have it. It's been relentless in their pressure. Have the Demons here. Westcott slapped it high, if not far. Winch with a clearing kick out of the congestion. Spoiled away, slick handball there. And they're off here via Williamson. Got it across to Vincent. He closes in on 50. He pumps it deep and a big opportunity here. It's a strong mark taken right on the line there by Baston. And a chance for the first goal of the second half. Speed of ball move for the first time just about today.
I was going to say, they need this one and they get it. Baston kicks his first, the first of the term. And again, like you said, just some clean ball movement. And maybe the way that the day's gone as far as weather-wise, this suits Clarence. We know they're an outside running team. They desperately needed that.
Just finally got one in deep. It was to the forward's advantage. Nicely done by Baston. It's the first time there's been any real semblance of flow to their play today, Clarence. They get a goal, so first inroads made, still a lot of work to do.
Back in the middle. Laoma wins it down. Westcott tracks the footy. He's jumped on by Laoma, gets caught high. We'll get the free kick. Westcott, say, get around the ruckman, and he gives it off to Wilmot. Wilmot's kick goes wide. D's everywhere. Rush kick forward again. Here's a chance for Calburn directly in front for the immediate response.
We saw in the first half when they got their lone goal, it was perhaps a chance to get a foothold in the match. North Hobart immediately responded with a goal. Chance to do likewise here.
In comes Max Calburn. I don't think he'll miss this. He has.
Bit of mods there.
Sorry, Max.
Never looked like hitting the middle there. It's the side of the boot, so I'll let off there. A 45-point lead, though. They've got margin for error, it's fair to say. Clarence do not. Got to be clean out of the back half, and that is a very poor kick. Really two players chopping it off. In the end, they're going to do well to take the ball away via Williamson. Handed it off to Sylvester. Sylvester tumbles one towards half forward. Body work done though. Play from Vincent. Sylvester crashing through, went off the deck. Bonaventura was there. And then coming away cleanly with it is McMurray, who sets it high outside defensive 50. Lauma there at ground level. Walters handed it off, and then a high up and under. That won't be 15, so no point marking it. Lauma punts it back inside the forward 50. This position there is Keeling. Couldn't take the relieving mark though, and then happy to find the safety of the line is Williams.
Yeah, Keeling should have taken that mark, but he, again, just a little bit of lack of talk. So we'll have a little reset. We'll take a look at the tap work there of Brad Williams. Bonaventura might get a free kick here. Which way is it going? Yeah, Bonaventura gets the kick. Umpire that was non-officiating there, directing Nick Butler, did a good job, saw the free kick, and Bonaventura needs this one desperately.
He missed one from a similar spot in quarter number one. We'll see if he's learned from that. chance to string goals together here for the Roos.
Little bit of a breeze going across his body from his right to left. And here comes Boaventura. Hits it nicely. Has it got the journey? It does. He likes it, the big fella. Gets his first. And back-to-back goals for Clarence. Gives them a little bit of belief.
Yeah, making some inroads. First time they've strung consecutive goals together today. Caught that one nicely, brought it back on the breeze. Just had the journey. And a faint glimmer for Clarence. Can they get motoring here in the second half? Hobart still not truly in the ascendancy, but first time today, perhaps a little bit of hope there for the Roos. Can it spark something bigger? 39 points to the advantage, still pretty handy for the Demons as it's back to the middle of the ground. Lauma has the ball deflected in by Chapman. Battle on at ground level, locked in by Williamson. One of his side's best. It's Tilbury there. Emma and Chapman battling away for it, trying to get it free. McMurray handballed away, towed away by Hasty. And support was Caswell, and it's just blasted forward. Yates grabs a hold of the football. Lauma slings him to the deck. Still a threat though. Ball worked back in at Tilbury. His handball turned straight over to Jonty Winch, who just blasted up towards the middle of the ground. It was his best kick and chopped off by Butler. He just says, we'll settle things down here. And he heads wide because he spied Wilmot in some space. Wilmot now drives centrally and thumps the ball deep in the Hardy direction. Oh, it was a timely spoil from Lauma, just reached up and spoiled it away from the advancing Hardy.
Handy from Lauma. Margin back to 40. Long kick. Lauma sits underneath it. The other one's at the toes. That's how they would have worked in the backyard. Handball came out nicely. They work it out okay. Waters needs to be quick. He can't get it past the man, but Boaventura did really well to put a bit of pressure on. Scoopy handball up to Sylvester. Wider still. Nothing really doing here. No clean possession. Boaventura kept burrowing in though. Umpire called a free kick. Which way's it going? It'll go to the D's. It's Riley Wood. No. They've changed their mind here. It'll go to Worsley.
Kicks towards the wing. Not quite able to reel it in was Chapman. Nice whistle sounds, and it will be a free kick going the way of Chapman. So the big fella showing some fleet footwork there. It was the big ruck as he lost this one. A bit of a push there from Marathis was missed. Lauma crashing through. Marathis goes back in for it at ground level. And Lauma again swings him around and brings him to the deck. Lovely customer, Marathis. Nice goal in the previous quarter. Hardy doing the ruck work. It was between the legs of McMurray. Lauma brings down Hardy.
I'd love to get another one here, Clarence. They're the sort of side, no matter what level or grade they're playing, they play on confidence.
Got some defensive work to do here as McMurray busts through, dropped the football, and the umpire pinged him before he could get his kick away. So they hold at the back, the Roos. Kick the last couple. They're going to need to keep kicking him if they're any hope.
Here he is. Mazingab. Or is that a... No, that's Mazingab. Long kick. Oh, that's a contested grab by Goodwin. He played on quickly. Fist came over the top. Chance for Vincent. He's got time here. Gave the handball off. Probably didn't need to. Could have wheeled around. Put his man under some pressure. Boaventura's going to close. Holding the footy. That's what we want from Clarence.
He's lifting here Lopez Boaventura. Chance for 2 in a row and a chance for 3 in a row for the Roos.
Just a bit of belief. That's all this footy club needs.
It's a glimmer.
And they're never out of it. Never are the Clarence Footy Club out of it. Look at the closing speed here. And he did really well not to fall into his back. Maybe did in the end a little bit when you look at it like that. Bonaventura from the pocket, a tough one to kick. He's kicking into the breeze here. Across the face of goal, it'll stay in. That's a good result in the end for the Clarence Roots.
So, 40 points to the margin. They need a goal here, Clarence, as they push. Bonaventura knocked it out. Vincent wanted a high contact free kick. The umpire would not oblige.
Just on the wrong side there, the umpire, to see that. It was a little infringement, but he missed it, and that's okay. You get those. That's footy.
It's tossed up. Bonaventura doing the ruck work. Murray applying the pressure and then trying to just wrench it free. It was Wood. He was brought to ground. Goodwin in after it. Barwick climbs on top. It's tough. It's combative. Clarence starting to lift, but going from a long way back here. Spiked away by Westcott with authority. And through the hands of Cunningham and out of play.
"16 minutes gone in this third term. It's been one dominated by Clarence with the 2 goals. But they haven't been able to maximise. Mazengarb got it forward. Shrugging through a tackle there. North Hobart just clear the footy. Lopez got a fist from behind now. Nation kicks it away, and now we've got a foot race. Payne will get there first. Hot on his hammer, though, is Ollie Hill. Payne kicks it off the ground. No, it's touched. Got eye.
Love the vision of Tommy Nation there, despite the wide open 50, and said the play here is just to put it out in front of Payne, make it a foot race. Almost another goal there for the Demons. Clarence hold on, and they try and rebound out of defensive 50 here via Massey. Sliding in is Lamer of the Dominic variety. He works it down the line, finds Bosworth. Clean possession here from the Roos. They find a target inside 450. Keeling just drifts back into the space, takes the mark. Intercepting nicely, Keeling. And heads across the face. Has to hit the target and didn't. He missed Barathas. And Clarence had numbers at the fall of the footy. Ollie Hill now lofts one up. Keeling well positioned again. The flight came from behind. Wilson just blasted off the deck out towards Barathas, who just paddles seeking the safety of the line. Probably should have taken it across in the end, kept it in. And that allows Ollie Hill to play on the football. He tumbles one into the corridor. Keeling stripped of it. Umpire lets it go, and it's whacked out and found its way through to Cunningham. Shared the ball with Tilbury. Tilbury drove it up towards Chapman and Yates. Yates heaved it over the top for Barathas. Barathas has a man over the top there in Payne. And Payne's got a teammate wide open in Tommy Nation. He can stride into an open goal and extend the lead to 47 points.
Well, isn't that heartbreak if you're a Clarence fan, because the play has been dominant by Clarence in this term, but this is the way they get that together. Again, it was clever by Matthew Yates to stay down in that contest, rove the area, and then the handball out wide. He found a man all by himself. Again, Payne heard the voice, made no mistake, chipped it over the top to Nation, and he finishes the simplest of goals.
Yeah, good work from Payne and Nation just to hold their position there. Knew if they could win that contest at half forward, didn't get sucked up to the ball. They knew they'd have the outnumber. They had the 2-on-1. Nothing the defence could do then.
Back in the middle. Leuma paddled hard all day. Comes back to Winch, who stepped up in this term. His kick goes wide in the Bosworth direction. Hot on his hammer, though, is Will Boval. And there'll be a forced boundary throw-in. 11-7-73. North Hobart lead Clarence 3-8-26. The 8 is what hurts Clarence. Interesting kick came from Lockie Payne. Might work okay here. Great work by Clarence to just force the ball forward. Hasty tracks the ball. He's got a couple of friends with him. Hill got wrapped up by Hasty. We'll see the ball up. 19 and a half minutes gone in the third term. Umpires waiting forever for the rucks to nominate. There's a little bit of breeze just floats away. Again, scrappy stuff here at half forward for Clarence. Umpire circles. We'll see a ball up.
Charging through the traffic was Goodwin. Payne gets a hand in there. Has it belted away from him, though, by Williamson. Clarence forced it forward. Winch tumbles a kick. An opportunity here, and it's reeled in by Jones. We can go back and try and hit Clarence's third of the quarter. Some good things this quarter, Jonty Winch. Just winning the ball, giving him some looks inside forward 50. Jones with a chance to finish here. He catches it horribly. And that about sums up this grand final performance from the Roos. The execution has just not been there.
No, they've struggled a little bit, as have I, with my scoring. Out wide, Wilson, short to Payne.
Speaking of tubes, don't miss that behind on the scoreboard again, mate.
Thank you.
This one's wide, kept in play by Hasty. No, not kept in play.
There's a bit going on, Andrew. Just, we'll get there. A boundary throw in. We've had a great couple of weeks of footy here at North Hobart. It's set to continue today with the Premier League Women and Premier League Men Grand Finals coming up next. It's not too far away. A free kick's been pulled out. It's going to Hill. Just seems to be a little bit flat-footed, Clarence, and that lead came a little too late. That's a good mark taken by Maxie Marshall. Marshall's got a really open 50. Send it inside. The leads came a bit late again. Vincent gave the handball off to Talbot. Talbot from the pocket has kicked a miracle. Wow. What a finish that is.
That's superb from Oliver Talbot. Beautiful snap on the run. Bent it back to perfection. It's just about the goal of the day. Superb stuff. Woo. Inside, well behind in the game, but a real highlight, real moment. As we have a look again. Just looked up, assessed the situation, and I've got to take the shot on. Dissected the middle on the run. Beautifully done there from Oliver Talbot. Classy, classy finish.
That's awesome.
So, final couple of minutes of the third term. North Hobart still with a very handy lead on the scoreboard, but a moment of quality there for the Roos. This one's one out of the middle by Cunningham. Yates working up at the football, just knocked it across, trying to combine with Worsley, but a bit of an ugly kick, and it might work out okay though. Found its way through to Marshall, who sells a little candy, shows some poise. Well, initially he did. The kick though, picked out the one North Hobart player there in the form of Riley Wood. And Wood will wheel out to his left and then just thump it in over the head of Hardy. Yates almost able to bring it in. Clarence will be happy to found the line here. Hardy kept it in though, handed it to Hasty, who is immediately wrapped up. And I'm not entirely sure where his prior opportunity was there, but holding the ball paid to Talbot.
Yeah, well, Talbot goes inboard, finds his teammate. Oh, the handball. The handball from Will Massey to Talbot went at him, but Talbot rather forgot to collect. Again, they moved the ball forward, punched away by the D's. We'll see a ball in. 40 points the margin. Now, I'm not saying that Clarence are done. Just have a look at this handball in the replay. There you go. Handball behind him. Boundary throwing. Payne shrugs the tackle nicely. Goes long. nation. Tried hard, didn't get anywhere.
So dying embers of the third quarter. Perhaps time for one late North Hobart score if they're very quick from this stoppage. If they get a free kick, there is a free kick blown. Which way? It'll go to the Davids. So there will be an opportunity for a late score. So test Nathan Hardy's legs. Kick from beyond the paint of 50.
Very specifically, it will test his hamstring.
Won't be able to move off his line. So it'll be a tough ask, but he's had himself a day as Nathan Hardy. Could he really add to it here? He won't have the journey. Gets under it, skies it. And so the score will remain 73-33 at the three-quarter time break. North Hobart with this one well under their control. Clarence going to need something truly spectacular in the last. The Demons just had the answers here. A better quarter from Clarence, but still a pretty comfortable lead the way of the Demons.
Yeah, it was a better performance by Clarence, but again, just a little bit messy, I want to say. They love these conditions now. They're not out of it. There's 40 points. You can kick 3 goals in 3 minutes in the first 5 minutes, or 3 goals in 5 minutes, Andrew Cooling, and get yourself a little bit of belief. But their work is cut out for them. Let's take a look at the highlights of that term. It was the goal to Baston after a nice mark inside the centre, the goal square. It got them started. This kick from Leuma was a beauty. He got his first, Bonaventura rather, I should say. And Ollie Talbot kicked the third and final goal of the term, but this one from Payne over the top to Nation, his second was good. Again, that was a team goal that started way back with a contested effort at half forward. And this finish, this was brilliant. Ollie Talbot, they're hard to kick from there. Got assisted by a little bit of a breeze too. We'll take a quick break here at three-quarter time. It's a 40-point margin in favour of the North Hobart Demons. Tubes Taylor and Andrew Cooling with you. We'll be right back in just a few seconds. Final term of this Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final of the Banjos Bakery Premier League Reserves. And we're about to get underway. It's a 40-point margin in favour of North Hobart. They play this ground so well. They love being here. They've won the last 2 premierships at this club in the TSL. And this for their inaugural season in the Hobart Airport SFL. To go back to back to back, Andrew Cooling is a hard prospect, but they have got the advantage by 40 points.
Clarence in need of a miracle and in need of a fast start here to be any chance. Tilbury burrowing in after it. He's immediately wrapped up. They'll go again. Westcott and Lauma. Lauma palms it down. It'll be the Demons who get hands to the football. It's heaved across by Cunningham. Broken up by Hill. Hill will send the Roos forward. Spoiled away. Boaventura battling away for it. So too is Williams. Ball spills out. The handball found its way through to Jones. Jones a bit indiscriminate. Goes back in for it. Back to Boaventura. Surrounded. Had to be quick by hand and was, but he wasn't accurate. Tracking it though, Marshall. Marshall works it back over the top to Jones. Jones now stabs into the pocket. The Demons well set up here, and Keeling just comes across to relieve.
Again, those kicks in Hope haven't worked for them all day. They've looked really good when they've been clinical with their movement. They'll get another chance here as that one from Wilson goes out of bounds on the full. That is about where the breeze is blowing right now. See some of the Kingborough Tigers players there getting ready to go. Marshall to bring the ball back. Plays on. Sells a bit of candy, but no one's buying. And that one floats out on the full as well.
Wind's certainly a factor. The sun's shining now, but the wind has got stronger as the morning has progressed. The Demons drive this one out of defence. You can see on the banners there just how strong the wind is gusting at the moment, making it pretty tough for kicking skills out of there. Going well and truly in the Demons keeping here. It's tossed back into play. Westcott, Lauma worked his way to the front. Lynch trying to get free. Bust on through was Caswell, but he's held up. Smear and spread Tilbury around the ball. Is getting up a little bit gingerly. Is Caswell. Felt the brunt of that tackle. It's been good for his side today.
Yeah, he's been very good.
Stands in the engine room for much of the morning. Tilbury tried to brute force his way through. Bust on out of there. The umpire will toss it up once more.
So the ball's moved nowhere in the last few minutes, and it needs to move to the left of screen for Clarence as Tilbury forces it to the right of screen. Lauma got there. Caswell trapped him, spinning out of trouble. That was good from Talbot. He's been pretty good. But again, another kick in Hope lands in the arms of Riley Wood. Wood had a short one on him, Payne. He's ignored. He can go back to Hasty as a relief, but he decides to go with a left foot kick long up the wing. Westcott got there. Made the kick look good. He gives it off to Hasty. Hasty into trouble. Left foot kick goes wide. Yates has Lauma, and Yates are happy to force it across the line for a boundary throw-in. So the ball hasn't moved far here. We're 3 3/4 minute into the final term of this Hobart Airport SFL Reserves Grand Final. McMurray, who's been pretty good, sends the ball out of bounds on the full, right in front of the Triple M sign. Got to mention that, don't we?
Oh, I think you do. There's Tilbury going at it there with Jack Mansfield. Just letting him know the score is as Clarence Felt this one down the line. He hands in there was Wilson.
He's been pretty good with Austin Keeling down back. Those two have just been generals.
A little bit of concern there.
Clarence.
For the Roos is Max Marshall bleeding on the head there. He'll be off for the blood rule. Coming on for him. His speed. A lot of blood there. Bit of a gash.
Yeah. It doesn't look real good, does it? He'll be fine. Harry Potter style scar. Yeah, quite a bit of claret coming out.
Nasty. Westcott reaches over the top, wins it down, then just goes off the deck. Gathering the football, Walters, but is immediately met by McMurray. McMurray given the free kick.
I've been impressed by Will McMurray today. Big Wilbur. He's been good. In around the contest, he just looks really tough.
He's done some nice work, and he sets this one up, and he finds Yates. Just dropped into his lap nicely.
I'm not sure how he got to that with no contest, with no one putting a body on him.
I think it all just held up in the wind, and the Clarence defender didn't quite judge it. Yates did. He knew it was going to drop about 5 or 10 metres short and just kept working his way there. Just read it better in the flight.
Testing out the old hamstrings here into the breeze.
So Yates extend the lead to 46 points. Sends it on its way.
Oh.
Hammers it into the post.
First score of the fourth term right there. So Clarence moved the ball to centre half back pretty easily in the end. Massey. I don't know if it might have been Jones. McMurray. Kick with him and Archie Jones, who's down to Talbot. Talbot's handball chopped off. Here's a chance for Hardy. Hardy gives it off. And they bend one round here through Worsley, and he's bent it too far. Out of bounds.
Tommy Nation on his own in the goal square there.
Yeah.
Tossed into play. The Demons 41 points up here. Hardy so impactful early. Here's Barwick, who swoops on it, snaps, and he too misses. Just leaving a couple out there at the moment with these.
75 plays 33, a nice even 7-goal game here at North Hobart Oval. Short kick, had the extra on it. Lamb takes the mark, gives it back to Hill. Hill goes wide, finds his man. And Baston. Baston's kick is okay. In fact, it's very good to Marshall. He actually does a good one. And now a mark taken here by Vincent. They just need to be a bit quicker. Vincent plays on quickly, gives himself a little bit of extra running room. It's not going to get the journey of pushing the back umpire missed. Bending around behind.
Just feels like the sting got out of this one, Tubes.
Yep.
Going through the motions a bit. That's going to stay in as Payne takes the mark on half back and then heads into the corridor for Williams. Williams kicks up towards the contest on the wing. Beautifully plucked by Chapman. Extending the long levers and reeling it in, then flicks it over the top. McMurray's going to have to wait. Pressure arrived in the form of Goodwin. McMurray kept on keeping on, ducked under attack and somehow got the handball free. That was superb. Then it's way through to Nation, but he put Yates under all sorts of pressure. Now Tilbury burrowing it after it, and Mayuma crashing back the other way for the Roos. Fell the way of Talbot. Talbot with a quick handball and then trying to get it out of there. It was Lamb with a good sweeping handball. They're away via Walters, who tumbles one towards the half-forward line. Did well, found a teammate streaming inside 50, Vincent, who set sail for home and just misses.
Yeah, Brad Vincent had the right idea, moving the ball quickly. But the margin now back to 40 points. Someone's a little sore. Clarence dugout. So Jack Wilmot takes it from fullback, gives himself an extra 25 metres, and then all by himself, Keeling took the mark. Keeling gets called to play on, so he has to kick and hope. Should have been wrapped up easy by Gussie Lamb, but it wasn't. Payne went hard. Tilbury got it through. Went looking for Nation, found Talbot. Quick pick up and kick around the corner by Winch. Hasty will get there first. He ducks past the tackle, gives the handball over the top to Wilson. Wilson's kick down towards McMurray. He's got Talbot for company. He shrugs past that and gives it to Payne. Payne goes deep into the pocket looking for Hardy. Nice punch away by Massing. We'll see a boundary throw in.
The Demons can enjoy this last quarter. Yeah, just under 15 minutes away from being able to celebrate this one. Got the jump on the Roos early. Held their ground ever since. As kick out of there by Barwick towards Nation in the square. Caught it at the second attempt, but he just couldn't go to the right side of the post. It's through for a minor score. Like a striker in the box there, off balance, trying to fire one home.
41 points the margin. Crossing. Can we start thinking about who we think might win the best on ground medal? Andrew Cooling.
It's a tough one. It's been a really even performance for the Demons for Ryan. They've had winners across the ground. So there's been like a clear standout. They've just had a bunch of contributors all over the place.
Yeah.
A really good team effort.
I agree. Hardy with those 3 second quarter goals would be in there, but then hasn't really shone much throughout the rest of the game. I think Wilbur McMurray will be pretty close. And maybe this man, Keeling, who's got his hands in on everything and been really courageous as they go forward through Bosworth. Bouncing ball here, Johnston. Or Speed, rather, it is. And it's chopped off by Tilbury. He goes wide. Marathis, I should say. And it's coming inside forward 50 for Clarence again. Wood got his handball away, dribbles it forward only as far as Winch. Winch bends it towards goal and it cannons into the post.
They've been second best today, the Roos, but 4 goals 12 has not helped their cause.
No.
Yeah, when you're being outplayed, you just need to take your chances, and they've just not been able to. Every 50-50 shot they've had today, they've missed. It just hasn't given them a hope of sparking a comeback after they were jumped. It's this one through the hands there of Wilson. Got the back towards Barwick. He's immediately wrapped up.
Yeah, as you say, it's even contribution across the board. I know it's a cliche, but a team of champions often gets beaten by a champion team, and that's not the case today. I think the reality is they've just outplayed Clarence across the board.
Too many winners. It's just been right across the park. Won the one-on-ones. Won all around the ground, really. Scott wins that one down. Slapped in. Murray's been one of the side's best. Cunningham coming through here. Just keeps advancing it. Moves it up there towards Worsley.
Cunningham's had a great game too.
Cunningham, Caswell, they've just had really solid contributions. So since we don't have stats, I'd be really interested to see the numbers, because I feel like it's been such an even spread across the midfield. So that one's slapped up towards the paint of 50. Tilbury with some pure class works it back inside towards Barwick. Barwick had it broken up. Chapman paddling it into space. Payne's brought down, and a crunching tackle by Jonty Winch, who's tried hard for the Roos all day.
Payne just sort of looked at the umpire saying, I threw my head back. That should be enough for a free kick, shouldn't it?
Quick kick out of the congestion. Almost making it work there worsely. He keeps tracking the football. Chapman and Lauma meet each other as he tried clear a bounce and a handball to himself. It was trying to make it work there. Crossing, couldn't quite. Now towards Nation, who reels it in. He's been another who's been really impressive up forward.
And the future is bright for the North Hobart Football Club. I think this young fella might be just 18, might even be 16, somewhere around that mark. But he's taken some great grabs. He took a contested grab earlier that was courageous.
So Tommy Nation will go back and he'll sneak it home. And the celebrations continue for the Demons. That's his third of the contest. He's been really impressive. As you mentioned, Tubes, his aerial work's been a particular highlight. His ability to bring down the marks and fly for the football, read in flights, really stood out. But he's been probably the most dangerous of their forwards, along with Hardy in that second term. But across the four quarters, he's just been a constant threat.
I agree. I think he's been excellent. He's been running great lines. So we see a man and pop there. Coming down to watch the local footy at North Hobart Oval. How good is it? Grand final day at North Hobart. Some of the best. One down by Chapman. Barwick just had a little bump for fun, then just dropped it. Winch picks it up and squirrels it around the corner. Vincent at the footy. Butler got his handball off to the ruckman Chapman, and the Chapman kick doesn't favour anyone. Hill did well. Can't shrug the tackle. Got a kick away only as far as Caswell. And now chances they go forward again. This time it's Marathis. He goes short. Finds Cunningham. Cunningham got it spoiled, but he spun out of trouble. That's an interesting kick. Lauma should gobble it up and does.
So Lauma heading wide, sets a bit of a task for Baston. He's corralled by Wilson, dances around him really dexterously, and then found Walters inside. Walters sells a little candy, gets around Keeling, has a bounce, and then he heads corridor and finds Baston, who's advanced forward. Baston now will try and switch it across. An overlapping runner there in Talbot, who just guides it further afield. Ollie Hill gets on the end of it. Build up thus far from the Roos. Can they find the mark inside 50? They can't because of a decisive spoil arriving there. Just in the nick of time, Riley Wood whacked it out of play.
He's a little hurt too, Riley. It's a cramp, I reckon it might be. He seems to be okay. He's been good today, Wood. He's punched down by Chapman. Nice contest between Cunningham and Donahue. And then the umpire circles. And we'll ball it up. Again, swooping on it, the Roos, but they're swooped on themselves by the D's. We'll see another ball up. 22 scoring shots to 16. The game probably is about where it should be. Caswell. Yates. Towards Nation. Gathered, shrugged a tackle, looks up and kicks into the corridor looking for his coach, but it's chopped off by Massey.
Massey just massages one and finds Ollie Hill working for him at half-back. His kick favouring the Demons. Williams backing back with the flight. Now Butler out after this one. Butler gathers the football and just busts free of Vincent. Tumbles a high punt up the wing. Beautifully reeled in by Barwick.
It's a great mark.
Shanti Barwick stabs one into the corridor. Couldn't quite find Marathis, who's been lively at half forward. Talbot just out pointing him on this occasion. Looking to try and get something going back the other way. A sea of bodies at centre half forward. Vincent kept it in front of him, worked it across to Walters, who's stripped of the footy. Ball spins inside the forward 50 here. Wilson doing the defensive work. The handball outside might be a legging free kick.
Yeah, I'm not sure even who this is going to. I think it'll go to Clarence, though. There was a long time between advantage and wait a second, so Walters will take the kick.
Go back from around about the paint of 50 and try and get the consolation marker, or just try and set one up instead. It was read very nicely by Speed, and Speed snaps around the corner and he kicks a nice goal. Little more than a consolation marker, but a nice goal from Brodie Speed there, and he cuts the margin back to 40. Westcott won it down. Trying to take it out of the middle. It was Williamson rather, but back the other way comes Tilbury with strength. Just a hands free, then work a kick wide, and Payne was strong in the air. He fed it over the top to Marathas, who's got some running support. Instead we go looking for Hardy. Got a somewhat fortuitous bounce out the back. In the end favoured Massey. Massey clears defensive 50, sets it out in front of Crossan. Earl back his wheels in here, have a bounce, another bounce, a third bounce, maybe even a fourth. He's still going Crossan. He closes to the paint of 50, then sets it up. Almost found Speed. Umpire's whistle.
Hands in the back.
Will go against him. That was breathtaking play back the other way, but it will lead to nothing for the Roos.
Williams has the ball. Got a little two hands in the back. He goes towards Westcott, who's done well. Hasty. Short one, Tilbury. Right, left half back. He looks up and he goes long, looking for the ruckman. Floating back was Chapman. Did well. Off the ground was Lamb, and it's out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. Ball in at centre wing. Westcott wins it down. Barwick rushed forward again by the Roos, but it's chopped off nicely by Williams. He looks across the face of goal. Wilmot couldn't gather. Hill ducked in, and we'll see another ball up at centre wing, this time on the broadcast side of the oval. Lauma trying hard. Scooped one out the back. Cunningham did well. Rush kick forward by Wilmot. Bouncing ball. Punched away by Marathas. He went looking for Barwick. Numbers again with the Roos as Lauma looks up. He does not have much to kick to. Floating across was Chapman. Well, he went up there, did Westcott, and rushed it forward. A la Ruckman. Now the Roos go forward again. Bosworth gets called to play on. He goes into the middle of the oval and they string a few handballs together. Sylvester sends it inside forward 50. And it rolls, it's happy at the back. Boval gave a handball off. And massive tackle laid, a little too high. So it'll be a free kick going to Wood.
Final minute of this one now. The Demons are 60 seconds away from being able to celebrate another premiership. New competition, same result as far as they're concerned. It's It's been a really strong performance. They blitzed him in the first half. They haven't had to do a lot in the second half. In truth, they've only kicked 2 goals, 6, but the damage was done before the halftime siren. A 10 goal to 1 first half blitz, setting up a bit of a demolition job. They're going to win this one comfortably as Hill pumps Clarence back inside 50. This one getting towards the line. I think Hasty will be happy to see it out, and they are. And Clarence have kicked 4 goals to 1 in 4 goals to 2 in the second half. It's been a low-scoring game, but the Sting's really been out of it for most of the second half.
Yeah, and it's been a dominant performance by the side that has probably been the best all year.
Expecting a tight battle. It was anything but. The Demons came firing out of the blocks, had 5 goals in no time, and they never looked back. And they claim the 2025 Premiership. The North Hobart Demons, with a decisive display, they handled the occasion superbly. And they win this one by 40 points, 12-10 to 5-12. 10 goals to 1 in the first half. It was dominant stuff, and they are worthy victors.
Back to back to back.
New league, same result.
It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Through all the acquaintance be, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
Goal kickers for the D's. Nathan Hardy had 3, Tommy Nation with 3, then singles to Jonty Barwick, Matt Yates, Jacob Worsley, Azar Marathis and Henry Chapman. For the Roos, well, single goal kickers, Brody Speed, Ollie Talbot, Bo Ventura had a beauty, Tom Crossan, Archie Baston as well. Better players, I'll leave that with you, Andrew Cooling, as I head boundary side to try and talk with some of the stars of the winning Demons side.
All right, we'll have Tubes queuing up an interview in a moment. The celebration's beginning. Better players, look, there were plenty of them for the Demons. It's hard to find someone who didn't have a good game for them right across the ground. They were really strong. Barwick and Tilbury, plenty of experience there. They were fantastic. Nathan Hardy lit the game up in the second quarter. He kicked 3 goals. I thought Keeling was rock solid, intercepting across the half back line. Caswell, McMurray, Cunningham, fantastic in the midfield. Marathis, quite lively in the forward line. Tommy Nation, I thought was a standout as well. It's going to be an interesting one who the best on-ground medal goes to, because it was just such an even performance. It wasn't a game taken over by any one player. They just had contributors across the ground, and hard to really read too much into the second half, because the Sting was out of the contest in truth. The game well and truly settled basically at half-time when the Demons led 64-13. Clarence needed to come out and blitz goals early in the third quarter to be any chance. They didn't do that in really the last quarter and a half. The Sting was out of it. It was pretty dominant stuff from the Demons. They won the last couple of statewide league reserves comps, and Tubes Taylor looks like he's got an interview standing by down there with Jonty Barwick.
Yeah, Jonty Barwick, the captain of the North Hobart Demons. Back to back to back for you, blokes. What does that mean?
Oh, it's pretty special. For a few years we were struggling and we stuck at it. Now we're just going 3 in a row, so it's all worth it in the end. How good.
Nathan Hardy up forward, kicking 3 goals, but also on the other end of the spectrum, you got Tommy Nation, who kicked 3 as well. Both ends of the spectrum as far as age goes. What have those blokes been to you?
Oh, just hard experience. He's played probably nearly 200 games, and then Nation can learn off those guys, and then once it all clicks, it's hard to stop. So,
what do you got to say about Clarence?
They're a quality outfit. They've got all grades in all the grand finals, so it just goes to show they're here most years. So yeah, they just keep backing it up. Yeah.
Jonty Barwick, Premiership captain, congratulations.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Let's go and take a look. Well done, Jonty. See if we can get the coach, Brad Tilbury, over here through the middle. Brad Tilbury, we got him here. The coach of the Demons, back to back to back for you. How does that feel?
Yeah, nice little reward, isn't it, Tubes? Exciting times. Had a really fun year this year. Obviously, senior club making the finals, and then 18s last night and now the 2s. So, yeah, look out for the Ds, eh?
Yeah, amazing performance by your forward too. Nathan Hardy was clinical in that second quarter, kicking a couple of goals to get you fired up. But I said just to John T. Barwick there, young Tommy Nation looks like he's a player.
Yeah, call him the astronaut. He just sits on heads and, yeah, he's a ripper. Got silky skills and, yeah, like super young group. So it's really exciting to see them dominate on the stage.
What do you got to say about Clarence?
Yeah, obviously tough loss. They've had a really good comp against us all year and, yeah, obviously we're on top today, but good luck for the rest of the year, boys.
What happens tonight?
A bit of fun, I reckon. Keep pretty tame though, Tubes. You'll be there. You'll be in the rooms later on.
I'll be there in about 2. We better get to the presentation. We'll make our way over there. Congratulations. Well done.
Thanks, Tube.
There we go. We'll hand over to Brent Costello, the MC for today's festivities, the Master of Ceremonies. Breno, over to you.
It's now time to begin the presentation ceremony for the 2025 SFL Premier League Reserves Grand Final. Congratulations to this season's premiers, North Hobart. Firstly, I'd like to invite Gary Dunn to present today's umpires' medals.
Thanks, Brent. Firstly, congratulations to both clubs making the final today, and obviously to the SFL for their support throughout 2025, and to the coaches for their support of our umpires too. So congratulations to our field umpires, Nick Merritt-Smith, Nick Butler, and Lindsay Roberts. Our boundary umpires, Christian O'Brien, David Luttrell, and Harry Fulton, and our goal umpires Jason Nichols, Sean Williams, and our emergency umpire Grant Jessup.
Thanks very much, Gary, and thank you to our umpires for the role they play in our great game. It's now my pleasure to invite Christine Carr to come forward to present today's Best on Ground medal for the Grand Final. And this year's winner is from North Hobart, Ollie Cunningham.
First off, I'd just like to thank Clarence. What an unbelievable season. You've been the benchmark for a lot of years now and you've had some tough battles, so thank you. Thank you to the umpires. The game doesn't go without you guys, so thank you. And to the SFL and all your major sponsors, well done on the first new comp. And to the boys, what a year, hey? Let's celebrate this hard. Big thanks to Tills, Bestie and all the coaching staff. It's been an unreal year. Let's celebrate it. Go D's.
Well done, Ollie. It wasn't their day today, but I'd like to invite the coach of this season's runners-up, Adrian Goodwin from Clarence, to say a few words. Thanks, Adrian.
Thank you. Firstly, congratulations to Brad and North Hobart. Look, let's be fair, too big, too strong, too experienced, and a bit like taking a knife to a gunfight for us. But you know, to our boys, you know, full credit. We're young. We've got a lot to learn. We learnt more today. We've got a really, really bright future, and really proud of you guys. But congratulations to North Hobart 18s as well last night, and your twos. Your club's obviously been very well organised and in good condition, and good luck with your future and celebrate hard. Well done, boys.
Thanks very much, Adrian, and well done to Clarence on a fantastic season. Well, I'd now like to invite the winning coach of this year's Premiers, North Hobart's Brad Tilbury, to say a few words. Thanks, Brad.
Well done on a great season, Clarence. Some great contests throughout the whole year. Hold your head up. You challenged us right through. You didn't give in until the end. So, make sure you celebrate. You still had a great year. To our boys, how good, hey? Well done. Super buy-in. Really fun year. One of the better years I've had, just because of the way you boys buy in, no egos, put the club first, and let's celebrate with all our support. There's a lot of us, so let's go.
Thanks, Brad. And I might get Christine Carr to come forward to present you with your Premiership medal first of all. And then we'll get Brad to read out his Premiership player names for season 2025.
Big Nathan Hardy. Asa, the Greek freak, Marathis. Number 51, Jacob Worsley. Uh, 25, Bradley Williams. Number 27, Neo Butler. Number 33, everyone's favourite, Matty Yates. Number 31, Charlie Hasty. Another fan favourite, number 46, Riley Wood. Number 38, Maxi Moo Calvin. Big James Cheese Wilson. Big Wilbur McMurray, number 49. Another crowd favourite, Austin Minge Keeling. Number 56, Bog Ollie Cunningham. Number 24, Jack Wilmot. Shout out the Core Boys. Number 37, Will Boval. Number 18, Lockie Train Payne. Number 80, Big Henry Chapman. Number 43, Harry Caswell. Tommy Astronaut Nation. Our favourite Kiwi, Jacob Westcott. And the skipper, Jonty Barwick.
It's now my pleasure to invite Christine Carr to present the Premiership Cup to Coach Brad Tilbury and Captain Jonty Barwick of the North Hobart Football Club, the SFL Premier League Reserves Premiers for 2025.
Well, there you go. back for this football club in the reserves competition. And don't they love it? Your North Hobart Demons are your Premier League reserves grand finalists in the Hobart Airport SFL. Take a look at that. Well done to Ollie Cunningham, who was best on ground. It was a 40-point margin in the end. Hobart Airport SFL Premier League Reserves is done for another year. Your premiers, the North Hobart Demons. On behalf of the whole team here at Creative Imagery, my name's Tubes Taylor. Andrew Cooling's been with you too. And that's it for season 2025 in the reserves. We'll catch you at the footy in 2026. Until then, don't go anywhere. The Women's Premier League Grand Final coming up next. very good morning to you and welcome to North Hobart Oval for this Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final for the Banjos Bakery Premier League Women's between the Kingborough Tigers and the Clarence Roos. My name is Tubes Taylor, a pleasure to have your company. We're up for one of the all-time greats here as we look to previous matchups between these two sides. It's been pretty tight. The Tigers with 3 over the Roos, as we will head down boundary side for a live rendition of the Australian National Anthem.
The traditional and original owners of the land upon which today's game will be played. We recognise their continuing connection to land, water and culture and pay our respects to their elders past and present. We acknowledge the numerous Aboriginal players who have played the game at all clubs, together with those of Aboriginal descent playing in today's game. Now, if you are able, would you please be upstanding for the playing of the Australian National Anthem, performed today by Mia Fairley.
Well done to young Mia there, singing the National Anthem live here at North Hobart. We're fired up, we're ready to go for this SFLW game. My name's Tubes, as I said earlier, and I'm joined by one of the great callers of the game in the state, Andrew Cooling. Good morning to you.
Pleasure to be here, Tubes. This should be an absolutely cracking encounter. A new victor in the SFLW this year. We've had North Hobart dominating the competition over the last few seasons. They were felled last week by Clarence. Looking forward to this contest immensely. Kingborough, they've got to go in as slight favourites. They got the job done in the qualifying final by 14 points, had the better of that contest, and perhaps even more crucially, welcome back Perry King into the lineup today. Did a hamstring late in the season. It was touch and go whether she was going to get up for this one. She's out there. That's a massive in. And off the back of that, plus the victory, you'd have to say the Tigers, narrow favourites, but they've had some good close battles this year.
Jacinta Limbrick, the veteran, has won the toss as the captain, kicking to the left of screen to start there. And I'm fired up for this. Coaches Jodie Mather and Dean Webster, two of the great coaches of women's footy in Tasmania, and they are getting ready to go. Interestingly, Lindsay Beck might be the furthest recruit that we've ever had in Tasmania. Comes from Wisconsin.
Badger country. There you go. I've been to Wisconsin, lovely part of the world. Yeah, look, she's in the side today. Is going to be an important part of this Tigers outfit. They've had a strong season. Clarence had a really good performance last week, though. They'll be filled with confidence after that win. And look, I think the keys to them are in the forward half, and they were the two that lit up this ground just 6 days earlier, and that is Luca Murgatroyd and Ava Reid. They kicked 8 goals between them. Murgatroyd kicked 4 in the qualifying final as well. She's been unstoppable this finals campaign. May well hold the key to the Roos getting the job done today.
And Ava Reid is just a great joy to watch, and I'm looking forward to that battle in the ruck with her and the young ruck of the Tigers.
Divine,
Divine, Maddie Divine. She's a star of the future too. Don't worry about that. Josie Rose goes to full-back. Interestingly, Georgie Bailey kicking a number of goals this year. Molly Mitchell All fired up, taken away Andrew Cooling.
So we're underway. Devine has a slip, allows Reid the first hit out of the game, nods it down. Limbrick and King arrive at the football. Flung out there, knocked on by Reid. Pressure coming there from Ivory on Dalco. And then locked in there. The other young, exciting name to look out for, certainly Matilda Lang. Those in the know, I reckon, a top 10 pick in the AFLW, if not top 5. She's a very exciting prospect. Lit up the qualifying final, took over the midfield in the third quarter. She's going to be vital for the Tigers today.
Priscilla Odwogo coming off with an injury to the right eye. So Imogen Verdau comes straight onto the ground. And free kick goes right on cue to Matilda Lang.
So Lang will head wide as the Tigers look to get first use here. Here's Chantel Eggers into the side today. Missed the qualifying final. Rachel Archer there to repel, though. Such a reliable defender. And she heads up to Reid, who shows her aerial prowess and takes a nice pluck. Not too much ahead of her, so heads up in the Wickham direction. Brought under a spell nice, and then lofts it up. Got collected after she kicked. And that's going to be downfield. And a chance perhaps for Luca Murgatroyd as a result.
Yeah, just a little overzealous there from Perry King. I think it was in the contest, though. I'm not sure about the downfield stuff, but it works out okay. Whirler goes into the corridor, bouncing ball. Clarence get there first. It's scooped up, but only as far as Crack. And they move the ball out, the Tigers. Out of defence immediately. Wagner can't get there. She goes back to try again. Right at the bottom of the pack there is Jade Lockley. They get the handballs out now. Lancaster. Beg your pardon, it was actually Heidi Preshaw that got it forward down towards Jacinta Limbrick, and we'll see a ball in.
So Limbrick was opposed by Odwogo in that qualifying final. That was the matchup. She's gone off early on, so interesting to see. Looks like Dalco's going to Limbrick for the time being, as this one will be tossed back into play. Murgatroyd against Crack in the ruck. Crack goes in at ground level, tries to just force her way through the contest. Wickham heaves it out, trying to find Whitehead, but Eggers able to get boot to ball. Doesn't really clear the area. Beck arriving to apply some pressure. Now Preshaw worked it out. A chance for Ivory. Oates lurking. Limbrick got hands to it. Strong tackle from Whirler. Kingborough defence cracking in here early on. Whitehead brings down Perry King and forces a stoppage.
I just realised I'd called the wrong players there before. It's a couple of teams mixed up. It's all good to play on. Reid. Devine got it down. King. A test of the hamstring here now for Perry King. She ducks inboard, has the kick smothered. Nicely done. Heidi Preshaw. We know she's desperate to get a flag. You see a ball up. Devine. Bottom of the pack there was Pacey. She quickly moves the ball on. Down towards the couple. Murgatroyd's in the area. Diving on it. Umpire Circle says no. We'll ball it up. Taylor Crack. And it comes here. Nicely done. Lang forces it around the corner. Right in the bump there was Verdau. It'll be a free kick going the way of Halling Whitehead.
Sets it up to a dangerous area. There was Bailey towed away. Slick hands and got it to Rose, who just clears it up. But Rachel Archer and Emma Wagner park behind the football. Wagner takes it, Lockley pressuring her. Got it across to Archer, heaves it forward through the hands of Lang. Preshaw shuts the exit down and applying some pressure as Ivory is. Looks like, is that Crack down on the ground there? Down for the Tigers. What's a concern here?
No, it's not Craig. I think it might be Devine.
Yeah, so if they lose a ruck early on, that would be a significant blow. Clarence dominating the early territory battle. Yet to see a score as we have a look at the replay. And Devine, yeah, just cops the arm there of Ivory right in the head, and that is going to be a real concern. Gingerly back to her feet.
She's tough.
Looks like she's right to continue, so that's a good sign for the Tigers. And she'll battle with Reid in the ruck here, but Reid won it down decisively. Fell the way of Preshaw. Preshaw's handball broken up by Dalco. Now Lang trying to shrug free of Reid. Couldn't do so. Swooping on Oates. Worked it back for Ivory. Dalco broke it up. And now Reid burrowing in. And the Tigers' defence holds firm.
Yeah, well called, Andrew Cooling. That was pressure by Clarence just to hold that ball in. The Tigers looked like they had it out, but they couldn't get it. Now it comes now. Webster on the boot. Throws it towards goal. Through from behind. First score of the game goes the way of Clarence. Long Roost comes out wide. Lauderdale couldn't get there. Smart stuff here by the Tigers. Eggers. King in there. We'll see a ball up. Rucks arrive. It's good to see Maddie Devine feeling a lot better. Webster couldn't get it past Lang. Ava Reid got it up. Rushed forward again by Ruby Pacey, and the mark taken here by Eggers. So she'll reset from half back.
Eggers, one of two ins for the Tigers today, along with Perry King. Went looking for Lindsay Beck, couldn't quite find her out the back. It fell for Lockley. Lockley will send the Tigers forward in the direction of the dangerous Bailey and Molly Mitchell. They're out the back here. Can Bailey get it to Mitchell? It just wouldn't sit for it. Battle on now between Knowles and Bailey. Eventually got it to Mitchell. Mitchell snaps and snaps just wide. She's a real danger around the goals, Molly Mitchell, but just couldn't quite work that one back enough.
Yeah, you just know whenever the ball goes down to Bailey and Mitchell, it's almost like the ball's just going to do something magic, isn't it? This one will be held up here. Edmonds and Sakina trap it up. Umpires toss the ball in. Pushed away. Scooped one up. Beck is in the area. Brie Oates gets tackled by Lang. And then she's caught holding the footy on the second tackle. Lang's going to take the free kick though. She looks up. Sends the ball goalward. Bailey at the back and takes a contested grab. Plays on goal. First blood goes to Georgie Bailey and the Kingborough Tigers. And they're off to a hot start after a majority of the play's been inside forward 50 for the Roos.
Yeah, it was a strong start for the Roos, but it just got so much firepower inside the forward 50. And there is Matilda Lang just seeing Bailey one out in the square. That's always a good option. Nobody has kicked more goals than her this year. And if you can get it to her in a one-on-one, she's so tough. It's going to be a tough job for Charlotte Edmonds. Bailey just with strength reeled it in, completes the job. Tigers get the opener. Matilda Lang setting it up. She was brilliant in that qualifying final. So Ruby Pacey tries to work it out, but here is Oates. Was one of her side's best last week against the Demons. Murgatroyd works up, feeds it back to Oates. Oates now will send it inside, looking for Wickham. They're certainly capable from here, and a chance for the immediate response.
Brie Oates has had heaps of the footy, just hasn't been able to shrug those tackle that she normally does. And that was a great finish.
She really shone last week against North Hobart, did Oates in the middle. Gives Wickham the chance for the Roos to respond here, to square things up. Midway point of the opening quarter. It's drifting across the face, and it's just offline.
You've got to make the most of your opportunities in grand finals. They've had a couple of scoring shots. But just haven't been able to maximise. Josie Rose from fullback. Runs a full measure. Sends the ball long. Strong mark, Perry King. Former AFLW player, sends the ball long. Molly Mitchell tracks the footy. She's got Lang for company. If she can gather, she just can't. And the ball's out of bounds for a ball in. Ball in. Reed gets to the front of the pack. Tracking the football there is Anderson. Reed gets a rush kick forward. Finds Harper. Harper wheels around and sends it into the corridor. Nice work, Limbrick. Odwogo over the top of her. It's good to see Priscilla Odwogo back on the field after that early injury concern.
So Reed and Vidal. Vidal won it down 2-8 though. Lang works her way to the football. Mia Anderson chasing after her. Lang just happy to whack into space and back her leg speed in here. She'll track this one down. Got a good shepherd from Lockley. And now she just tumbles a bit of an ugly ball. Did it make the paint of 50 is the question. So it will be tossed into play, not a lasso for a kick. Just got enough on it, did Lang. I've seen her running prowess early in this one. Some separation. Moving large over this contest already. Tigers on the attack here. Got the first of the game. To add to it here, Vidal and Reed. Battle in the ruck. Vidal won it down. King and Preshaw fight for it at ground level. Trapped to Preshaw's chest there by Perry King. See the hamstring with a bit of strapping on there. It's touch and go whether she'd be up for this one. This one's fed out the back, and here is King. She started prominently, sends them inside the forward 50. Couldn't quite find Mitchell. Mitchell tries to strike free of Wagner. Kick back inboard is nicely intercepted by Harper, who's under some duress there from Dalco, but held firm.
Lucy Dalco just went the play a little there and made Lily Harper earn that one. Short kick is on to Oates. Oates looks up. She's got a long lead from Murgatroyd. She's got a short option. She goes in that direction and finds Heidi Preshaw. Preshaw looks up. She can go further afield. Wickham came at the footy. It was good from Baldwin, who gave it up to Sakina. Going back with the flight, that was courageous from Lang. She went and got the footy again with a clever kick towards Dalco. Archer just ran under the footy. They've got numbers everywhere out the back here. Molly Mitchell bends it back towards goal, but this one's errant and goes out of bounds. Beck sits under the footy. Wagner wraps up Beck. Dalco through the toes. Now here's a chance for Eggers. Eggers gave a handball away. Went looking for opposition. Clark got tackled hard. And this will be a free kick going the way of Michael. Michael sends the ball long. Bailey works the positions. And it goes out of bounds again.
Chance to set up inside the forward 50 once more for the Tigers. Leading this one by 5. Clarence did the early attacking. The game's been on their terms the last several minutes as this one's gone down by Robertson. Lang laying a strong tackle, going nowhere is Hardy. Looks like Gemma Webster's the one who's got the job on Lang. Ball's tossed up. Archer got a hand to it. Away. Now goes Wagner. Didn't get much on that kick. Now Molly Mitchell might have got one in the back. It's over the shoulder, says the umpire. And this one well and truly in Molly Mitchell's range. A chance for the second of the contest.
Matilda Lang got over to Ella Wagner and just gave her a little bit and said, hey, go the ball, not the player. I don't think there was much in it. Maybe just that arm. So it wasn't overly aggressive. It was there though.
So Molly Mitchell for the second of the contest. She makes no mistake. And the Tigers' dangerous duo in attack are both on the board early. Bailey and Mitchell with goals, and the Tigers with an early 11-point break.
And that's what Molly Mitchell can do. She's a great kick. She's fast, she attacks, she roves off Georgie Bailey beautifully. But she burrows in. She gets to the ball first and forces errors. She wasn't too sure about it. Then she got there, didn't she? How good is that? Kingborough. doing a wonderful job. And here comes some silly Sundays, I reckon. Not sure who that was. Now, the Roos look to respond through Clark. Odwogo gives it back to Clark. Michael got it forward. And now the umpire finally arrives and says, give it to me. Well, just forward of centre for the Roos. Nicely done by Matty Robinson. Eggers got a toe on it. King rushes it forward. Pushed underneath it was Lancaster. Somehow it popped up into her hands. Then she just dropped the footy. Umpire on the wrong side of the contest to see that one. Beck got a throw out. And it'll be a free kick going to Archer for the Roos.
They missed the first one. We got the second one there. Rachel Archer, such a steadying presence, a real general. This Clarence defence.
Last week she was just running right, wasn't she?
She just reads the play so intelligently. Found Pacey with that kick. Pacey goes looking for Robertson at centre half forward. Spilt one she should have had. That might invite in Beck. Beck took a little too long. Just got the handball away in time. Ball towards the middle of the ground. Lancaster. Lockley busts through one tackle. Lost their hold on the football. Lancaster now shares it with Lang. Lang tried to dance through the tackle and got caught holding the footy. Beautifully done there by Wagner.
Ella Wagner gets one back there. They're two fierce competitors, those two.
Wagner heads to centre half forward. Reaching up was Michael. Spilt out the back for King. Wickham bodies up on her. Mia Anderson arriving to apply some pressure. Normally a prolific ball winner, Mia Anderson, has been quiet to start this one. She's someone Clarence would love to get the ball in the hands of. She's a real outside runner. Someone they need to get busy.
Ball up at 50. Beck wins it down. Lang over the footy, dragged it in. Umpire says, give it to me. So we'll reset here. Gemma Webster and Matilda Lang going at it. It's doing well. Dalco tracks the footy, trapped by Webster. Play on was the call. Sakina got it forward. Lockley clever over the top. They're going to pay that mark. They are. They gave it off to Mitchell. Mitchell ducks in through traffic, pops it up. Lockley's got to be hard here. Had Archer coming hard at her. Edmonds goes back with the footy. Lockley got it off the ground. And they'll trap it in here, Clarence, as Michael comes over the top for a ball up. Another reset. Beck wins it down. Through came Eggers. King got her kick smothered. Sakina got it forward. Archer tapped it on. Mitchell gives off the handball, looking for Lancaster. Almost a trip there, was it? Yes, it was. Robertson will get the free kick.
So Robertson, the final 90 seconds of the opening term. The Tigers had the better of the early exchanges here. Came in as the favourites, as that's just some strong work from Eggers. Buffeted Oates out of the way. Clarence able to get the ball wide. Gathered by Dalco, slaps it on the boot. Having to wait under that was Eggers, and arriving to pressure was Webster. Sees it out of play.
Great courage by Eggers. She was the only Kingborough Tiger in the area, and she was jumped on by 5 Roos that created a contest. That's what wins grand finals.
So time here for a late score for either side. One down. Bollocking away through was Beck. Stripped of the football. Vidal's kick was smothered. Robertson tries to step past Michael, who robbed her of the football, but then kicks it straight out of bounds on the foot.
Little bit in it here with Ava Reid and Rose Michael going at it. As time starts to tick away. Long kick up the wing. Sitting underneath it, Perry King. Could there be a chance for one last score? King throws it on the boot, goes forward. And nice mark taken here by Macy Lancaster, who plays on quickly with 5 seconds to go. Georgie Bailey gets back with a flight. Rachel Archer will be happy to tap this one across the line right on the siren of quarter time. The Kingborough Tigers 2-1-13 lead the Roos. Zip 2-2. Goal kickers for the Tigers. Georgie Bailey with the first of the game and Molly Mitchell. In a game that was almost, so far, a quarter of two halves. 1/8 if you like. And that first eighth, it was all Clarence. And then the second eighth, it was dominated by the Tigers, particularly on the scoreboard where it matters.
Yeah, Clarence started brightly, got the ball forward, had some pressure on, but as the quarter wore on, the Tigers really started to control the contest. They were pretty dominant around the midfield, kept giving their forwards some good looks, and eventually that told. It gave the goals to Mitchell and Bailey, and look, we've already seen the impact Matilda Lang has had around the ground. She's been busy in there. They're going to need to find a way to quiet her down. I thought the midfield started well for Clarence, but as the quarter wore on, the Tigers just started to get on top. Quite similar to the qualifying final in that regard.
I guess the question is, you've got Gemma Webster who's running around with Matilda Lang, but Gemma Webster didn't get much of the footy, and we know when she gets the footy, she's so good. Do you just let her go? Do you just say, play your game of footy? I don't mind if Matilda Lang's getting the ball, as long as you're getting the ball to equalise the possession. I'm not sure.
I don't think so, based on the qualifying final, particularly that third quarter when Lang really got busy in the engine room. They just kept giving the forwards too many looks. They've got such firepower down there. I think it's going to take a really good player to stop Lang. So maybe you need to sacrifice Webster and go, okay, it's on you, Briotes. We need a couple of others. Pretty sure you guys are going to have to be our ball winners, because if you don't send a good player to Lang, she's going to run right.
Yep, that's the power of Matilda Lang. We'll take a quick break here. Actually, we'll have a quick look at the highlights of that first term of this Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final. And this one by Georgie Bailey was good. She played on quickly, smacked it through the goals. We got it from all angles there. She's a star, Georgie Bailey. And the veterans looking for another premiership to add to her tally. And Molly Mitchell put her head over the footy and earned a free kick, as she tends to do wherever she goes, and didn't she love it too. We'll take a quick break here for the Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final with the Banjos Bakery Premier League Women's. It's Kingborough by 11 points over Clarence. Don't go anywhere. Second quarter coming up next. Welcome back. Second term about to get underway in this Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final of the Banjo's Bakery Premier League Women's Grand Final. It's so good. These big muscles, look at him. Chris Garrett just telling people exactly what's going on. He's one of the quiet men around football, Chris Garrett, but knows so much. Former Clarence assistant coach and manager, now working for AFL Taz. We're not here to talk about Chris, we're here to talk about the Tigers. They lead 2-1-13 to Clarence, zip 2-2. What do you reckon the message was at quarter time, Andrew Cooling?
You've got to find a way to clamp down on Perry King and Matilda Lang and start winning the ball out of the middle a bit more. Did really well in that regard the first few minutes, then the Tigers midfield took a hold, and that's why they were able to boss this game. They might need a bit of a lift from their star Ava Reid out of there. She's so good at the follow-up work after the clearances. Need to find an edge out of the middle. And she gets the better of Devine here and looks to charge after this one. But the Tigers had some hands in there as Baldwin worked it out. Paddled into space by Eggers. Preshaw goes in for it, but Eggers drives her into the turf.
Yeah, there's a couple of matchups that I'm watching. It looks like Haley Baldwin's got a job on Preshaw. So they have a little push and shove in the early stages, and Lang and Webster going at it.
Reid leaps high. Webster has it knocked away from her by King. King toes it off the ground, then goes in after it. Just gets her kick through the traffic, found its way through to Devine, then Devine fed it out there to Waller, who sends one out in front of Ryan. Just had to wait under it, slapped it towards Wagner, pressured by Lockley. Then Ryan follows up once more. Oates with a slick handball to Archer, but she was under immediate duress. Lang sends it forward in the Mitchell direction, just paddle it behind her. The numbers there for the Roos, though, and Preshaw able to sweep it across to Ivory. Ivory had Reid all on her own, but just overhit the kick towards her, and that should allow crack in. Reid flew in after it. The handball just eluding Sakina, who just toes it off the deck now, up towards Webster. Webster back the other way. Reid's in a pocket of space. The ball sits for her. Ava Reid can close in on goal here. She launches and nails it. Well, it's the Roos. Ava Reid gets him on the board.
That's a great finish by Ava Reid. Sometimes you can get a little bit nervous in those situations, but she just stared down the goals, and the breeze is still there. So Ava Reid gets the first for the Roos, and they stay in touch by 5 points. Ivory missed that first kick. Reid, like you said, the follow-up work is so good.
There's not many rucks that kick as many goals as Ava Reid. Their ability to get forward and hit the scoreboard really sets her apart.
Back in the middle. Reid to do the work again. Gets it down to Preshaw. Preshaw got a handball away. Diving on it was... I think that was Pacey, it was. There's stoppage. Away we go again. Perry King can't get a hold of it. Reid and Webster got in each other's way, and then the tackle machine that is Perry King wraps up Webster. They go at it again. Webster got a hand in there. Oates with a little bit of space, and then got into trouble because Matilda Lang came at her. And now we'll see another ball up. Reid took her eyes off the footy. Pacey got it forward. Trying hard to get it out here. Lockley's so quick, she pops it on the boot, going back with a flight. The mark is taken by Hardy.
So Hardy plays on. Sets a task for Clark here. She's under some pressure from Michael, and then Mitchell locks it in. Just a little errant by foot there. There's Hardy. Clark no favours. Beck going to go unopposed in the ruck here. Reid arrives late and then applies the tackle. Ball flung out in the direction of Mitchell. Mitchell will be locked up there by Celeste Knowles. 5 points the lead of the Tigers. They head forward for the first time here in quarter number 2. Reid looked to take it out of the ruck, just gets boot to ball. Archer arriving with speed and just paddled it, quite find the line. Mitchell battling with Ivory, and actually the line does win out.
That was great by Molly Mitchell there, because Rachel Archer in that situation would normally just run through. It was just great brute strength from Molly Mitchell to push her off the footy.
She's had an impact early in this one, has the Tigers start. Umpire's whistle sounds, I think, just to throw it back in. Bit of wind out there, making it a difficult day for the boundary umpires as well as the players.
Think about the pressure on some of the tie-downs on those balloons, Andrew Cooley.
It's certainly blown out there as this one's tossed back into play. Devine gets the better there as Pacey's handball back inside. Here's Matilda Lang, who shrugs free and swings it towards the goals. It just faded late. The wind just picked it up. Through for a minor score.
Margin now that 6 points. Wide ball. Finds Hardy. Hardy short. To Preshaw. Preshaw had Pacey and then ignored her and went further afield looking for Murgatroyd. Under the footy. Great work by Crack to just get the footy forward. Perry King did well. The handball went back. And now they move the ball to half forward, do the Tigers. A scoopy handball went out looking for Wagner. Wagner made it look good. Beck arrived late with a tackle. Vidal went back with a flight, but floating in was Murgatroyd. Now they've got numbers out here. Limbrick has Odwogo for company, then just sits on the footy like it's an egg and then dove on it. Great work, Priscilla Odwogo. They were out. She was outnumbered 2-1. Waited for the cavalry to arrive. Put enough pressure on the Roots.
So Reid rucks it down. Turning one way then the other. Preshaw, the handball turned over, fell the way of Ivory, who slaps it on the boot. Oh, Dwogo spilt one she should have had. This might be costly. A mishandle from Limbrick though, and Rose slams the elevator door shut before Wickham picks it up and slaps it on the boot across the face. Couple of fumbles inside defensive 50, almost proving costly there. Minor score only. Plenty of heat in this game.
There is. Grand finals are weird. They make you do weird stuff. Josie Rose throws it on the boot. Out wide. Looking for Lancaster. Oh, beg your pardon. It was actually Waller she was looking for, and that's holding the footy. Great tackle. Sakina looks inboard. The teammate there out in the wide pocket. And Holly Ryan will see a ball in.
The Clarence working their way back into the contest here in the second term. The Tigers the better of the opening quarter. Reid and Woodzau. Rock able to really get to it. Reid trying to plough through. Sakina flings herself on top of it. King also reaching in for it. One down by Woodzau. Lancaster with the quick clear and kick out of there. Archer breaks it up now. Hardy gather the ball, but she's immediately under pressure. Mitchell brought down a crunching tackle from Wagner and rewarded holding the ball. Ella Wagner, a couple of big stops.
Playing some good system footy this year after moving over from Glenorchy.
Pacey launches it forward. Murgatroyd just caught behind, and Taylor Crack's doing a really good job early in this game, taking front position ahead of Luca Murgatroyd.
Yeah, she's been great. Crack goes wide. A little bit of pace here from Sakina. Her kick goes down towards Mitchell and Beck. Lockley, so quick. So fast with her hands too. Got it back towards Beck. Beck so strong over the footy. Gave a little scoopy handball up looking for Mitchell. Didn't get there. And now we'll see a ball up. Just inside forward 50. for the Tigers. Ava Reid got a fist on it. Through came the players, and it's come from Lockley. Bouncing ball here. Knowles couldn't get a hold of it. Out it comes now. Is the game still going on? It seems like there's a lot of players just walking around waiting for a whistle. And it beats Holly Ryan across the line for a ball in. Holly Ryan was amongst a whole heap of people who just were letting that ball, waiting for that ball to go out of bounds.
Everyone happy for a throw in, as that one's going to have to be retaken. Every single player in the forward half of the ground here at the moment. The furthest forward, a cracker Murgatroyd. She's ahead of the centre circle right now. Everyone pushing right up the ground.
Taylor Crook's giving a couple of inches to Luca Murgatroyd there.
As Matilda Lang gets a hold of it, sends it towards the square. Beautifully done on the last line defence from Charlotte Edmonds. Beats Bailey in a big contest. And heads in the direction of Ivory. Kick floated over her head, out the back. A chance for Dalco. Tried to craft one inside the 450, but it was chopped off by Knowles. Knowles goes looking for Whitehead. It'll spill out the back for Ivory. Eggers arrives to apply some pressure, then Whitehead left it behind, allowed Rose in just to force it out to Perry King. Tried to dart inside. Reid did just enough to put her off the kick. Chipped wide for Reid. King will arrive to apply some pressure and cause the fumble. Won it back, did King. Slaps it deep inside the Bailey direction. The boundary line will win out.
You can just tell whenever Perry King is around the contest, there's a little added sort of nervousness from the opposition players. They know that she doesn't mind the hard stuff. She's happy to attack you if you've got the football.
Yeah, she's an absolute star, isn't she?
Boundary throw in, deep inside forward 50. Bailey up against Reid. Bailey got it back. Reid went in that direction, followed up nicely, diving on the footy. Umpire circles ball up. Beck against Reid this time. Lang, so dangerous. She's a left foot. High up and under. That goes through. No, it hits the boundary post. So we'll see a ball in. What are you seeing, Andrew Cooling?
Just a little bit of rain starting to develop outside, Tubes.
No, it's not supposed to rain.
Well, there's definitely drops in the puddles. The wind absolutely blowing. Pretty difficult conditions at the moment. Yeah, just a little bit of light rain starting to fall at the moment as this one's shallow throw. Reid slapped it back in. Lockley was lurking. Anderson flicked the handball out. Beck got there, got it to Ryan. Ryan snaps around the corner. It's through for a behind. Tigers pushing here. Coming on top in the second term. Quick kick did Webster. No favours. Arriving was Lancaster. Had a fresh air swing. Anderson going in after it. Lockley applying the pressure there. Vidal trying to step free, but she can't. The umpire calls for it. 6 points the lead of the Tigers. Vidal with a good leap there. Won it down. Lang. Can she straighten up here? She snaps. It's drifting back towards the goals right on the line. Edmonds just preventing a spectacular Matilda Lang goal, but she is a real threat at these stoppage situations.
She's got that ball on a string too, doesn't she? As Molly Mitchell chops it off, bending it around the corner was Ryan. Bouncing ball through for another behind. So they're peppering the scoreboard at the moment. Archer sends the ball long. Josie Rose got to the front position, but it's worked out okay here as it's sent into the middle of the oval. Sakina goes back with a flight, takes the mark as easy as you like. She plays on and gives it to Eggers. Eggers' kick is a little floater inside forward 50. Wagner should get there first. She's got a little bit of company, so she just toes it out to Preshaw. Preshaw got a handball away. Molly Mitchell kept running. Over the top of it was Knowles, gave it back to Bree Oates. Oates back to Webster. Webster with a quick kick. It's chopped off by Josie Rose. So Rose in towards Ryan. Dropped what she should have taken. Cleaned it up. Then the kick was messy. Lang. They're asking for holding the footy and they get it. Desperate stuff from Ava Reid.
So Reid holds the line and then sends one that just hangs up in the wind. Limbrick arrived to shut it down with a timely spoil. Tigers just locking it in their forward half at the moment. Umpire calls for it as Ivory gets up. Clarence absorbed a lot of pressure these last 5 or 6 minutes. Tigers turning the screws. Reid thumps it forward. Lancaster was there. Limbrick working up at the football. Sprawling, she works it across to Preshaw. Preshaw found Ivory. Ivory's kicked straight in the chest of Waller and it fell the way of Lancaster. King might have got one in the back there. Nothing doing. Preshaw, King trying to get it free, did so. The handball found its way through to Waller. And they'll go again.
A lot of pressure around the footy. It's great.
It is red hot. You'd expect nothing else from a grand final. Sakina sends the Tigers forward once more. Archer and Ryan there. Didn't want to take possession. Wagner just ducks the head into Mitchell and gets clattered in the process. That'll be a free kick. And Mitchell also looking a little worse for wear as a result of it, as Wagner groggy and Mitchell sore.
They'll be okay. They're tough nuts. Takes a little breath. Tarzella Wagner. It's a good kick. Finds a player in Anderson who they want to get the ball in the hands of. Across the face of goal to Robertson. Chippy stuff to Archer. There's some players in the corridor and they go in that direction, but they've overcooked the kick. Lucky there's a number of players around the footy. Brilliant stuff by Anderson. She sends the ball inside forward 50. Ava Reid was infringed upon. Umpire said no, she wasn't. Tubes, learn the rules. Josie Rose gets a kick out to Lang. Lang now, right in the centre of North Hobart Oval. Plays on quickly. Sends a right foot kick into space. It's a foot race. Who's going to get there first? Holly Ryan attacks the footy. Wheels around. Sends it in the Bailey direction. Coming out to meet it, Edmonds, who's kept them in this game, in my opinion. And that's a great hit. And that's holding the footy. Molly Mitchell a little too slow there. And Charlotte Edmonds has been very good for Clarence.
Yeah, doing some good defensive work, as that kick not quite so good though. Too far out ahead of Pacey, and Waller will be able to play on immediately and storm inside 50. Lockley picked her out to perfection. This might just be beyond her. She plays on, sets it up in the Bailey and Beck direction. Oh, that's got to be a free kick to Clarence, doesn't it? Just got bulldozed there, did Hardy. And she'll get the free kick.
Crowd even got into that one, Andrew.
It was bullocking stuff as they'll play on out of defence here. That's not a great kick though. Straight to Perry King. King slaps it on the boot. Was lacking any real accuracy though, and it trickles out of play. Kingborough dominant here in the second term, but their lead only 8 points.
Yeah, they're holding on here, Clarence, and it's very similar to the game we saw last night, Andrew, Cooling, between Clarence and Claremont in the under-18s women. Clarence had all the play early in that game, but Claremont stayed in touch, whereas it's the opposite here. Clarence is staying in touch while Kingborough are dominant. Now Matilda Lang gets past Webster, bends it toward goal, and it's errant out on the full.
The wind having a real impact on the players' kicks right now. That's a beautiful kick though to Limbrick.
It's nothing to kick to though.
This is where it's breaking down for them, isn't it?
50
that will help. A little encroachment. That's one way to work the ball up the field.
Well, it's against Perry King, and she should know better than that. Encroaching on the mark before being called to play on. Limbrick sends the ball inside forward 50, punched away by Baldwin. And now, where's the ball, says Hayley Baldwin. It's buried underneath Lily Harper's feet.
So Clarence, having absorbed an awful lot of pressure, a chance to land a counter punch here, and struck one late in the term. Webster got through, got it to Limbrick. Limbrick finds Reed. Reed turns onto her right. Oh, brilliant smother. It was superbly done by Vidot. Got down. Still, that might be high on Clark. Anderson sends it deep inside the direction there of Harper, who brings down Rose, who goes straight across the line. How's the umpire see that? Toss it in. Oh, I reckon there was only one thing on her mind there, Tubes.
Josie Rose knew she had the safety of the boundary line there and probably had the safety of the angle of the umpire. Ball in. Reed taps it out of the ruck to herself, bends it around the corner. Bouncing ball here for Harper. Avoids her. Nicely done by the Tigers as Eggers pops it on the boot. It's going nowhere though. Sitting underneath it, dribbling it forward. It'll be rushed through for behind.
Harper just couldn't quite get the kick through the multiple players between her and the goal line. The Tigers hold on. One good kick should see them to half time, and Josie Rose is a thumping roost to the football. She shows that skill there. Blasts it on out. Pacey intercepts. She's got to go quickly though. Tigers don't want to give away 50 here. It's the only thing that could cost them. Siren imminent. It's driven inside, and the Siren's going to beat over Reed by a second.
No mark.
Very unfortunate Reed. A second more and she'd be lining up for goal, but the siren clearly sounded beforehand, and the Tigers take what you'd have to say is a pretty deserved lead into the half-time break of 7 points, 2-5 to 1-4. They had the better of much of the first half.
Yeah, it was an entertaining game. I know the scoreline doesn't really reflect what you would think would be an entertaining game, but I've really enjoyed it. I keep saying this about women's footy. The scoreboard doesn't matter. The scoreboard isn't a reflection of a truly competitive game. Clarence are holding on here, and they've been led down in the back line by Charlotte Edmonds. She's kept them in the game almost single-handedly. Yes, she's been assisted by Rachel Archer, but the ball that's been delivered in there constantly has been repelled really well. I think Preshaw's been good for the Roos. I think Gemma Webster's clearly lifted in that quarter with her job on Lang. Lang's looked dangerous, sure, but she's been right with her in her pocket. For the Tigers, well, yeah, it is the Lang show right now. She's dominating. Molly Mitchell, every time she goes near it, it's dangerous. Every time Perry King goes near it, it's dangerous. It's a really entertaining game of football.
Yeah, absolutely. The other standouts. I think Taylor Crack's done a really good job on Luca Murgatroyd. We know how dangerous she can be. Hasn't had a lot of supply, but what Crack's done is taken front position away from her a few times. That's been important. I've loved Ella Wagner's work in the back half as well for Clarence. I reckon she won a couple of really crucial contests there, but it's a really interestingly poised game. This Kingborough will feel like they should be further ahead on the balance of play, but they haven't perhaps taken full advantage, and we know what firepower Clarence have. When you've got an Ava Reed, when you've got a Luca Murgatroyd, they can easily get a few quick goals on the board, so it's certainly game on in the second half here.
Yeah, Ava Reed's been great. I think Luca Murgatroyd's the one they'll want to lift out of, but the delivery hasn't been there. They haven't been able to get it past that half-forward line. And Jacinta Limerick is that conduit between the midfield and the full forward line of Luca Murgatroyd. We've got a cracking second half coming up next here in the Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final for Banjo's Bakery Premier League Women's. Kingborough Tigers lead by 7 points over the Clarence Roos. Tubes Taylor and Andrew Cooling with you. We'll be right back in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Final half of this Premier League Women's Grand Final for the Hobart Airport SFL. Andrew Cooling, take it away.
So Reed and Devine meet in the middle, and Devine wins it down, looks to follow up and get the clearance as well. She sends the Tigers forward through the hands of Archer back there. Arriving is Beck, socket it to her on a bench, controlled it, straightens up, and kicks her behind. She did everything right up till the finish, did Lindsay Beck, and lets them off the hook.
You can hear the chants coming through. USA, USA. Couldn't make it work.
Short ball finds Edmonds, who was a rock at the back in that first half. Gives it to Oates. Anderson set a task here. Through her hands out the back to Reed. Tries to slip free of Devine. Combined with hand to Anderson. The smooth mover sends it up to Wickham. Oh, back with courage. Baldwin just put her body on the line to break up the play. Absolute courage there. She gets up sore, but might have saved a goal. Clarence will keep charging, though, as it's charged inside towards Limbrick. Limbrick squared it up to Oates. Oates will just settle it down. Pre-Shaw's in some space here if she can get it to her. That's where she heads, or just pitched ahead of her, and Lang will take it away for the Tigers. Up towards Mitchell in the middle of the ground. Floated over her hands. Archer arrives on the scene to shut it down. In now is Sakina. Finally, the whistle sounds.
How about that hit and courage from Hayley Baldwin, the captain of the team, going back with the flight, coming out to collect her, though. That was great stuff by all involved. Lang in trouble, arriving late on the tackle was Clark. Sakina couldn't gather. Coming through nicely was Anderson. Anderson pops it over the top. Now here's a go as Reed will gather, gets a nice shepherd. That was brilliant. Reed comes in towards goal and just tugs it too far. Out of bounds on the full. What about the shepherd from Wickham?
Two massive physical contests she's been involved in the first 2 minutes here. That one with Baldwin, then that one. She's a tough customer.
Oh. Long kick. Anderson couldn't gather. King doing a bit of tackle work. Great to see her out there. There was big question marks over Perry King for this grand final, but she's come out and she's killed him. And Poppy tough over the top. Clark kept it in. Hard over the footy. Clark goes again. As Webster probably should have got a free kick. Murgatroyd's in the area, so's Limbrick. Crack gets the handball away. Here's a chance for Limbrick. Bending it around to the hot spot. Michael goes back with a flight. Did really well to spin out of trouble and clear the immediate danger.
Wagner chasing this one down. Beck arrives on the scene. Wagner first to it. Just flung herself for the football. Driving tackle from Eggers. And locks it in there for a ball up. So Clarence, who've started each quarter pretty brightly, didn't work their way on top from there. But out of the gates, Clarence have started well again. Reed wins this one down to Oates. Wants to get back onto her right. She does. She straightens up and misses. 1 goal 5 for the Roos.
They're staying in touch, though, Andrew Cooling. Absolutely. So Josie Rose will reset from the back pocket. Sends a short one to Crack. Oh, through her hands. And it's forced over the line again. Very similarly to that first term, we're seeing all the play inside forward 50 for the Clarence Roos. Boundary throw in. About 35 metres out. Reed and Devine will do battle. King's on the backside of the contest. Devine taps it forward. That was good stuff from Sakina. Tackled out the footy, umpire missed that one. Lang got a rush kick forward. Wickham got it forward, and then Lang just somehow gathered it. She got taken out behind the play, and the ball rolls forward. Edmonds will get there first. She's got a bit of time. She gets a nice shepherd. Handball's up to Archer. Archer's kick goes wide to Wagner. Wagner looks up, and there's not a lot to kick to, so he'll have to wait for the cavalry to arrive. She sends it in the Murgatroyd direction. Murgatroyd went high, got bumped off it by Perry King, who ends up with the footy in her hands. Rushes it forward, kicked off the ground by Hardy. Hardy gives it off now to Wagner. Wagner's trapped with the footy. Beck's doing really well. Got her handball away. Tapped it onto Lockley. Lockley's trapped in an Archer tackle. Lang arrives. In comes a number of players, and Harper and co will see a ball up.
Love the repeat efforts of Rachel Archer there. Not many defenders who take up more aggressive positions than her, just marauding forward off that half-back line, working up the ground to get involved, giving them the extra contest. Battle on between Oates and King there, and Webster in on there with Michael. Stars losing here as Devine comes over the top of Reed. One it down. First to it, though, will be Preshaw. Burrowing in Wagner. Somehow Devine got hands to it. Flicked it back over the top towards Reed. Through traffic came Anderson. Sent it in the Limerick direction. Crack. Under pressure from Murgatroyd. Clarence through Wickham. Just tried to release it for Limerick, but stealing it away was Ndwogo. Whacks it up towards the middle of the ground. Some good body work from Beck. Tries to step around Archer. Just got a kick away. Now Molly Mitchell will charge after this, as will the speedy Lockley, but beating them both there was Lily Harper. She'll do well to lock this in, and she does. Tossed up half forward for the Tigers. There Anderson just starting to get busy this quarter for Clarence. Could be important. Here's Lang, Matilda Lang just worked it forward. Found the boundary line and it'll be tossed into play. She somehow just finds her way to wherever the ball is, Matilda Lang, and is so clean with her hands. It's a real joy to watch. We've got a boundary thrown inside forward 50 for the Tigers. Little push and shove here between Eggers and Oates. One down. Reed rushes a kick, had it smothered. Sakina dribbles it forward only as far as Wagner. Wagner got it away. Archer came through with a fist. Lang's involved, and now a chance for Hardy to clear the footy. Limbrick, a long way from home. Odwogo's getting back. As is Sakina and Michael. All the big defenders are in the area. Michael gathers the footy, had 3 to beat. Threw it on the boot. Popped it up. Limbrick did well to keep her feet. Lockley got hands to it. So did Webster. Out it came for Hardy. Hardy got pushed off it, and now she's just holding the ball. And the umpire says, no, she's not. I'll have it. Sun now shining down on North Hobart. Grand final day here as Webster stripped of it. Lang another possession. She arches the back, turns away and sends it another Lancaster direction. Tracking her is Archer. Big battle there. Arriving in support is Beck. Can she finish this time? No, because Archer brings her down with a goal-saving tackle. She's playing some sort of game back there, Rachel Archer, and she saves the day again. We've seen her do that her whole career, Rachel Archer. She's just outstanding. Booms one out of defensive 50 looking for Reed, who somehow between 2 Tigers clutched it. She's got Ella Wagner. She goes in that direction. Michael got a hand on it. Wagner tapped it forward looking for Murgatroyd. Crack. Sent it back towards Perry. Perry got a handball away, but it went nowhere. Lang arrives. Now we'll see a ball up. Now another look at this Archer tackle. Second time Beck's got out the back this quarter and looked certain to score. This time missed it. That time run down by Archer. Here's Matilda Lang, another possession. Didn't go too far with this one. Worked out in the direction of Sakina. Preshaw, too slick for Anderson by hand. Anderson goes back in. Preshaw with another attempt. Worked that one out to Ivory. Couldn't handle it. Michael came crashing through. Now King was trying to bust it on out of there. Umpire lets it go, and eventually it found its way on the outside to Wagner. Limbrick, too much on it for her. Rose read it nicely. Straight lined it back the other way. Wagner overran it. Rose goes back in, then is stripped of the football. And that's holding the ball, says the umpire. Free kick going the way of Wagner. They need to be quicker here, Clarence. Crack jumped in over the top. Murgatroyd had it spoiled by Michael. Michael dove on the footy. And now the umpire circles and will ball it up right on the paint of 50. It's a great day here at North Hobart Oval. The Tigers 2-6-18 lead Clarence 1-5-7. One down nicely by Devine. It's picked up by Anderson. Lang's in the area. You know she's so clutch. Somehow she forces a kick forward. Archer came through like a freight train. So did King. Now the rush foot kick forward by Lockley. Oh, I know here's King here. It must have been Eggers. They're so similar looking. Drives me nuts.
And now we'll see a ball up.
Well done by Knowles there. They had a number 3 of the ball, the Tigers, if she didn't force the stoppage. Did nicely. Clarence trying to win it out the back of the stoppage here. Spills out the way of Reid, who gathers, charges inside 50, sends it deep towards Wickham.
That's great. That is great by Caitlin Wickham to get to that kick. But how about the collection from Ava Reid? It was just brilliant.
She's so clean. The supremely talented Reid. Now Wickham can bring it back within a single point here. She'll be kicking from the tightest of angles. She goes the banana and threads it through to perfection. No need to improve the angle. She just says, I got this with the banana. And they're back within a point. Caitlin Wickham, she's a noted goal kicker, and that was class.
That was just brilliant. That's as hard as it gets. Legitimately as hard as it gets, and she made that look easy, Caitlin Wickham. Absolutely outstanding. 1 point in it. Jeepers. For all their hard work, Kingborough only lead by a point. We're back in the middle. Vidal gets it down to Lang. King from a few deep. Archer dribbles it forward, and it's chopped off here by Vidal. Vidal's kick is a real weird punt. Lockley made it look okay. Oates gets it off. Rush kick by Anderson. And now Odwogo with almost a hurdle style kick finds Lang. How many Langs are there out there at the moment? Long kick inside forward 50. Excellent work by Edmonds, and they've called for holding the footy in the pocket, and they've said, yeah, sure, okay. You have a free kick, Lindsay Beck.
Yeah, just made the tackle stick there, did Beck. Edmonds tried to crash through, she took her on, and then when she lost a hold of the footy, there could only be one decision. So Beck had a couple of chances this quarter. Big opportunity here.
Lindsay Beck all the way from the USA. Will kick from about 35 metres out. Doesn't collect a lot. And Archer does really well.
So Archer continuing her brilliant performance. Just stabbed it short. Webster had to be good there. Had to be clean. She was, but the kick's a risky one back inside. Preshaw made it look better than it was. Did ever so well. They head wide now. Pacey, good body work allowed in Murgatroyd. Returned it to Preshaw. Can she gather the football here? Went back towards Murgatroyd. Couldn't get a kick away. Umpire's whistle sounded for a hold. It's going to go the way of Preshaw. There's a wry smile on her face. Perhaps feeling slightly fortuitous, but she'll send the Roos forward here again. 1 point ball game. Clarence have really lifted in this quarter. Preshaw ran. Got 50. Player on the mark moved before the whistle. Taylor Crack. And Preshaw's just head off here. There's no one on the mark. She closes in, sends it deep, and through the hands of Ivory, but it's gathered by Reid, and Reid has put the Roos ahead. They've made their move in quarter number 3, and Ava Reid has her second, and Clarence have the lead in this ball game.
Well, that's just awareness. That is just awareness. You give away a 50-metre penalty, you can't let someone get a 50-metre penalty inside their forward 50 and have no one stand the mark. Now, yes, the kick wasn't great, but it was just in the right spot to the top of the square. Ava Reid, brilliant. Sticky fingers, goal. You're in front. Now the doubt crawls into the mind of the Kingborough Tigers.
Yeah, they didn't make their dominance pay in the first half. Clarence have been the better side this quarter for mine, and they're showing it on the scoreboard. Young stars dominating this game. Ava Reid been very good for the Roos.
3 goals in a row. The last 3 goals have all been Clarence. Oates over the footy with Lancaster. And this is game on here at North Hobart Oval. You won't want to go anywhere. We're 14 and a half minutes into the third term, and it's Clarence by 5 points. Wagner ran over the top of the footy. Lang gathered. And we'll see a ball up. Great contest. Eggers Vidal got it forward. Anderson's come into the game a lot. Heads a top out into grass. And it'll be a free kick going the way of Waller. Waller's got a short one on him, Vidal. She's ignored. Long lead from Beck. Will be chopped off by Robertson. Lang arrived late. Gives it off to Anderson, who Lockley just snipped in. Might hold off the ball. It'll be a free kick to Wagner.
Momentum building here for the Roos. They're on top at the moment. Looks like things starting to go their way as Wagner charges off, sends it towards the half-forward line. Too much on it for Pacey. Spills out the back. Gathering Preshaw. Slaps it on the boot. Sliding in Reed. Just eluded her and it trickles through for a behind. Even 6 points the lead now. And Kingborough suddenly the ones chasing this game. It's really swung around in this third quarter of action. Rose, beautiful kick to Lang, who continues just to rack the possessions up. Doesn't have a lot on here. It's a little stagnant ahead of her, so she'll kick to a contest. Found its way through to Beck, spilled out in the direction of Eggers. Eggers now has a wide open forward 50 in front of her. Bailey's got 3 to beat here.
Oh, Edmonds so good.
Did superbly. Just held it up. Beck goes back in. Eventually, the umpire's going to call for it.
I know I'm a little biased because I used to be a defender, but I love when a defender beelines the ball. Edmonds has been fantastic. Reed in the ruck. Rather, it's not at all. Out it comes for Lang, her opposing number, and Molly Mitchell gets on the end of it. That's what happens when you play in front.
Yeah, that's just classic Molly Mitchell, that, and she will go back. Be confident she can carry the distance from here. Lang again at the heart of it. She's doing all she can. Stars, young stars putting on a show out there today.
In comes Molly Mitchell, known goal kicker, may not have the journey here nor the accuracy. Through for a behind.
Could have done with a steadier there, the Tigers.
They haven't kicked a goal since late in the first term.
So Archer, who's been imperious back there today, will drive this one out just through the hands of his teammate. As bustling through was Preshaw. Waller can't escape her tackle. Final 2 minutes of the third term. Clarence fought back into this one and into the lead. Sakina couldn't gather cleanly. Wagner towed it off the ground. That was shut down by Crack, who goes back in. Preshaw just paddles it in the direction of Anderson. Good shepherd from Beck. Allowed Sakina to force it forward, but Archer's parked back there, lost her footing. Lancaster had a couple of swings at it on the deck, and then Lockley swooped on it, worked it over the back. Ryan and Bailey there. The bounce just took it away from Bailey. And out of play for a ball in.
Ron looks dangerous there when she gets into that corridor by herself, doesn't she? With a boundary throw in deep inside forward 50 for the Tigers. Watch for Matilda Lang in this area. Webster, who's been moved off her, is gathered. There's Matilda Lang right on cue, as if I'd ask her to do exactly that. We'll see a ball up. They'd love to hold on here, Clarence, with a lead going into three-quarter time. A goal here just gives Kingborough a little bit more of belief. Beck got over the top. From the pocket, that's unbelievable. Was that Waller? That was unbelievable. We'll get another look at it. I think it was Lancaster. I think it was Macy Lancaster. It was. Lancaster with a bit of brilliance to put the Tigers back in front by a point.
That's an extraordinary goal, and what a blow to land right on the three-quarter time siren. There's a 6-6-6 breach here, and that will probably take us to three-quarter time. There's more seconds run off the clock, so that's about going to be the last kick of the third quarter. It's going to put the Tigers in front as the siren sounds. And after a quarter that saw Clarence fighting back to take the lead, a piece of magic right on the siren gives Kingborough the slenderest of buffers heading in to the final quarter. But boy, is the stage set for a ripping conclusion here, Chips.
Premiership finish, you'd expect. Andrew Cooling, the Tigers 3-7-25, lead Clarence 3-6-24. Tigers goal kickers, Macy Lancaster with an absolute ripper. So good we didn't even know it was her. And then Molly Mitchell and Georgie Bailey have the one each. Ava Reid's got a couple. Caitlin Wickham, the goal kickers for the Roos. Let's take a look at the highlights here, thanks to Banjos. It's the Tigers by a point. That goal there was unreal by Caitlin Wickham. Just made it look simple. And then again, Ava Reid, so clever, snuck that one in. And then, in fact, every goal today has been brilliant. This one in particular by Macy Lancaster was sensational. Unbelievable. It's a one-point ball game. Don't go anywhere. The final term of this Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final of the Banjos Bakery Premier League Women's Competition is coming up next. Tubes Taylor and Andrew Cooling with you. We'll be right back. Welcome back to North Hobart Oval for the final stanza of this Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final of the Banjos Bakery Premier League Women. It's a 1-point margin in favour of the Tigers. They led by 11 points at quarter time, 7 points at half time, and 1 point going into the finals instalment. It's anyone's game.
Absolutely. Clarence taking the lead in that third term before some Macy Lancaster magic right on the siren. Saw the Tigers with the most slim of advantages heading into this final term. Clarence, by far their best quarter in quarter number 3, really started to get on top around the middle of the ground. Can the Tigers restore their dominance in that regard, or Clarence keep doing what they did in that last quarter? This is anyone's game. The stage is set for an absolute thriller here in the 2025 Grand Final, and we're underway in the final term. Robertson beaten by Devine at the opening bounce. Pacey slides in after it.
Lang.
Getting it free is Lang again. She's been outstanding as the young superstar. Harper's kick was shut down. Climbing in after it, Michael Sakina handballed it straight to the face of Harper. And then the umpire will have it. Tossed back up. Devine got a slight glove on it. We're going to get out of there. Umpire gives it a chance, but it'll be locked in and tossed up.
I love the way the umpires get over the footy and just really stare in it and see if it's going to get out of the way. Devine wins it down again. Through with pace came Preshaw. She was wrapped up by Eggers. We'll see a ball up again. Nicely done. Pushed back towards Anderson. Off the ground, Sakina. Into the path. Oh, I'll tell you what, Archer's just a hard nut. She pops it on the boot. Going back with a flight. Preshaw couldn't gather. Wrapped up is Webster. You see a ball up at half forward for the Tigers. Devine and Robertson do it again. Robertson just got a knee on that one. Out it comes for Devine. Looking for Dalco. Oates off the ground. Who's going to get there first? It'll be Taylor Crabb, who ducks past one. She got trapped by Oates. Was that holding the footy? Odwogo out of the middle. Straight down the guts. Couldn't take the mark. Lancaster. Trouble. Oh, great tackle laid by Jade Lockley. She's so quick. She'd have been a chance for the sprint had she been out there. As the long kick goes deep inside forward 50, and Mitchell read it best.
Great forecraft from Molly Mitchell there. Really good lead, and Jade Lockley. There are no better pressure forwards in the comp than her.
In comes Molly Mitchell, and unfortunately inaccurate.
Lets them off the hook. They're ahead by 2. So Archer. Try and carry them out of defence here. Kicks up towards a contest. Webster, now Oates. Got into a bit of trouble there. Run into some trouble in the form of Eggers, who catches up. That's holding the footy. Chantel Eggers just going to set it up in the Ryan direction. Edmonds is there. She's able to see it away from her. Well, there might be a slight wind advantage to this end. They've had trouble moving the ball defence from this end today. So Beck on the move, clattered into by Edmonds. Ryan lurking, Knowles puts the body in. Mitchell lurking on the outside, as is Lang. I do feel like Kingborough do have perhaps the slightly easier end to attack this quarter in these swirly conditions. Robertson left early, won it down, sock it off the deck, it's through for a goal. I think it's Beck who got the final touch on it. And the Tigers have an 8-point advantage.
Again, opportunistic, maybe a little lack of awareness from the Clarence Roos defence. But they had numbers around the contest, the Roos, and they've built up a wall beautifully. Check this out from Beck. This is just clever. Beck was smart. Archer couldn't get there. And the USA might have ended Clarence's chance at a premiership.
That's a big call early, Tubes. There's a lot of ball game left for mine.
Yeah, but it's all about mental headspace, isn't it? If you need 3 goals to win, which is what I think they need to get at least 2 and then 1 in front to just have a little bit of area when you've only kicked 3 for the game. That's a head battle.
Oh, I'm just surprised after in the Rezzies when the margin was 50 points, you were saying it was a live game. As this one's doubled to centre-half forward in the Murgatroyd direction. That the line is held back there by Rose. Clears it wide. Here's Lockley charging to the football. She's caught over the shoulder in the umpire's estimation, and she immediately charges headlong into a little bit of traffic. Got the kick away though. Fell the way of Lancaster. Lancaster searching for Ryan. Mark Spilt might invite Ryan in. The high up and under kick. This won't be 15. Michael gets it. Was that over the shoulder? No, says the umpire. Knowles wrestling with Beck. And they'll fight out a draw. It'll be tossed up inside the forward 50.
So ball up about 25, 30 metres out, directly in front of goal for the Tigers. Devine wins it down. Wagner, Lang. She's so elusive. Gave a handball back to Dalco. She got it back. Went to her knees, did Lang, but managed to bounce up quickly. Wheels around. Pops it into a dangerous spot. Michael going back with a flight. Took a courageous mark. Angle is a little tough here. Bit of a breeze working against her, so it might take a best. She gives it off to Lang. Lang's a beautiful kick, and Lang goes bang and might have said goodnight to the Roos.
Might have just had her name engraved on that best on ground medal too. Matilda Lang with that. My goodness, what a performance she's put on. They're 14 points clear. That could be a dagger of a goal.
Oh, you've changed your tune.
It's now 4 goals they need, apparently. And I said it could be. As Matilda Lang, who has been dominant through the middle, and a little shush celebration too. Clarence need a response quickly. Murgatroyd in the middle. Webster trying to bust clear, got the kick away, but the umpire's whistle had sounded already. So Murgatroyd and Devine. Murgatroyd wins it down. Eggers hands to the football. Anderson just soccers it away from her and follows up. Can't quite gather cleanly. Sliding in Sakina. Tossed up again.
Three unanswered goals for the Tigers. The handball was Scoopy out towards Bree Oates. She's trapped with it, just dropped it. Great tackle, Agnes Sakina. Sakina looks up. Her kick into a dangerous area. Devine flew high. Michael got one. Here's Josie Rose, who gets a nice shepherd from Dalco. Goes towards Ryan. Beautiful work by Edmonds, who takes the mark at centre-half-back.
So chip it wide for Wagner, who's got Clark peeling off into space on the wing. Instead, we'll go more centrally for Webster and just overcooked it slightly. Found its way through to Eggers. Palms one off and then tries to shape the kick towards the half-forward line. Mitchell bodying up with Knowles. Support arrives from Edmonds. Knowles flicks it back over her head to Edmonds. Webster just pitched ahead of her and Lang just shoves her out of bounds. And he tossed in just inside the forward 50. The Tigers just reasserted control of this game after Clarence got on top in that third term, took the lead. Been a strong response from them. Volleyed out of the air by Murgatroyd. Beck on hands and knees, fed it out to Michael. Might have been taken without the football. Kick through towards Devine. They tumble it wide. Charging out after this one is Lockley. Worked it inside to Eggers, who's run down, and a great Ella Wagner tackle. Not for the first time today. She wins the holding of the ball for her side.
Wagner has the ball at half-back. Has a long lead from Limbrick. She goes in that direction. through her fingertips to Michael. Preshaw gave a handball in hope. Out it comes here now for Waller. She can't get hold of it. Murgatroyd will kick off the ground and out on the full. Priscilla Odwago to take the free kick. Josie Rose sliding across, just trying to get a few extra stats here, Jose. Josie Rose. Oh, that's going to be negative Supercoach points, Josie.
Just hooked it.
The old hook foot of Josie Rose. So, Maisie Clark looks up, has Ava Reid on a lead. And how about the respect? Looks like Perry King's got a bit of a sore hamstring, and that's a great mark to Limbrick. Maybe we went a little early with our call.
Well, you definitely did. As Jacinta Limbrick can cut the margin back to 8 points. 9 minutes, 40 remaining on the clock. Time enough if they're good enough, but they have to nail this one.
Jacinta Limbrick, usually a magnificent kick. A captain's goal is what they need. Can they get it? She's missed. Don't put that on me.
That's a big, big miss. So the star Limbrick, but that one they needed to have. It has been tough to get up this end of the ground. It was a pretty good look. Devine under pressure. Dwogo now. Worked it over the top to Sakina, who charges away from Anderson. Did well, Anderson, to run it down, impact the kick, and they'll take back over on centre wing.
Yeah, great effort, Anderson. To see some of the faithful of the Tigers in the George Miller stand.
Murgatroyd with a strong pair of hands, has no time to waste. Punches it across to Clark, good vision. Can Clark reel it in? She can't. Lockley closed in, just went off the ground in the direction of Limbrick. Couldn't gather cleanly, Limbrick, and now it's locked to her by Dwogo. Able to force a stoppage. You feel if there any chance they need a goal here, Tubes?
Yeah, this has been a really entertaining game. 13 points the margin. Dwogo won it down. Limbrick over the footy. Dalco all over Limbrick. It pops out to Ava Reid. She's jumped on by a couple, including Matilda Lang. We'll see another ball up. Reid. Rushed away by Verdale. Dalco. Might have been a chuck. It was. They need to be quick. Rachel Archer ends up getting it back to Ivory. They've got numbers back everywhere, the Tigers. Big fly, big numbers at the pack. Josie Rose comes out with it. Trapped by Limbrick. Maybe enough pressure on it. Out it comes now. Anderson throws it on the boot. There's a number of Tigers around the footy. Reid at the back, couldn't gather the footy. Gee, diving on it. I think that was Ivory that went through. It was. She's a little sore. We'll see a ball up.
They had numbers flooded back everywhere. I reckon 6 Tigers flew for the same ball there as it came inside 50. They're trying to hold on. Clarence need a goal. Ava Reid looking to get to work. Lang brought down by Reid. The umpire will toss it up. The two young superstars going head to head there. Reid, can she conjure some magic here? Ava Reid snaps offline. Wasn't far away. Even 2 goals.
Well, now they only need 2 goals, so I changed my mind. It's game on. 7 minutes to go. Josie Rose will send a cannon out from full back. Verdale went there. Beck got a boot to it. Eggers couldn't quite gather. Webster got a handball up to her opposition. And Lang. Archer scooped up a handball. Back to Webb. Wagner rather. And now the mark taken by Verdale.
So Verdale will just steady things down here at half back, run a few seconds. Murgatroyd closes it down, heads wide with the kick, bounces back towards Eggers. Eggers better to Sakina. Sakina from a standing start lofts it forward. Mitchell has 3 to beat, but you wouldn't rule her out beating him. Archer just had a fumble. Mitchell stripped her of the ball. Umpire says hold. It lingers. A free kick going the way of Archer. And Archer, with no time to waste, just tumbles a punt down the middle of the ground towards Murgatroyd. Might spill the way of Wagner. Brilliant tackle, Badow, but they kept it moving towards Preshaw. Adwogo now for the Tigers. Brought it under a spell, worked it across to Waller. 2-on-1, great hand in there from Dalco. And now Lang looks to spring free. One way, then the other. Got the handball back to Waller. That was composed play. Kick towards the forward line of Lancaster. Archer got nothing on the kick. Lockley's kick charged down. Anderson tried to crash through. Got caught. Got to be ball. Is ball.
I love Matilda Lang doing the umpire's signals too there as well. It was brilliant off the ball by someone who just loves footy. So Sakina will take the kick at half forward. Sends the ball down towards Georgie Bailey. Comes through. Oh, pops up for Molly Mitchell. There's the sealer. Molly Mitchell loves it. And the Tigers get even closer to their dream premiership.
That'll be the sealer. Molly Mitchell does what Molly Mitchell does best. That is kick goals. And she might just have sealed this one now. 18 points to the margin. Surely not enough time left now. Just got it in deep. It fell out the back. Archer, who's just battled so hard all day, despairingly tried to bring it down, but there was no stopping Mitchell. And that's surely the sealer for the Tigers. The gripping grand final. Clarence have thrown everything they've had at them. But the Tigers are going to prevail. So they look to take it out of the middle via Michael here. Pre-short, just threw that one up. Got away with it. Lancaster slapped it on the boot, drives it deep towards Bailey. Bailey knocks it on. Edmonds fighting on with her. Tries to take it away. Lancaster back in there for the Tigers. And she'll lock it in. Force the stoppage. 3.5 to play. They're going to be premiers, the Tigers. They've been this side for most of the year in what's been a pretty tight 3-way battle in the league all season long between these two and North Hobart. But the Tigers, just as the year wore on, they emerged as the team to beat. They got them in week 1 of the finals, and they're going to do it again. I'll tell you what, Matilda Lang's addition for this finals campaign, boy, has that been an injection.
Yeah, how lucky are they to be able to flick the switch and put Matilda Lang in. Oh, that kick's going untoward. Lockley, who's been excellent today. You could go across the list of Kingborough Tigers today and say, yep, you've done your job. But this particular player, Jade Lockley, has been excellent all day. She'll play on. Inside forward 50. Oh, Bailey came from a few deep. Cleared kick by the Roos. It's coming straight back though. Oh, Sakina got in the way there. They should have been talking there, Tess Waller and Sakina. They won't matter, because they currently lead by 18 points. A few come on Tigers in there. Preshaw and Michael. Michael threw it up to Beck. Beck got it out to Lockley. Lockley goes to the player of the series, I reckon, as Lang goes forward. And Bailey takes the mark. I couldn't tell you what foot Matilda Lang kicks with. She's been on both feet all contest.
She is a star.
Georgie Bailey for her second goal after kicking the first of the game. Goes bang! And they come from everywhere.
The celebrations are starting early at North Hobart. The Tigers are going to be premiers in the SFL Women's Premier League. Bailey bangs through another year she's had.
I don't want to say I told you so, but I said this about 8 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago.
I just found it remarkable given your work in the earlier game, Tubes. It's quite the change in tune.
You've got to make something out of these games that might be a bit of a blowout injury calling, but let's take nothing away from this football side. They've been excellent all day. They've been excellent all year. They're playing the right footy at the right time of the year too.
They were tested by the Roos. Came at them in quarter number 3, took the lead, responded late, and they've been pretty dominant in this final quarter. They've had the answers. Wagner's handball straight to Lang, who you'd have to say is going to be firmly in the best of ground medal conversations. Matilda Lang, what a performance.
Well, you can, look, like I said before, you can go through the list. I think Sakina has been excellent. Eggers, very good. In the early stages, Perry King was fantastic too. Jade Lockley, Molly Mitchell's got a couple of goals. Georgie Bailey's got a couple of goals to her name. Lancaster kicked one of the all-time great grand final goals. But Matilda Lang right on cue.
And Lancaster might put the cherry on top of the cake, or she'll set up Bailey to do just that. She can go back after the siren and kick another one to cap off a premiership year for the Tigers. The year of the Tiger. In the SFL Women's Premier League, Bailey, nobody has kicked more goals than her this year. And she adds another for good measure. It's the Tigers by 30 points. Bailey gets her third, and the Tigers celebrate the flag.
8-8-56, they defeat Clarence 3-8-26. Goal kickers for the Tigers, 3 to Georgie Bailey, 2 to Molly Mitchell, and 1 to Lindsay Beck and Macy Lancaster.
Great victory for the Kingborough Tigers in the end. Pretty dominant margin. 30-point victors. Clarence headed them in the third quarter. Took the lead. The Tigers knew they were in a game, but they hit back strongly. They run out 5-goal winners to the Tigers. They kicked the last 6 goals of the game. Storm to a 30-point victory. There's Perry King. The race against time to be out there after that late season hamstring injury. Look, the joy on her face. Delighted to be back out there. What a star of Tasmanian football Perry King has been. She was very good out there today. Set the tone early. It was one of many teammates who put in quality showings. There's Matilda Lang, what an inclusion she was. Tubes Taylor down there trying to grab an interview. He'll have someone lined up in a second. It's a pretty joyful, exuberant playing group, the Tigers. It is party mode for Kingborough. Pure exuberance. Looks like Chief Taylor has got Molly Mitchell ready for an interview.
Well, Molly Mitchell, how does that feel? Premiers 3 times trying and you've done it.
Amazing. We worked so hard to get here, so to be able to finish it off and actually get the win, it feels incredible. These girls have worked so hard. Our coach is amazing. Everyone, it's just incredible. Thank you so much.
Unbelievable. A couple of goals to your name, but Matilda Lang in the middle, what does she mean to your side?
Sensational. For such a young aged player, she will be honestly dominant in the years to come. Incredible.
The girls just getting around Jodie Mather there. What does she mean to you?
Oh, Jodie's just like, I've never had a coach quite like her. She's incredible. Her knowledge is just, it's so out there. So to be able to thank her and celebrate her is just, it's honestly, it's an honour. It's an honour to be coached by her.
What does it mean for you to win your premiership with the Tigers?
Oh, up the Tigers!
There we go, Molly Mitchell. Let's go, Perry King over here. Perry King, congratulations, a premiership for you. First up, how are you feeling? There was talk that you weren't going to make it into this game.
Yeah, look, it was tight. Decision making, obviously tore the hammy, so it's pretty bad, but I knew if I rehab right and the girls, if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have got through it. So it means a lot that I even got to wear the jumper today. So yeah, I'm really pleased.
What does this premiership mean to you?
My God, it means the world. You don't get to play in many, so I don't think it's a feeling what's ever going to be topped, and we obviously had a bit of a heartbreak last year, but this year we couldn't do it again, so I'm so pleased.
1 point the margin at three-quarter time. What did Jodie Mather say to you at three-quarter time?
We need to settle it and play our footy. We got a bit scrambled there, but we wanted it more today than ever, so that's what got us over the line.
Well, we need to keep moving to get to the presentations. Congratulations, Perry King. There we go. Let's find it. Jodie Mather, come with me. Let's walk towards the presentations. I've got Jodie Mather here, the coach. What does that mean to you, Jodie?
Oh, third time lucky. Finally we got here, Tubes.
What did you say at three-quarter time?
Well, we know what it feels like to lose too, so I basically called on the girls to dig in, and our key focus today was hard work and teamwork, and I think we really nailed that in the last.
Clarence came at you. They were really talented. They came at you in that third term. They're a talented side. What do you got to say about them?
Oh, they've been the benchmark all year. They've got a really great style of footy, and we knew we'd have to bring our best today, and we had to throw everything at them to get over the line.
I'm going to ask you what you think about a few players today. Matilda Lang.
Oh, I don't think we're going to see much of Matilda Lang at the Tigers, which is really disappointing because she's got the brightest football career ahead of her. She's an absolute star.
Molly Mitchell.
Oh, they don't call her Mitchell Magic for nothing. She knows how to turn it on in the big moments.
Well, Jodie Mather, you're a premiership coach again, this time with the Kingborough Tigers. Congratulations.
Thanks, Juice.
We'll hand over to Brent Costello, the Master of Ceremonies now, for the official presentations.
Looks like we're just going to have a brief moment before we'll throw down to Brent Costello. The players just moving up towards the Horry Orange stand into the ground for the presentation. David O'Byrne there with Brent Costello. Official proceedings not too far away. It's an exuberant Tigers bunch out there. It is as happy a playing group as you've seen. They've tasted heartbreak over the past couple of seasons. North Hobart so strong across recent years, but this year, redemption for the Tigers, and you can see what it means to them. And thoroughly deserved victory. It was 1 point the difference. It was anyone's game at three-quarter time. 5 goals to none in the final term. They absolutely stood up and are very much deserving victors. Nice to see Jade Lockley there. Very happy she was an important part of that forward 50.
It's time now to begin the presentation ceremony for the 2025 SFL Premier League Women's Grand Final. Congratulations to this season's premiers, the Kingborough Tigers. Firstly, I'd like to invite Gary Dunn to present today's umpires' medals.
Thanks, Brent. As I said earlier, congratulations to both teams and to the SFL board for supporting umpiring as much as they have this year, and to our coaches, an excellent job with the umpires. So congratulations to today's umpires, our field umpire Leith Dickens, Riley Stevenson, Hamish Johnson, our boundary umpires George Jeffrey, Jerry Horn and Luke Mears. And our goal umpires Josh Glover and Mia Colquhoun, and emergency Melanie Best. Thanks, Brett.
Thanks, Gary, and a big thanks to the umpires for the tremendous role they play in our game. It's now my pleasure to invite Jess Wushner to come forward to present today's Jess Wushner Medal for Best on Ground in the Grand Final. And this year's winner is Matilda Lang from the Kingborough Tigers. Congratulations, Matilda. Well, it wasn't their day today, but I'd like to invite the coach of this season's runners-up, Dean Webster from Clarence, to say a few words. Thank you, Dean.
Well, I just want to congratulate Jody. It's been a couple of years you've been runner-up, and today you really did deserve it. Your pressure and that around the ball was unbelievable, and we couldn't get our game going. So that takes a bit of coaching to do that. So well done, Jody, and well deserved on your premiership. So well done. To our girls, a really good year. We played a really good brand of footy. We wanted to play a brand that people wanted to come and watch. Just unfortunately today we couldn't get it going, but that's okay. We'll go back and work hard and make sure we're back here next year. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Dean, and congratulations to the Roos on a fantastic season. It's now my pleasure to invite Andy Smith to come forward to present the Andy Smith Medal to winning premiership coach from the Tigers, Jody Mather.
First of all, I'd like to thank Clarence for the game today. You guys have been the benchmark all season. Dean, Erin, you've got the group really well drilled, and we knew that we'd have to fight hard for a win today. To our club, Dan, the board, thank you for all that you do to make footy possible for us. To our sponsors, Cripps, Mercury, Alan at Channel Marine, you really get behind the women's program, and we're so appreciative of that. This win is the culmination of a lot of work from a lot of people, none more so than Brad Willis, who has been such a strong advocate of female footy at Tigers, and we're so grateful for him, and it's so good to have him here today. To our girls, I couldn't be prouder right now. We've worked really hard for it, and you guys, your last quarter was amazing. It was all that I've asked for. So I'm sure it's going to be a big couple of days. Yeah, let's go Tigers.
Thanks very much, Jody. It's now my pleasure to welcome Chris Jackson from the SFL to present the winners' medals and premiership caps to the winning team. And Jody, we'll get you to do the honours.
Priscilla Odwogo.
Couldn't be happier to do this.
Molly Mitchell. Jade Lockley. Macy Lancaster. Josie Rose. Matilda Lang. Imogen Vidal. Michaela Absalom. Chantel Eggers. Agnes Sakina. Holly Ryan. Georgie Bailey. Taylor Crack. Emma Abrahams. Maddie Devine. Tilly Dowco. Lucy Dowco. Ella Wall. Liv McKee. Tess Verla. Liv Johnson. Lindsay Beck. Amber Bumford. Erica McIntosh. Haley Dove. Rose Michael. Shelby Leonard, our team manager. James Lang, assistant coach. And our co-captains, Perry King and Hayley Baldwin.
It's now my pleasure to invite SFL President David O'Byrne to present the Premiership Cup to the 2025 SFL Premiers, the Kingborough Tigers.
Well, they get there in the end, the Kingborough Tigers, after 3 times trying. They are victorious in season 2025, and rightfully so. They were playing the best footy at the best time of year, and they run out victors by a significant margin of 30 points. Best on ground, Matilda Lang was outstanding all throughout the game. And that wraps up season 2025 in the Hobart Airport SFL for Banjo's Bakery Premier League Women's. Your premiers are the Kingborough Tigers. And that's all she wrote. My name's Tubes Taylor on behalf of the team here at Creative Imagery and Andrew Cooling. We'll catch you at the footy. Bye for now. Men's coming up next. A very good afternoon and welcome to North Hobart Oval for the Hobart Airport SFL Premier League Grand Final. Tubes Taylor with you, along with Andrew Cooling. And we've got a beauty in front of us. Lauderdale take on Clarence in the final game of the season. We're going to get ready with the national anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea, our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australian fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia.
Well, there we go. We're fired up. We're ready to go for this Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final. Some Muppets bought a siren, and don't you love to see it? My name's Tubes Taylor. A pleasure to have your company from wherever you are. Yeah, someone's got an someone's got a trumpet down in the crowd, around to the right-hand side of the broadcast area. My name's Tubes. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Andrew Cooling is here as well. Good afternoon to you.
Bombers air raid siren, I think, Tubes. Making a bit of a home ground feel. Nominally a home final, really, as the top-ranked side, but at the home of football for this one. And really looking forward to bringing this contest to you. The Lauderdale Bombers up against Clarence. But Clarence has been 15 years since their last senior flag, back in the year 2010 for Lauderdale. It's been a very long drought. 1991, the year I was born, was the last time the Bombers won a senior flag, looking to break a 34-year drought. And boy, are they well positioned for it. They've been the dominant side in the competition this year. They're 5 from 5 against the Roos, but both recent meetings have been pretty close battles. They know they're going to have to earn it. Clarence more than capable.
Well, it's well known the amount of players that Clarence lost over the off-season, Andrew Cooling. It's a big number of players that they've lost, but to get 5 teams in their 5 senior competitions into grand finals, that's a huge effort. Let's go to the boundary side because we got Daxie Gray down there. Daxie, how's it feeling boundary side?
It feels great. We're not going to get the Savage Merch blimp in the air, but they're saying 13 degrees, but it's actually really lovely here. I've probably got 3 more layers on than I need.
Of course, you are here thanks to Savage Merch, and we will cross to you all throughout the afternoon. Thanks, Dan Gray. We'll come back to you a little bit later on. Andrew Cooling, you've been watching these sides all year. Lauderdale, clearly the best side in the competition, lost 1 game to Glenorchy randomly in the season, but they've dominated. How do you see this playing out?
If they play their best, they'll win today. I think they've got so much firepower. That forward line is absolutely stacked. Noah Holmes, Jordan Lane, of course, the talisman Sam Siggins. He's the one Clarence are really going to need to stop. He's taken over big games before. It's perfect conditions for him. Clarence, look, they've approached these games against Lauderdale with a distinct style to play keepings off, to play controlled football, to try and move them around, to try and use their leg speed. Conditions pretty good to try and do that. And they've been able to do it successfully for 3 quarters in both the round 15 and qualifying final matchups. But in the final terms, Lauderdale just had a bit too much for them. Can Clarence sustain it for 4 quarters today, or will the cream rise to the top once again? They kicked 7 goals in the space of 10 minutes of the final term in the round 15 clash. Scores were level at 3-quarter time in the qualifying final before a 14-point win for the Bombers. So it's just, can they stick at it a little longer today? That's going to be their avenue to upset. But we know they can match it with them, certainly for 3 quarters. Can they do it for 4? That's the big question, Chips.
Fletcher Hooker already getting stuck into Baxter Norton. The Bombers will kick to the left of screen. Just waiting for the 6-6-6 to get started. Little push and shove in the back line. Tate Winter getting involved. This game is about to get started. It's Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final time of the Premier League. Take it away, Andrew Cooling.
So Andrew Phillips and Max Mapley to meet in the middle as we're underway in the decider, and Mapley gets the better of Phillips with the first hit out. Falls the way of Hanslow, who'll send the ball forward for the Roos. Looking there for Millwood and Colin Garland. He's into the team today. Could he make an immediate impact? Got tackled off his kick. Bell Chambers handles it across, and now they'll exit defensive 50 as Jordan Lane works up the field. The big man on a searching lead. Blackburn calling for it. Further afield, instead he'll just stab a little short one to Tom Ratcliffe. He guides it into the corridor, just a bit too much on it for Williams, seized upon by Josh Green, goes looking for Garland, has two to beat, and he beats them both! Colin Garland's into the side and immediately making an impact.
Well, that's the benefit of having someone who's played AFL slipping into your team, isn't it? 2-on-1 against one of the best defenders in Tane Suki. He handballs off quickly to Green, and Green's been around the corner for a goal.
Oh, what a start for the Roos. That'll get them up and about, and that is the big difference from that qualifying final. The Bombers welcome back Bryce Walsh, so their engine room gets a boost there, but Colin Garland just giving him another target, and a big, mature body inside 52. We like the prospects, the likes of Millwood and Mapley and Hay, but they're all very young. Just having that experience of Garland is going to be a big asset for the Roos, and we saw that there.
No doubt Grant Fagan's talked about that in the lead up to this game, about getting Garland back, who handballs off to another man with AFL experience in Josh Green to get the goal, to get things underway. Mapley and Phillips go again. Mapley wins it down authoritatively. Phillips fell over. Sutton runs back with a footy. He's collected by Bealey. And we will see a ball up. That was actually Glover that tackled him. Phillips fisted that one a long way away. Gapin gathered with the ball. Through came Mitch Rainbird. We'll see a ball up. Crowd starting to build here, Andrew Cooling. A couple of thousand in the gates. I've been here since 6:30. It's a rough day. Out the back now. McGuinness. Trapped with the footy. It's picked up by Ratcliffe. He sends it forward, but it's chopped off nicely by Baxter Norton. Norton's kick into the pocket. Slips in there, does James Bealey, and he'll take the free from full back.
So Bealey stabs it short. Sutton called to play on, so he springs to his feet and guides it wide to Josh McGuinness. Another experienced customer in this Bombers outfit. A bright start by Clarence here, taking it up to the minor premiers as McGuinness kicks in the Blackburn direction. He'll get a free kick for a hold there, 60 Blackburn. So a chance for the Bombers to go forward for the first time today, but Blackburn shanks it horribly, really makes Williams work for it, and Glover wraps him up. And just a nervy little start to this one from the Bombers. Clarence bringing the heat, causing a few errors. Phillips been beaten in the first couple of rucks. He was just going to volley that one up in the air. Now charging through was Rainbird as it's back in there. Combative stuff from Rainbird. Spirals one towards Oliver. Now Siggins working up towards the football. Some support arriving from Chile, but Baxter Norton turns out of trouble. Goes looking for Glover on the wing. Ball springs up and the handball to Hanslow. Hanslow with time to assess his options. Garland presents short. Didn't want to take it. Instead looked one over the top to Green. And Bell Chambers with a great tackle. Play on. Fell the way of Hay. Phillips shut down his squaring ball. Now Bell Chambers has time just to assess his options. That's a risky one. He found Hooker. It was an option laced with risk, but they pulled it off. And the kick is just too sharp for Cam Hooker. Jeez, it's been a nervy opening few minutes, this from the Bombers.
I just feel like the sense of expectation might have just got onto the Bombers. Don't worry, they'll settle. They'll find their rhythm. But Clarence here, coming with no expectations, seemed to have the better of it early in the stages of this grand final. Ball in at centre wing. Mapley wins it down. Goes back here. Gapin. Gives off the handball to Gapin. They're two different Gapins. Turner to Gapin. To Hanslow. Hanslow gives it out to Harper, and Turner couldn't keep it in. Just seem to be finding a little bit more space here at North Hobart Oval. Of course, they played on it last Sunday. A quick sort of turnaround, the shorter turnaround to what they're used to. but the benefit of playing on here is only going to mean good things for Clarence.
So back into play, half forward for the Roos. Phillips won that one down to Harper, and then Rainbird climbs on top of him.
See that little throw in there, lads? I think there's a bit of a northeasterly favouring the Clarence end, and I think the positive there is that bit of defensive play from Lauderdale, led by Bell Chambers, was epic.
As the Roos look to attack through Paprotny, Rainbird brings him down, a former Roo. The other end of the ground looks like Blake Harper, the man with the big job on Sam Siggins. Toughest assignment in football in this league. Big job for Harper. Ball hasn't got down there yet for the Bombers, though. Phillips looking to change that. Heaves it out of the middle. Philpott swung a fist at it. Here he is, Harper. Could he hit him back the other way? Harper straightens up, unloads from 45 and kicks a ripping goal. Blake Harper runs off Siggins and thumps through the Roos second. This is a perfect start for the underdogs. They're up and about, Tubes Taylor.
Well, you called it beautifully. Blake Harper off the half-back line. The ball came into the middle. He just ran the beeline. He just ran straight line footy, and grand finals are won like that. How about the finish too? From just inside 50, just to ease it easy, straight through the middle. Beautiful stuff. What are you seeing boundary line? Thanks to Savage Merch.
I just saw Bryce Walsh head off the interchange bench. That's a great sign for Bombers fans. The hot start from the Roos.
Coming back from injury. Blake Harper getting the goal there for Lauderdale. They lead by 12 points. Tackle here, maybe a little high. It'll be a free kick going the way of Hooker. Has he got his boots on today? He wheels around. Right foot shoe into the path of Siggins, who holds the man off with one hand, and with the other one, he just jukes in the Clements Mitre 10 Sharon.
He won't have been happy at Harper running off him and kicking a goal at the other end. He will want to just wipe that out immediately and just settle his side here, Sam Siggins. That was pure strength. Good ball too from Fletcher Hooker.
So Sam Siggins has never won a senior premiership, has been by far and away the best player in Tasmania for a number of years. And he comes. The Lauderdale favourite son gets very close to the man on the mark. He's just fading across the face of goal from behind.
So first score for the Bombers. Clarence leading by 11 points. A sharp start here. 2025 SFL Premier League Grand Final. Norton just pulls the kick slightly. Drifting in from the side. A lovely mark there from Harper, and they'll work it down the line to Glover. Lovely ball movement this from the Roos. Glover played a starring role to send them in next week. That could be a hold on Garland. Umpire says play on. Garland then driven into the turf, and he's pinged holding the ball. Bell Chambers gets the free kick.
Just got caught in two minds there, Colin Garland. As Bell Chambers rebounds the footy, looking for Dolliver. Dolliver with a fist on the footy. And Hanslow happy to see it across the line.
Very Garland conscious there. I think the ball drop was favouring Lauderdale, but they chose to take Garland out, and it almost cost them dearly.
That's Dan Gray on the boundary side for Savage Merch. Punched down by Hay. Little handball out from Hooker, got to Phillips. Phillips sends a handball that's almost as good as a kick, looking for Blackburn. There's Bryce Walsh giving a little handball together. Bealey gave it back. Walsh got himself into trouble as Harper arrives. That is the Jared variety of Harper, and we'll see a ball in.
Clarence bringing the heat around the ball early on here in the grand final. It's been a fast start for the Roos, looking to provide the boil over against the Bombers outfit who have lost just once. Wynn takes a hold of that throw. Tilly flicked it over the top with some vision, and now they'll drive it towards Dolliver, who stretches and marks. He's got Siggins one-on-one. That's where he'll head. Wasn't the best kick to his advantage, though. Siggins gets it, tried to handball it back inside. It was shut down. Just not quite the service Sammy Siggins was after there. One-on-one, give him a chance to mark it.
And if they're conscious of Garland in the defensive 50, Clarence in their defensive 50 are really conscious of Sam Siggins.
Toss back into play. Hay and Holmes. Holmes against his former side. Just dropped it in there. Walsh and Rainwood burrowing in. One of the few Roos players who made the switch across to the Bombers in the off-season. Rainbird matched up with Riley Johnston there. Hay just outpoints him, but Rainbird swoops and snaps and just misses.
It's Rainbird, his first attack on goal. Umpires just get to come back. Not sure what that was for. I think because Harper was in the square, so Ollie Preshaw will take the kick. I'd be keeping it as far away from Noah Holmes as possible as Jasper Hay. It's pushed under the footy. Tilly gets tackled nicely. It was almost a forward roll there. We'll see a ball up. How many people do you think are here, Dan Gray?
4,289.
4,289. That's the official tally from Savage Merch as the ball goes inside forward 50. Chopping it off though, Ollie Preshaw floats across. He'll transfer the play to Harper. Harper looks up. There's a little bit of movement, but not a lot to kick to. So he'll head back out the far wing towards Josh Green. He took the mark. Nicely done in front of James Bealey. Green plays on quickly. That's a good kick. It'll work out for Hay. Hay made it look better than it was, in fact, and now Glover inside forward 50, pushed under the footy. McGuinness takes the mark in defensive 50.
So Josh McGuinness drive this one in the Phillips direction. Phillips spills one you'd expect him to take, recovers, makes the tackle on Hay, but just lingered a little long, and the umpire pings him for a hold. So
that was a frustration tackle, I reckon.
Frustrating start for Big Phillips. We know what a star he is, but it hasn't been the best start to the contest for him, as this one's driven deep. Garland there, so too is Mapley. Couldn't complete the mark and triples out of play. So Clarence on the attack here. See Josh McInnes is a young lad on the sideline there, supporting the father. You'll love to see it, and it's a good crowd in for this one. Garland and Phillips lock up. Green hits the pad, hits the deck. Bealey flicks it out. Winter. Green climbs on top of him. Will be tossed up again. That Bealey and Green matchup is going to be a fascinating battle. Garland whacks it down. Swooping on it. Cooney snapping across the face, and it's just offline.
You just feel like they're working it nicely, Clarence, right now. They won't be able to stop, though. That's the thing. This pressure's got to be on all day. As McGuinness to bring the ball out from fullback, as he's done so often for his beloved Lauderdale Bombers. Goes long, looking for Lane, and it's forced across the line for a boundary throw-in. Phillips and Mapley to do battle. Harper's got a job here. Through with pace came Shaw. Hooker and the handball over the top. And a push in the back. Bryce Walsh, who's been here since 6:30 a.m. this morning. That is a fact. I saw him here when I got here. His kick, not great. Chopped off by Hanslow. They've got numbers back, have the Bombers. So now Hanslow gets called to play on. He's long roost in the path of Green. Green did well, but the ball just bounced away from him. Now a chance for Cooney. Cooney got a handball inboard, but the boundary line beats them all.
So midway point of the opening term. Clarence, the only 2 goals of the contest. And just tightening up a tad. Mapley competing well with Phillips early on, but Phillips won that one down. Clarence will go forward though. Sent him towards Banks, crashing through. There's Tilly. Fired a handball out to McGuinness. Under pressure, he's able to work it back to Williams, whose kick is too wide for Walsh. And it's out of bounds on the full, so Harper can take back over here for Clarence. Experienced Jared Harper. Cooney presenting short. That's ignored. He'll instead drive it into the pocket. Garland working his way there. Hay was there too. Flew at the football off hands and out of play.
Last week we called that prelim final, Andrew Cooling, and we saw Oscar Paprotny turn it on in that last half in particular. I haven't called his name yet.
It's been a quiet start, hasn't it? He was dominant in that final term. There's some improvement there for the Roos. They've started the game well. Perhaps some more to offer there. Plenty of Lauderdale players will be thinking they can lift as well. It's tossed up once again. Hay and Phillips. Phillips won it down, looking for Ratcliffe. Coming through was Hooker. Did it nicely, Hooker. The kick towards the contest is intercepted by Philpott.
So Philpott will take the kick from centre wing. Took the mark easily in the end. Really clogged up forward line. So decides to go long into the path of Lockie Davey. But the kick just a little wide to Davey's right-hand side. And we'll see a ball in. Shaw's got that job on Paprotny. There's the peanut gallery. Probably take that Hawthorn top off, wouldn't you, after last night? See a boundary throwing. Ratcliffe got his handball only as far as Green. Now Paprotny. Green might have been held off the footy. And he'll get a free kick. So Josh Green.
He's already kicked one.
Yeah, he has.
And he is as reliable as they come, Josh Green. He's had another brilliant season. League best and fairest. Former Brisbane Lion and Essendon Bomber.
Here he comes. The little champ. William Leach medalist. He likes it off the boot. Green's got a couple. And the Roos extend their lead to 17 points.
Well, they've started very brightly, and Josh Green has his tail up. Dangerous confidence player. He is really looking dangerous inside the forward 50. He has two of the opening three. They've jumped him here, Clarence. The underdogs on an ideal start. Lauderdale haven't really fired a shot thus far. Siggins moves into the ruck. Needs some impact from their key movers. A dream start this has been from the Roos. We know Lauderdale are going to hit back at some point. But the underdogs couldn't have scripted a better opening than this. Siggins out of the middle. Gets his kick around the corner. Johnston chasing after it. Blackburn will apply the pressure, but he got the handball over the top to Gapin, who just guides it down the line to Paprotny. Paprotny sends it up towards the half-forward line. Getting a hand up, it spilled out the back. An opportunity here perhaps for Davey to get to work. Couldn't get free of Williams. Executed a good tackle. Now Tilly looks to charge off half-back. Down the corridor towards Shaw. Broken up by Philpott. Handed out the back for Harper. Harper's handball shut down by Hooker. Now Blackburn applies some pressure. Hooker fed it out to Lane. Lane with a high ball. One-on-one. Big Noah Holmes. Couldn't quite reel it in. Freeshaw out the back. Landed across to Johnston. He'll stab it short and he'll find Hurd.
Hurd takes it and then almost runs himself into a bit of trouble. Gave off the handball to Harper. Harper goes further afield now. McGann's kick goes wide to Cooney, but it's punched away by the Butcher's boy Sutton for a boundary throw-in. What's the feeling boundary side, Dan?
Mate, I think you see a couple of different styles. Clarence are pretty fleet of foot. Lauderdale are a fraction slower, but I think if they keep chipping away at the contest, it'll even up. But she's a hot start.
Hot start footy is correct. This has been a free kick pulled out. Who's it going to? It's going to the Mapley of the Clarence Roos. Mapley at half-back has a long lead from Glover, but they've got back well, have the Bombers. Hooker arrived late. Here's a big fly from Hay. He went over the top. Rush kick forward again by the Roos. If this sits up for Green, this will be a gimme. He tapped it in. No, he didn't. It went over the line. Boundary throw-in.
Green almost there. He's certainly got the leg speed advantage. I wondered if the smaller North Hobart ground would work against the Roos in that regard, but it is showing up early on. As this one's Toss back into play. Hay and Siggins. Siggins won it down straight to Green, though. Worked it to Norton. Norton snaps it over his shoulder, and he's just offline. Nearly another one. There, Baxter Norton as Josh Green again having an impact inside the forward 50. He's running red hot to start this contest. The Bombers, who've dominated many of their games this year, got some work to do here at the moment.
Long kick from Bell Chambers, goes to centre wing. This is what can happen at North Hobart Oval. Johnston overzealous with the tackle, maybe. No free kick. Phil Pott ends up with a footy, and we'll see a ball up. Just forward to centre wing for the Roos. Siggins and Mapley. Siggins wins it down. Harper gets back, gives the handball off. Cooney spins out of trouble. Clever's touch. Goes over the top looking for Turner. Turner scoops one over the top to Davey. Bell Chambers attack the footy, but only as far as that man in Paprotny, who goes right down the throat of Hay. Bealey gets back. Now Turner gives off a handball, chopping it off as Suki. Suki's long kick making its way to centre wing. Hooker in some space. Gets a chance now, sends the ball long. McGann goes back with a flight. Here's a chance for Noah Holmes. He gets smashed in a tackle, maybe a little high. Play on was the call. Siggins with a fend off. Siggins with a bend, with the bounce, only as far as Harper. And he handballs over the top to Johnston.
Just didn't quite catch that one right, Sammy Siggins. As this one's cleared up to a 2-on-1. Sutton now trying to get free as Cooney wriggled his way out of there. Used Hurd, and now they've got the loose to overlap. Fired the handball back into Baxter Norton. He's charging down the wing. His handball over the top to Paprotny. High ball. Green peeling out the back. He wheels it in spectacular fashion, Josh Green. Oh, he's turning it on. Here's the late medalist here. Josh Green. Silky stuff. He opens up the angle and he snaps truly. They've got another. It's the Roos by 24 points, and Josh Green has 3 in the first term.
Wowee. That was just class. Josh Green, and the finish too. Let's forget about the mark. The finish as well was elite. He's looking around. He's confident, but never right off this Bombers side. 4-2-26. The Roos lead the Bombers zip 2-2. And we're at the 23-minute mark of the first term. Back in the middle. Hay got up high. Paprotny came through hard. He gathers the foot. He got a nice shepherd. Went out towards Gapin. Gapin looks up. He pops it over the top. Oh, that was courageous. Max Gapin should have got a free kick. Didn't. Now, McGuinness sells a little bit of candy. Sends it in the lane direction. McGann did really well. Went back with a flight. Read it best. Don't know how Max Gapin didn't get a free kick there. He's a little sore, a little ginger. Hay did well. Boundary line, ball in.
The strength of this Bombers outfit, you'd say generally they're tall marking players around the ground. Lane, Holmes, Phillips, Siggins. They're getting beaten in that area of the ground, and if they're not winning in that area, Clarence have the edge elsewhere. That's why it's 24 points when it's brought to ground and when it's open field. Clarence are always going to have the edge. They need to start winning these aerial contests. The Bombers, as they work it through Turner and Norton. He stabs it out there looking for Mapley. Suki across to wrap him up. Slings him round. Beautiful tackle, Tane Suki. Glover now jumps on it. Sutton on top of him. Cooney turns away from trouble. Handballs to the silky Baxter Norton. Norton driving it, looking for the Hanslow. Couldn't quite reel it in. Bell Chambers looking to carry away. The umpire's whistle had sounded a free kick the way of Winter. Relieve the building pressure. And he chips it sideways to McGuinness.
McGuinness from the back pocket. Real pressure on the Bombers as the kick goes towards Fletcher Hooker. Hanslow gets back. You can't do that, Tyson. It's a free kick to Fletcher Hooker. That's centre half back as Sam Tilley comes off for a spell. Hooker works the ball out wide, looking for Shaw. Shaw and Sutton got in the way of each other, but then made it look all right. Might have been a play. Sutton's kick Big high one down towards Siggins and co. Bottom of the pack, Paprotny wheels one around. Lux of Fortune. The man right there is Fraser Turner. He's got all the time in the world. So he goes down looking towards Millwood. And it's punched across the line for a boundary throw-in. "25 minutes gone in this first term. And if you'd have told me this, Andrew Cooling, that Clarence would be up by 24 points, 4 goals at quarter time, I'd have been very surprised.
It's been a fast start from the underdogs. Clarence second on the ladder in the regular season, 11 wins, 5 losses. The Bombers 15-1. One surprise slip up to Glenorchy, but perfect 5-0 against Clarence this year. But boy, are they taking it up to the minor premiers here today. Turn up first hands to McGuinness. Applies the tackle. They could really use a steadying goal before the quarter-time break as Phillips whacks it down over the top looking for Hooker, but Norton able to win it out for the Roos. Pitches ahead of Glover, turns into Phillips. Might have slung him without the football. It's got to be a free kick and is. Andrew Phillips' best start to the game. We're looking for a lift from him. We know the dominant player he can be. Here's Glover. Glover stabs it in. Garland taken down. Snap on goal. It's across the face. I thought Garland might have had claims for a free kick there. Nothing doing. Very easily have been a fifth there for the Roos. 3 minutes to go. This has been a mighty impressive start from Clarence.
Well, I don't know what is going on. It doesn't seem like Lauderdale can get any run. It doesn't seem like they can take any contested grabs. Phillips flew high. Blackburn at the bottom of the pack gets his handball out to Ratcliffe. Maybe now's the time as the ball works towards Siggins. Harper did well, but Siggins did better. He's a beautiful kick. He's got a long streaming Bryce Walsh in front of him. He's also got Jordan Lane. He's going to go back and have a shot, I think. Yep, he's decided he's going to have a shot. He's doing something weird here, Sam Siggins. He's wheeling around onto that right boot. He's just hopped up in the breeze, and it's gone about 35 metres. Bottom of the pack, big fly. That's a massive mark to Philpott.
Well, perhaps the other factor we're seeing is the wind there. Siggins wasn't confident from 50. As Norton was composed under pressure, blasts the kick out of there. Phillips works his way to the front, spiked it away. Cropney's handball straight to Phillips, who punches it right back in the lane direction. Couldn't quite trap it. Philpott got the handball away just in time. Ducking into trouble was Harper. It'll be tossed up.
Let's go boundary side to Dan Gray. Daxie, what's the breeze doing, please?
Mate, it's a little bit swirly now. I guess it's still heading towards the Roy Kazali stand, but that defensive mark there from Clarence will take some beating for mark of the day.
Rainbird just stripped of the footy and holding the ball. The work rate from Clarence around the ball has been first rate. They continue to win these 50-50 contests.
Philpott's been good down back, taking a couple of defensive grabs and then a nice defensive tackle. And unfortunately, the kick's let him down. And Phillips has it at centre wing. All players moving their way up into that forward half for the Bombers. Siggins will fly from the back. Philpott in again with a great fist. Oh, Sutton from the pocket. This will take a great kick. It's not going to get there. McGann gets pushed in the back. And Hooker bends it a little too far. Through for a behind.
So final minute here. The Bombers pushing for a late goal. In arrears by 24 points. Almost there. Mitchell Hooker. Good day for that family. 3 siblings out there in this Bombers outfit. As Norton clears defensive 50. It's a strong mark from Suki. He'll pump them right back in. Phillips wanted it short. Instead, he's going to head into the pocket. And it's a good ball too. It finds the leading lane, who can go back and try and settle things down for his side.
Yeah, McGann just got caught behind the play then. Just got a little bit ball watching. And this is a must kick with 34 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, big moment here in the game. The Bombers need something to take into the quarter-time break. Jordan Lane, can he deliver them a badly needed goal? He'll kick from 35 out, slight angle, and Lane nurses it through. That'll bring them to life. Lane gets the goal as the seconds tick towards the quarter-time siren. It'll be the last meaningful play of the quarter, you'd imagine. And there is something for them to take into the sheds.
Well, they needed that. I know that's an understatement, but they needed that. It was a real bunty sort of a kick, wasn't it? Almost off his shin. But it went through, and that's all that matters. Straight over the goal umpire's lid. And didn't he love it? In front of the Clarence faithful too. He turned around and gave him both barrels. But it's game on. This side is too good to stop. That's what I'm talking about. These fellas out here in the black and red stripes, they won't give up all game. There'll be 4 seconds to go before we get started on a break here. We'll get Dan Gray, Daxi, to go to the huddles to find out what's said, thanks to Savage Merch. It's quarter time here, and it's Clarence by 18 points. Lauderdale 139, trail Clarence 4-3-27. It's been a reasonable game of footy, Andrew Cooling.
Yeah, Clarence will be absolutely delighted with that start. They've done everything right. Josh Green has just been sensational. 3 goals in that first quarter. He tore the opening term apart, and that is the side's lead for Lauderdale. They get that goal before the break, gives them something to build into. Clarence, that quarter went about as well as it possibly can. We'll run the highlights of the first term here for you and see the Josh Green show. He put on an absolute clinic. Started with that one. Garland with a strong mark, just handed off to Green. That was the first of his 3 for the quarter.
Yeah, he did really well, didn't he? That's a cheeky one, just sniffing around Colin Garland's pockets and getting a cheap handball. Harper, he's going to be delighted with that, to get one against the Tide. When you're a backman like that, you're giving everyone high fives. It was beautiful. Josh Green again got a free kick, and didn't he get fired up too for some of the faithful, or the Lauderdale faithful. And then this one, beautiful mark, beautiful finish for the 4 goals for the term for the Roos. 3 of them went to that man right there, and then right in junk time, Jordan Lane got in the end of a interesting kick. It went inside forward 50 and then made no mistake and turned around and give them both barrels too. Rightio. What did you make of that, Andrew Cooley?
Well, Clarence very much had the game on their terms. I just wonder if these swirling, windy conditions are robbing Lauderdale of their greatest strength, which is their aerial marking power, their size. It's so tough to judge some of these balls as it's swirling around out there. Yeah. It's maybe helping the Clarence defenders win those contests. And if that's not an area where Lauderdale are getting on top of, you know the other areas of the game Clarence will. They're a faster team. They're a more mobile team. They play a really good possession style of game. The Bombers just need to start controlling the skies a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. As ironic as that sounds, or as pun intended as that might be, controlling the skies. It's currently being played on the ground by the Roos. Daxi Gray, where are you?
Right in the middle of it here, gentlemen, and the wind's picked right up, so hopefully that, well, Lauderdale will be hoping that that is to their benefit, but I think that they were just a little bit nippy, the Roos, and they just didn't quite settle the Bombers, but you expect a pretty big response here. I think that defensive play from Tane Suki just at the latter stages there was pretty critical. From my angle, I don't know what you saw upstairs, but the kick, something like Stephen Kernahan would produce, but there was that much space, which was really surprising on such a small ground. But yeah, expect a big response.
Yeah, I like how there's a fair crowd around the Lauderdale huddle too. If you look out to the broadcast right-hand side, there are so many kids here, Andrew Cooling. What they're doing right at the Lauderdale Bombers is their junior program, and it's run by a number of people out there. The name that comes to my mind is Nathan Churchill. He's done a heap of work out there. He's one of those blokes that just keeps putting into his footy club. A good North West Coast boy too. And let's not forget that Clarence have got 5 senior sides in 5 grand finals this weekend. That is an impressive effort.
Yeah, and look, I just love seeing the field mobbed by people. It's one of the great traditions of the game, isn't it? The quarter time, the halftime kick, the coming into the huddle to listen to the coach's speech. You just don't get that in other sports. It's stay off the arena there. I just love this. So everyone swarms there. The siren will sound and bang, they'll all make their way off. It's just a great part of it.
Everyone knows to get off the ground, don't they?
And they do.
It's great to see the kids here from the Lauderdale Footy Club down there. They got the socks on, they got the hats on. We've got Clarence Juniors here as well. This is what it's all about for me. But this game is well and truly on. It is an 18-point margin in favour of the Clarence Roos. Now, Brent Oliver signed on for another 2 years. I'm not sure what Graham Fagan, I think he's going around again next year. I think he signed a 2-year contract, so he'll go around again. One of the more competitive men I know. And just trying to find our man, Daxie Gray. Where are you, Daxie?
It's right here amongst the Clarence throng. Tell you what, the off-field experience and expertise of Clarence is something else. They've got Coonies, Scotty Wade's in there, Matthew Gapen's having a bit to say, China Payne. They're all there, all the big names.
Yeah, they've certainly won enough premierships for many, many people, Andrew Cooling. There he is, Daxie Gray on screen. Gee, you're dressed well too. You just come from a shift down the wharf.
Giving you absolute donuts there, Tubes.
Yeah, he's giving me nothing.
But look, Lauderdale staying in the huddle. And I suppose if you're Lauderdale, you've got to say, look, we've trailed in games against Clarence and been able to get back control of the contest in recent times. They've got to really think back, I think, to the round 15 meeting. 10 minutes of football. They busted it wide open in the fourth term. They kicked 7 goals in 10 minutes. If they need to, they can score heavily quickly. They have so much firepower. 3 goals, yep, it's not been a good start, but it's still manageable. If they get back and play their best, they'll be thinking, we'll be all right.
Just a quick one out for the TFUA, the Tasmanian Football Umpires Association. Well done to Nathan Geeson, Ben Bannister and Adam Barassi and Lee Nichols, who's the emergency in the middle. Brendan Cook, Tom Groom, Riley Lee Heath and Curtis Reid running the boundary. And in goals, Mark Holmes and Max Genders with Wade Stewart, the emergency. Well done to all of our umpires today. We often talk about the 2 teams that are out there on the field. Well, there's actually 3 teams, Andrew Cooling. We can't have a game without the men and women in yellow, so they're doing a great job so far. And well done to all of those grand final umpires that we've had today. There is Mark Holmes. He loves it. Look at him.
I'm not sure there's a more difficult sport in the world to officiate, to be fair.
It is.
It's easy. We'll be critical from time to time. We've got a nice bird's eye view and we've not run 5 kilometres trying to get an angle and see through bodies to make a decision. So
I will still be critical because, I think I know better, but I know I don't.
They do a great job, and it is as tough as they come. So massive respect for anyone who puts their hand up, and congratulations to all who have been appointed on to this big game, which is about to get back underway. Big Phillips will want to start reasserting his dominance in the ruck. Pretty good first term for Max Mapley. Thought he competed well, and he wins that hit out down. Hooker trying to shrug the tackle of Norton. Handball was turned over thanks to some work from Paprotny. Ball now back towards Hooker, who's slung round, got his kick away though and found Rainbird. Rainbird now able to guide out to Sutton, who just peels out into space so intelligently. Now he lofts it long. Hooker and Siggins are there. Siggins at the second attempt. Oh, great tackle from Hooker. Locks it in. Strong stuff there, and they force the stoppage.
That was a fair effort from the defence there. Ollie Preshaw coming over the top did really well. Inside forward 50 for the Bombers. Holmes doing what he wants. Shaw got it back to Siggins. Siggins on the left boot, bending it around the corner. Through fingertips and for a behind. The Roos to bring it out. Long Roost in the Philpott direction. Took a great contested grab there at Philpott. Probably a little too easy in the end. Lauderdale a little furious. Long kick down the wing. Hooker did well in the end, and we'll see a boundary throw-in.
Sound of interesting to see just how much impact the wind continues to have, whether that was contributing to Clarence's strong start in the opening quarter, if that is the easier end to attack. This one slips out the back for Phillips. Couldn't bring it under his spell, though, and is forced to just wrap up Harper. Made him feel that one, did big Phillips. Sizable unit. Former AFL ruckman. He's beaten there by Mapley, though, who spikes it forward. McGuinness leads in the race. Glover working up at the football, got clattered into. Handball out there towards Ratcliffe. Hanslow might have caught one a little high. And he tossed up at half forward.
Yeah, he did get one high, but the umpire again on the wrong side to be able to see that. Maybe thought he ducked into it a little bit.
So Phillips and Garland. Phillips gets the better of him that time. Paprotny boring in after it, and Hanslow tough tackling as ever. And another stoppage.
Daxie, which way is the breeze predominantly blowing?
It's going to the Roy Kazali stand, but it's just a touch swirly. It really banged up at quarter time, but I reckon the Roos are just hungry, eh?
Certainly are. Hungry Roos get it out to Turner. Turner's forced on through Hanslow. Paprotny gives it out nicely. Glover into the corridor. Should be wrapped up here. Nicely done. That was brilliant from the big man, Jai Millwood. Going back with a flight. Taking it is Suki. Suki's short kick was okay. Lands in Bealey's hands. But it's chopped off here by Gapin. Gapin's got a short one on. Finds the captain in Norton.
More than capable from here, Baxter Norton. He's a lovely kick of the football. Although, given the wind, this will be right to the teeth of it, you'd imagine.
Yes, well, we saw Sam Siggins struggle from a tighter angle at a similar distance. Baxter Norton played a lot of footy here at North Hobart his junior years. Went away and came back during COVID. Found his way to Clarence. Now the captain of that football club. Gives himself a little bit of extra room. It's a long kick. He's got the journey, but not the accuracy. Through from behind.
Sacrificed a little of the accuracy in pursuit of distance there. It's always going to be a tough kick given the wind. So McGuinness, reload from fullback. His side trailing by 18 points, having been jumped here by the Roos. McGuinness called to play on, and he'll thump this one to a contest. Siggins working his way, tried to crash the pack. Handball out towards the back. Tilly there. Green just worried him out of it. Siggins spins in after it. Gapin dispossesses him, and Max Gapin gets right up in his grill too.
Couple of Gapins going at it. He's one of the doyens of Tassie footy.
Famous footballing name against a man who's been such a dominant force in recent years. Rainbird tries to bust through. Ratcliffe swept the handball. Umpire's whistle had sounded. It's going to be a free kick going the way of the Roos.
Just a little undisciplinary there from Rainbird as Paprotny moves the ball down towards Green. He got forced under the footy. Suki. Left foot kick is okay out of on the full. It's okay if you're a Clarence fan.
An ugly shank.
That was kind of like his kick to Laney just at the death of the first quarter, but just a bit wide, that one.
So the ball being brought back in. Phillips underneath it, as is Millwood. Jai Millwood just got a little hand in the back of Andrew Phillips, enough to hold him out. Wasn't a push as such, Andrew Cooling, but it was enough to hold him out.
We'll have a look at the replay there. Yeah, hand in the back, not sure it was a distinct push, but Millwood takes the mark. Now he can go back and try and extend the lead to 24 points. This promising young forward.
In he comes. Jai Millwood. Doesn't have the journey. It's chopped off by Suki.
You can see it is tough kicking from that part of the ground. Everything just sitting up in the wind as this one's launched towards Lane, who just gets rid of his opponent and takes the mark. Has to work a long way up the ground to get involved though, Lane, and then that just shanks. Did it go out of bounds on the full? It did, so Clarence will take over. Yeah, they're struggling with the conditions at the moment, the Bombers.
Jordan Lane pointing at the Clarence bench too.
Wrestling match between Garland and Bell Chambers, and the umpire comes in and pings Bell Chambers and says, "Have it, Colin Garland. You were dragged down without it." And Jordan Lane has just run right through the mark and given away 50.
That's a brain fade.
He went straight through it.
That's a brain fade. That's all it is.
And it turns what would have been a very difficult kick in these conditions into a gimme. Cole Garland says, "Thank you very much." Puts it onto the bowling green out back and extends the Roos lead to 24 points. And Jordan Lane, very costly 50 metres indeed. Well, Garland can't believe he's like, look at him.
Just look at this. Yeah, that's just simple. That's just simple stuff. And I just think he's oblivious to it there. It wasn't obviously not on purpose, but just oblivious. So the margin now 24 points. At even 4 goals. Middle. Hay wins it down only as far as Hooker. Hooker wheels around. Hayes down behind play. Phillips flew high. Now who's going to get there first? The boundary line. What's the vibe like boundary side, Daxie?
There's a lot of chatter. In my experience over the years, you don't win a lot of verbal stashes with the Roos, but there's plenty of experience on that bench that we're happy to share. And a bit of advice for Lane. He needs to settle down.
Hay won it down to the front. Big tackle laid on Harper by Rainbird. He's getting right into him. Ollie Preshaw was going over to have a chat to Jordan Lane there, and Jordan Lane dealt with him. Ball up again. Phillips wins it down. Harper. Walsh. Ball up. I like you getting your steps up, eh, Daxie? You've made your way to 50 metres there.
I keep getting told off by the supporters. They've paid their $13 to get in, and my big Ren's in their way.
Walsh. Harper's down behind play. Not sure what happened there. A little sore, maybe caught one in the chest. Looks around to Jordan Lane. Ball in. Phillips wins it back. Dolliver collects the footy. He's collected by Johnston. Lane's getting busy behind play, just pushing around with Harper and Co. Here's a chance now for Harper, who's kicked the goal already from fullback. That's not bad doing. Bottom of the pack, Paprotny threw it on the boot. Glover sits under the footy, might have earned himself a free kick. He did. He's got to front position. Got to make the ball your object in a grand final. Short kick. Harper of the Jared variety. Goes long, looking towards Garland. He put the juke up. He's clutched it. Maybe a little too far out to score, so he gives a handball off. Put Cooney under pressure. Back to Garland. Garland throws it on the boot. Gee, it's floating, it's floating, it's in! Wow! Colin Garland's got 2 in the term, and that might be the best goal of the day.
Yeah, it was an unlikely goal. It just kept drifting and drifting, and through it goes. And Clarence have opened up a 30-point break here. They've just kept on going from that first term, and Lauderdale in all sorts of trouble here. I don't know that they've been 30 points down all season. They're going to have to dig deep in the reserves here. They've got some firepower, but sooner or later they're going to start to need winning a bit more of the ball. They're just getting beaten all around the ground at the moment. There at sea, Clarence, they're feeling it. They have got a 30-point lead. A boil over on the cards here, unless Lauderdale can find a way to steady the ship here as Hay and Siggins meet out of the middle. Siggins will get the clearance. He sends them forward. Can Dolliver reel this one in? Not quite. Rainbird trying to shrug free, but Harper has a hold of him and locks it in. Tossed up inside the forward 50. As the Bombers in dire need of a goal here. Siggins takes it out of the ruck, just flicked it up and over, but straight to Harper, and Harper clears the area. He blasts it long, looking for Millwood. Bellchambers, judged at best, takes a nice relieving mark at half-back, and he immediately wheels it goes, darts back on the outside. Very nimble there was Bellchambers. Sets it up towards Dolliver, beaten there by Gapin. Dolliver keeps it ahead of himself, tracked the football well, worked it back to Walsh. Walsh goes along the outside, and now Williams gets just straight out on the full. It's just scrappy, it's messy, it's not the Bombers we've seen all season.
I feel like they're a little trapped, but it might have been a free kick for downfield, so it'll go to Tilly, who's usually a good user of the footy. Pops it up to the top of the square. Oh, Hooker! They all flew for the footy, and Hooker was the only one that had eyes on it.
He plucked it beautifully, and boy do they need this one. Cam Hooker, an opportunity to kick a goal here. Look at that. Siggins just flying through, lane crashing through, and there was Hooker.
Cam Hooker, a must-kick goal. He likes it, he breaks out the Pythons. And there's Hooker's first. The second of the game for Lauderdale, and the margin now, 24 points.
Can that spark the Bombers? They needed something to give them a lift. Hooker with a big mark and goal. Need to get going here in the second term. Within 24 points. It's a nice finish from Cam Hooker. They need to start stringing a few together as Phillips goes back to the middle and Siggins switches place with him and occupies the goal square. Need that to be the spark.
I think that just goes to show, gents, that a little bit of chaos ball might work okay in these conditions. The sad part is that the Bombers haven't been allowed to get their hands on the footy, but that sort of chaotic ball can work.
Certainly worked there as Phillips wins that one down with authority towards Shaw. Shaw springs free, turns back onto his right, curls it inside the forward 50. Dolliver was there. Hanslow takes the football. Phillips and Dolliver wrestling with him. Lock it in. Pain of 50. Phillips up against Mapley. Mapley won it down straight to Shaw. Shaw handed it off to McGuinness. McGuinness looking for Lane, but Preshaw just drifts across and takes the mark. Strong stuff from Preshaw. Having a good game back there. The kick, made Turner work for it. Was good by hand to get it to Philpott. Philpott drops it down the wing, finds Mapley, wants to play on, does so. He wanted to play on because Turner was in all sorts of space at half forward. He sets it inside the forward 50, not to the advantage of his forwards though. Suki there, oh, put Bellchambers under all sorts of pressure, just got away in time. Green off the deck, surely not. Josh Green, will it zip for Banks along the line, and Bealey rushes it through. Almost a miraculous goal for Green, but just the behind.
It's game on. It's game on here. It's absolutely game on. McGuinness from fullback. Got his boots taped up, as he hasn't bought a new pair of boots this year, I don't think. His kick just sits up in the breeze. It bounces over the top. Ratcliffe gets the fist over, finding Dolliver. Dolliver needs to get it over to Sutton. He can't get it there. Shaw, or is that Williams? I'm not sure. Long kick by Hooker inside forward 50. Siggins worked it. He just had eyes for the footy. He had 4 players around him, and he just wanted it more.
Yeah, just out-bodied Harper there. It was really strong work from Sam Siggins, and an opportunity here for a couple in a row. Their talisman in the forward line with a chance to cut the lead back to 19 points. That was just brute strength, great reading of the football. Now he needs to finish the job.
Again, the breeze just maybe working for Sam Siggins there. If you got eyes on the footy. In he comes. He's only kicked 2 behinds, but he's never out of a game.
Ooh.
Make it 3 behinds.
Uncharacteristic miss that from the superstar. He's kicked goals for fun this year.
I've seen you do that sort of stuff out of bunkers on golf courses, Tubes.
Hook 'em. I've barely get out of bunkers.
There's a big shank.
His hands low, drives it down the wing. Big sea of bodies there. McGuinness, ground level, trying to shrug free of Philpott. And shuts him down. He's had a good afternoon thus far, Blake Philpott, during his game. Holmes doing some rucking now. He was Clarence's ruckman last year. Rain Bird out of traffic, found Hooker. Chance for the Bombers now to go forward. The forwards make their leads. He goes deep for Siggins again. Siggins looking to reel it in with one hand, but doing good enough on that occasion was Harper, just to see it away from him.
Harper's doing a good job there. So we see a boundary throw in deep inside forward 50. Jordan Lane nominates for the ruck. Up against Mapley. Ball flies in. Lane wins it down. Hands low, clears an immediate kick. Green, Blackburn went back with a flight. Garland needs to be clean. Got his handball around the corner looking for Turner, but it wasn't good enough. And the boundary beats them both. Any advances on the crowd, Daxi?
Yeah, now there's 4,943. They're settled here, the Bombers. That win is still favouring the Horrick Orange stand, but they need to settle and probably equalise at least for the quarter.
They couldn't get it out of there, the Roos. Through Mapley's fingertips, there's a high tackle off the ball. Which way is it going?
Against Holmes, I think.
Against Noah Holmes. So a free kick here for Maxi Gapin. Gapin sends it in towards Garland. He got worked under the footy. And Gapin tried hard. It's their ball in. That's not Gapin. Who's wearing the number 45?
Banks.
Oh, it is too. He's out of the number 10 into 45, is he?
I don't know where you plucked 10 from there, Church.
Off the official team sheets. Have a look at it, Daxi. You've got the official team sheets in your pocket. What number's Riley Banks? Is he 10 or is he 45?
I've got Riley Banks in the 10.
Well, in 45 the last few weeks I've called him, Church.
We had the same conversation last week.
Anyway, Holmes wins it down. Hay trying to bust through, and he's brought to ground in a Sutton tackle that goes unrewarded. McGuinness asks the question, but it'll be tossed up. So, Clarence, 24 points ahead. It'll be tossed up. Inside there, forward 50. Green on the move at this stoppage. Holmes won it down to Norton. Norton got a half kick away. McGuinness just skies it. Blackburn tracking it under pressure from behind from Johnston. Hooker just tries to tunnel his way through, but he's unable to escape. Tossed up again. Holmes couldn't get his kick clear. Paprotny could. High ball drifting wide. McGuinness tracks it, but it pitches just inside the boundary.
Fix up the scoreboard here. Thank you very much, Andrew Cooling. 5-5. 6-5-41. The Roos lead the Bombers 2-5. 17. Ball up. Out the back for Paprotny. Pops it on the boot. Big fight from Garland. Green at the bottom of the pack. They're tough to kick from here, so he goes all the way back. Finds Turner. Turner goes corridor. There's no one at home except for Glover, who flew, and then I think that might have been Gapin that got it away. Or Banks. Who knows? Ball in. I probably should know, to be fair.
Definitely a Clarence player.
Ball in. Fist down from Hay. Williams got it to Holmes. Paprotny bending post.
There's the near miss. Good off the beat. McGuinness just bites off some territory. It's a thumping kick to Shaw. Shaw has Rainbird streaming through the corridor. Instead he goes looking for Blackburn on a searching lead and hits him. Blackburn, Hooker's all on his own in the square if he can get it to him. Heads in that direction. The fly and the mark from Harper though. As this Clarence defence continues to hold up. Blake Harper just read it best. Doesn't really put to any of the forwards' advantage. Shanked the kick a little on the exit, but it might turn out all right. A fortuitous bounce and a handball over the top to Banks, and they're off to the races. Josh Green lurking. It won't quite get to him because getting back was Tate Winter, who took a clutch mark, and he can settle things down.
Gee, that was good from Winter. He goes short, finds Beerley. Beerley looks up. What's he got? Not much. Fraser Turner, they're used to the foot. He's been average at best. Now, Gapin has a short one in Hay. Hay can turn around. He's got a man by himself. Noah Holmes asking where the man on the mark should be standing. He gets told to take a step forward. This kick. Green at the bottom of the pack. Rode the bump. Millwood tackled hard. Williams handballs to Suki. Paprotny collects him. We'll see a ball up.
Didn't ultimately take the mark, but the set-up kick from Millwood, the ball use, it just put it to his forward's advantage. You couldn't clutch it, but the ball use from Clarence going inside 450 compared with Lauderdale's. It's been chalk and cheese today. Lauderdale forwards just not getting the service the Clarence counterparts are. Here's Holmes, buffets his man under and then just dumps it out of there. Off hands to Gapin. Blackburn trying to lift here. Experienced and wily Stixie Blackburn. 25 points down. Final 5.5 minutes of quarter number 2. Phillips swats it down and then follows up and sends it high into the sky. That'll come down with snow on it. Blackburn tracking the football. Somehow lands in his chest and he marks it. I don't know if it was 15 in distance. It was about 60 up in the air.
Hanslow thought he had it too.
Blackburn somehow takes the mark. He'll just float one down the wing here. 2-on-1 in favour of the Roos, though. Again, it's just not picking good options. Sutton recovers at ground level. Rainbird just dragged that in. That'll be holding the ball, I reckon. Yep, umpire pings him. Dragged it straight in. Clarence will take over on the wing here by Davey. No, he'll hand it to Johnston. Johnston will set it up high inside 50 to fly from Hay. Suki handed it straight to Hanslow. Hanslow trying to find Gapin there, couldn't quite. Blackburn fighting away for it, trying to emerge with the football. Hanslow shuts him down.
I can see frustration creeping in here for Lauderdale. They're arguing with umpires. They're asking them for questions. Brent Dolliver's gone down onto the boundary line. What's going on down there, Daxie?
Yeah, the coach has appeared. He's shouting some instruction. I think that they're just untidy with Lauderdale at the present time, and Clarence is a bit sharper, as evidenced by this play here.
Mapley collects the footy from Harper. Phillips did really well to take the grab. Hanslow's upset with some of the treatment he received, but it's a mark to Phillips, who goes short to the Butcher's boy, Sutton. Sutton wide to Shaw. Shaw, this is better to Rainbird, but it was just popped up too much. Paprotny hurt his ankle. Just landed a little funny. And we'll see a boundary throw in at centre wing.
Mapley in the ruck against Phillips here. The wind takes a hold of that one. Phillips takes it on the chest. Worked it down to Sutton. Back inboard to Rainbird. He retreats. Just treading water as Williams in trouble now. Green corralled him. He's composed though. Now across the face, but just missed the target by a foot. Couldn't hit Williams, and back the other way came Hay before he's crunched by Hooker.
That's effort from Jasper Hay. That is just pure effort. He kept running at the footy. There was a smaller man who's quicker than him, but he wanted it more. That's
Again,
where you win grand finals.
Sorry, Jens, just a wee error by foot that just got the Clarence defender into it.
It's been pretty ugly kicking. Siggins trying to work his way to the front here. Ball spills out. Walsh just trying to bust his way through, but Johnston and Gapen conspire to stop him and hold him up again. Nice Walsh turning for the grand final. Fairly quiet by his standards. As Phillips tries to work his way past Mapley, just blocked him off there. They both hit the deck. Bryant will toss it up once more. They've done a pretty good job, the Clarence Rucks, in negating the dominance of Andrew Phillips. The battle with Hay on this occasion. Hit the deck, did Phillips. Cooney weaving his way through the traffic, and then he spreads it wide. Suki worked his way to the front, but then it floated out with the back there for Mapley, who takes it in stride, thumps it in the Garland direction. Green tracking the football. Bell Chambers sees him across the line.
How's that from Mapley? Just to turn his man around and then put in 5 or 6 long strides. Tane Suki's a star, and he's just burned him off. Boundary throw in. Inside forward 50 for the Roos. Phillips and Garland. Down for Tilly. Hay doesn't get there. Hurd does. Gives it up to Harper. Harper goes wide, finds Cooney. Cooney's got Glover short if he wants. He decides to look further afield and goes longer down towards Green. Got worked under the footy. Did Bell Chambers. Green tracks the ball and pushes it across the line. Green's down. Saw. Davies over there too. And everybody's up now, so it seems to be okay.
So toss back into play. Phillips swipes at it. Hands low. Got the football, handed it right back to Phillips. He's just mobbed. Relentless in this first half of the Roos. They have brought the heat. Gang tackling in the order of the day. Phillips again swats it down. Tilly just hands and knees, couldn't take it cleanly. It's worked out there to Millwood. Flying shot. It might go through. It does go through. And Clarence are out by 31 points. Extraordinary scenes here. And it was Max Mapley who drove it through. And my goodness, Lauderdale are in all sorts of trouble there.
Wow, what a finish. Let's take a look at this. Mapley, penetrating kick. Magic. Wow. 31 points.
Who saw this coming?
Grant Fagan, I dare say. I dare say Grant Fagan saw it coming.
31-point lead.
Because at the start of the season, I interviewed Grant Fagan. I said, your side's lost a lot of players. A lot. And he said, we'll be fine. That's actually what he said to me. We'll be fine. They've made the grand final, so it's a win no matter what happens today. Rainbird spreads the ball inside forward 50, out the back for Hooker. He got tackled high. Umpire saw it. Threw his head back enough that he might have a bit of whiplash. And Cam Hooker must kick this.
Has to cancel that one out immediately. Quick response. He's kicked one already this quarter. Cannot afford to miss this.
Cam Hooker. He's come up from Dodgers Ferry in the last couple of years, playing at Lauderdale now. Left foot kick looks good off the boot. It's just snuck in.
The Clarence players are pointing at the post. Goal umpire says it's a goal. And he sneaks it in. And Lauderdale get a quick response to cut the lead back to 25. Hooker has 2 of his side's 3 goals.
Let's take a look at this.
Look at the replay.
No, didn't hit it.
That's fine.
They need that.
Oh boy, did they. 25 points down. We know they can slam on goals in quick succession if they get their game going. But they've just been so far off the boil in this first half compared with what we've seen all season long. The hooker could be the one. He's got 2 of their 3. Phillips thumping hit out there. Siggins having a run on the ball opposed to Norton here, and there's going to be a hold. It's going to be paid in favour of Siggins. Oh, against Siggins to Norton. They were grappling. The umpire saw it in favour of Norton as the 2 stars went head-to-head there. And Norton just drives it right down the corridor looking for Millwards. Couldn't quite complete the mark. Winter darts through, but Millwood breaks him down. Superb recovery and sprawling tackle from big Jai Millwood.
Oh, that's the sort of stuff that I love seeing. Yuck.
The kick not quite so good. Back into dispute, but arriving was Cooney, who slaps it on the boot and sends it right through the big sticks for another one. Daniel Cooney fires it home, and Clarence back out by 5 goals again. They've just got all the answers at present.
Well, say what you want about Millwood's kick, and Dan Cooney will go down in the books as the goal kicker, but that goal is Jai Millwood's. Jai Millwood with a big tackle, that's what I'm talking about. That's the stuff that wins grand finals. That's the stuff that gets you games in the seniors every week. Desperation, never giving up, and they've come out and put on a clinic in the early stages of this game. With 19 seconds to go, they're going to go into the game, into half-time, with a 5-goal advantage. Phillips wins it down. Siggins isn't done with yet. He pops it on the boot. Big fly from Philpott, who claims the mark, and it's taken. 8 seconds. Can they get it forward? They're saying slow it down. Philpott sends it wide, and Norton takes the mark. And it's half-time here at North Hobart Oval in the Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final in the Banjos Bakery Premier League. It's Clarence, 8-6-54, leading the Bombers, 3-5-23. Goal kickers for the Bombers. Cam Hooker's got 2. Jordan Lane has 1. Clarence, 3 goals to Josh Green, 2 to Colin Garland, Max Mapley and Daniel Cooney. And Blake Harper with a beauty. Let's take a look at the highlights from the second term. Garland got that 50, a brain fade from Jordan Lane. And he dragged him right to the goal line, the umpire. And Garland went back and, as he said, sent it into the domain. That goal from Garland was unbelievable.
Slightly higher degree of difficulty on that one. But he's had an impact. He's had a huge impact on this game, Colin Garland. A big in from that qualifying final game.
Hooker with eyes for the footy. Sensational. And then went back and made no mistakes. Celebrated pretty hard too, Big Cam. Look at him.
It's been the most likely of their forwards. Siggins has just been misfiring slightly. Holmes has had no impact. It's been Hooker who's looked the likely avenue to goal inside the forward 50. Siggins taking some good marks, just missed a couple of chances. And Clarence, well, they've been snapping from everywhere. Millwood smashed that one through. It's the last 2 goals, the last 3 goals they got in that quarter. The Garland, Millwood and Cooney snaps, all pretty low percentage efforts, but they took them all. They're taking their chances and they're halfway to a major boil-over. So we see Hooker slotting through his second of the term, doing his best to keep his side in it, but just 3 for the first half of this high-powered Bombers effort. It was immediately wiped off by Cooney, who snapped it through. And look at the celebrations. They know they're well on their way to a premiership triumph here. Lauderdale have been stunned in this first half. The minor premiers, just 1 loss all year, a 5-0 record against the Roos heading into it, but they have been thoroughly outplayed through 2 quarters of football.
Oh, amazing game. We'll take a break here and take a look at some stuff that's happening at the William Leach Medal. The rules in our state is more than sport. It's a living, breathing tradition filled with the sounds of big hits, passionate fans and local heroes. From the early days, our community clubs, players and teams have risen to form a legacy that is second to none. The state of the game has had significant change over the years, with some clubs being lost along the way and ever-evolving leagues. But what has lasted is our love for the game. It has never wavered, and the future looks bright. While clubs and leagues have risen and fallen, the game has always endured. Footy in Tasmania is different in 2025 as we build towards our own club in the AFL. Our competition is reliant on strong clubs, strong teams, and even stronger communities.
Work hard working their legs. Get their legs working.
Whilst some heroes may no longer pull on the colours, the history, the tradition and the jumper remains. Powerful, tangible and real. With a proud and storied history as our foundation, the Southern Football League is looking toward the future. This year, we come together to celebrate the spirit of competition, camaraderie, community and history that makes Tasmanian football so special. From the iconic North Hobart Oval, to the toughness of the valleys, to the never say die attitude of our coastal towns, a sense of belonging runs deep in each of our great clubs. Whether it be cheering on your team with an ice cold frothy, smashing down a steaming hot pie, or knocking down a sav with too much sauce, we are together by circumstance, but united by the love of the game. The 2025 Southern Football League season will not be defined by wins or losses, but by friendship, rivalry, atmosphere, and unforgettable moments we are yet to experience. Whether you are at Brighton, Clarence, Glenorchy, Kingborough, Lauderdale, or North Hobart in our Premier League, or Claremont, Cygnet, Dodgers Ferry, Hobart, Huonville, Lindisfarne, New Norfolk, or Sorell in our Community League, find a club, find a game, and belong to something special. Season 2025 is going to be massive. Now you're flying with the Hobart Airport SFL. Round 15, University versus Dodgers Ferry. 1, K Parsons, Dodgers Ferry. 2, K Miller, University. 3, S Walker, Dodgers Ferry. Claremont versus Lindisfarne. 1, A Saunders, Claremont. 2, N Daniels, Claremont. 3, N Smedley, Claremont. New Norfolk versus Sorell. 1, Z Crawford, New Norfolk. 2, O Hudson, Sorell. 3, S Farrow, New Norfolk. Hutchins versus St Virgil's. 1, S Bottrell, James, Hutchins. 2, G Parnham, Hutchins. 3, D Murphy, Hutchins. Port versus Huonville Lions. 1, M Ford, Huonville Lions. 2, A Sharp, Port. 3, A Jones, Port. The leaderboard after round 15. Very tight at the top. It's the final round, round 16. Hutchins versus Dodgers Ferry. 1, J. Clark, Dodgers Ferry. 2, G. Parnham, Hutchins. 3, B. Miller, Hutchins. Huonville Lions versus Lindisfarne. 1, T. Honey, Lindisfarne. 2, M. Lamprell, Huonville Lions. 3, C. Henley, Lindisfarne. University versus St Virgil's. 1, G. Banks, St Virgil's. 2, H. Barringer, University. 3, M. Raffay, University. Sorrel versus Claremont. 1, O. Hudson, Sorrel. 2, N. Daniels, Claremont. 3, K. Macaulay, Claremont. New Norfolk versus Port. 1, S. Thompson, New Norfolk. 2, O. Harris, New Norfolk. 3, Z. Crawford, New Norfolk. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cara Brook medalist for season 2025 is Zoe Crawford from the New Norfolk Football Club. Congratulations, Zoe. You are genuinely one of the great people of our competition, and I know you're really passionate about footy here in the south of the state. What does it mean to you to win the Cara Brook medal for season 2025?
It's actually pretty ridiculous, really. I play against some of the greatest footballers, so to win this is actually a little bit mind-blowing, something that I really, really didn't expect to come here and do, to be honest.
Kingborough versus North Hobart. 1, P. Harnwell, Kingborough. 2, N. Salzburger, North Hobart. 3, T. McInnes, North Hobart. Clarence versus Lauderdale. 1, J. Glover, Clarence. 2, R. Sutton, Lauderdale. 3, A. Phillips, Lauderdale. Glenorchy versus Brighton. 1, B. Smith, Glenorchy. 2, M. Gulliver, Glenorchy. 3, J. Arnold, Glenorchy. It's round 16, the final round. Brighton versus North Hobart. M. Fulsang, North Hobart, 1 vote. 2, B. Walker, North Hobart. 3, C. Kilpatrick, North Hobart. Clarence versus Glenorchy. 1, T. Hanslow, Clarence. 2, O. Proprotny, Clarence. 3, J. Green, Clarence. Kingborough versus Lauderdale. 1, M. Rainbird, Lauderdale. 2, S. Siggins, Lauderdale. 3, A. Phillips, Lauderdale. 2025 William Leach medalists are Josh Green from the Clarence Football Club and Sam Siggins from the Lauderdale Football Club. It seems only fair that these two champions of our sport are deserving medalists that win this together, playing for the state and for their clubs all year in a lot of football. Congratulations to Sam Siggins and Josh Green. Well done, boys. What does this mean to you?
Yeah, it obviously means a lot. It's obviously really special to be able to win this award. To be honest, I didn't think I was a chance tonight. Obviously, this year playing a role up forward, but I've really enjoyed the change of role. To be honest, I didn't really expect it, but to be able to come up here with Greenie, it's pretty special.
It means a lot, and to win it with Sam, so well done to everyone that won an award tonight. And I've watched Sam's career since he was a young tacker, and playing with him this year in the state stuff and the SFL stuff, he kind of inspires me the way he prepares and looks after himself, and it's no surprise he's up here tonight.
Go out, tell your friends to get along to the footy. This is the best time of the year to be involved at the footy, and I can't wait for it. This year's my 10th SFL Grand Final of commentary, and I'm really looking forward to calling the game on the weekend. I can't wait for it. My name's Tubes. It's been a pleasure to present this SFL Awards evening for season 2025. You can catch me on Triple M Breakfast with Kaz and Tubes Monday through Friday on Triple M. Until next time, catch you at the footy. Bye for now. Well, there was some self-indulgent stuff from the presenter at the LA Awards night, the SFL Awards night, Andrew calling. It was a great night, though, and celebrating individual performance, of course, in our Hobart Airport SFL, both Premier Leagues and Community Leagues. Cara Brook medalist Zoe Crawford from New Norfolk. Great to see her out there, still dominating and rebuilding the New Norfolk Football Club. Jack Preshaw won the Hodgman medal for the best in the Community League. And then dual best and fairest in both the Premier League Women's and Premier League Men's, with Josh Green and Sam Siggins out here today, and Angelica Clark and Maddie Lamb from the North Hobart Demons. An excellent night. What did you make of the winners?
Well, I think two of the stars of Tasmanian football for the last decade, two of the best products of Tasmanian football, both made it to the AFL. And look, I think worthy winners. And we saw in the first quarter, Josh Green, the impact he can have on a contest. Siggins hasn't quite been at his best today, but I don't think there's been a better player in the state in the last 5 years than him, and he still has time to leave his mark on this match.
And I think you and I have called games here before at North Hobart Oval where he hasn't had his best first half. He hasn't had his best 3 quarters. And then all of a sudden, a switch is flicked and something's gone off in his head, and he's come out and kicked 4 goals.
Yeah, I wonder if we might even see a bit of, we saw at the end of that quarter going into the stoppages as a midfielder. They have looked a little, I don't know, too tall at times given the swirly conditions. So they put Siggins on the ball, a role we've seen him dominate in the past, even if he hasn't necessarily played a heap of that this year. We know how impactful he can be, but if they are any chance to overhaul a 5-goal deficit, you think Sam Siggins has to be key to it.
There was the Intersport halftime sprint happening there at halftime. So let's take a look at that and see what happened. The boys and girls there, we've got Charlie Leake from the Hobart Football Club, Glenorchy Footy Club, Rogers there, he looks pretty quick. Volta from North Hobart, Bailey Aziz, and they're away. Volta's out to a hot start, chasing up. Oh, look at the outside work coming from Joe Evans from Lauderdale. It's going to be tight at the end. Volta might have got there. Volta gets the end. And I think getting there late was Joe Evans from Lauderdale Football Club. And Zach Rogers takes out 3rd position in the halftime sprint thanks to Intersport. Volta did really well. Got out to a hot start. I tell you what, if Joe Evans had got the start, Andrew Cooling, he might have won that. He didn't.
Did he? Did he win it? I'm just looking at the SFL Facebook page.
Oh, really?
It's got a gold next to Lauderdale Football Club. Did he maybe win it, James? Or is the Facebook tagging just wrong? I'm not sure.
Well,
it was a tight photo finish for mine.
Who gets it? Lauderdale Football Club. So he come late, Joe Evans, and he got it. Glenorchy was 2nd, Zach Rogers 2nd, and I tell you what, that's not how I saw it. But I missed the angles. We didn't quite have the angle we needed, and Volta comes 3rd. So well done. The Intersport halftime sprint, it was back. It was good to see the umpires represented out there too.
Look, that was, from our angle, that definitely looked like Volta won it, but I'm just going by what's on the social media, and I tell you what, Volta doesn't surprise me who's in the mix, having seen him a few times this year. He's lightning on the field. But,
danger, high Volta.
Tight finish to that one. Let's hope for a tight finish to this football game. Maybe a sign of things to come of Lauderdale just surging home late.
Now let's check in with our boundary man, Daxie Gray. What's going on boundary side? Need to put your mic on, boss.
Going now?
Yeah, got ya.
Here we are. Sorry, gents. Pretty low-key in the Lauderdale rooms. I think they're fairly calm. I think they can come out and give a good account of themselves. In the Rouge side, I think that they're pretty pleased with their ability to outrun them and think that that's probably going to continue in the second half. So, exciting little period here.
You're killing them down there. One of the more fashionable men involved at Savage Merch for all your merchandise needs. Give the boys a shout out. He's coming to you live. Thanks to Savage Merch, Dan Gray. And we'll head back to the footy now. It is a 31-point margin in favour of Clarence. Don't go anywhere. This Lauderdale side is outstanding. They will not stop coming. Can the pressure of that first half continue? Proprotny's got his knee strapped up at half-time. Take it away, Andrew Cooling.
So the Bombers, if they're going to snap a 34-year drought, need to overhaul a 31-point half-time margin. Hooker on top of it, and Norton, who was fantastic in that first half, dives on top of him. We know they can score heavily and quickly, the Bombers. But Clarence have just had the answers. They've smashed them in the contested ball thus far. That somewhat fortuitous kick found its way through to Ned Shaw. He wastes no time, drives in, Siggins, spilt it. Spills out the back, Hurd might just rush it through. He did so, if Dolliver was there, so can do so. It's just been that kind of a day for Sam Siggins. It almost sort of a first half, really. A couple of misses. That one just slipping through the fingers. It would have been the perfect start there for the Bombers.
So the Roos to bring it back out. Real bush punt style kick. Ratcliffe flew. Green didn't have it. Paprotny received it from Gapin. Millwood went high. Tate Winter was there too. Little dinky one off the ground from Tilly, goes inside forward 50. McGann gets there first. Gives it to Paprotny. Paprotny around the corner as the boundary beats him. Ball inside forward 50 for the Bombers. Lane nominates for the ruck, up against Mapley. Lane just snatches it out of the ruck, gave it off to Siggins. Siggins ran into trouble. That's holding the footy. Hanslow did a beautiful job. He just sort of popped out of someone's pocket and surprised Sam Siggins. So Hanslow has the ball at half-back. He'll go back to McGann. McGann can go wide. Hurd. Left foot kick. Drives one long. Glover went up for the footy. Nice little snatch there by the Bombers as they get it out of the area. Paprotny got a fist on it, only to the advantage of Hooker, but the ball just wobbled out of his way. Turner forward rolled over the footy. Ratcliffe got it to Hooker. Hooker goes long and deep towards Siggins. Siggins has got a couple to beat here. Gapin did well. And he's over the footy. That'll be holding the ball, won't it? It pops out. Siggins can't get past the man in Gapin. Gapin got tackled hard. And now the umpire arrives and says, give it to me.
That was great grand final umpiring. Just let it go. Didn't pay the Tiggy touch word and made him work for it. Another ball up.
Siggins really looking to impose himself on this third quarter. He'll be tossed up. Bombers pushing early on. Lane slaps at it, but Mapley, well, his second kick was shut down, smothered. Second attempt, they're able to clear it. Green with two against him. McGuinness couldn't complete the mark. Slick handball almost to Garland, who was clever. He got it to Turner, who fed it to Green. Wide open forward 50. Glover's there, and the fly came in from the side from Hay. Couldn't quite reel it in. The Bombers hold down the fort. Pressure building though. Ratcliffe, the handball was fumbled there by Williams. Invites in Hay, handed it back out. Paprotny tries to bust through, but Winter and Bealey lock it in.
They just can't get clean use of the footy, the Bombers.
The pressure's too good for the Roos. They're just a bit too nimble on foot and creating some unnecessary errors.
That one is off hands and out of play. Some territory there. Phillips, Noah Holmes, someone who they need to lift from in this second half. Not much impact that first half did the former Clarence Ruckman. They'll be tossed back in on centre wing. Lauderdale really need the first goal of this quarter. Phillips fed it to Tilly. Tilly's kick beautifully smothered by Norton, but it sprang back to Tilly. He uses his wheels to dash clear and floated in towards Dolliver. Floats over his head. Holmes working his way there. Dolliver slaps an hand at it and shuts down the Hurd handball. Will be tossed back into play.
Baxter Norton got taken off the footy by Riley Hooker behind the plane. He's having a word with the umpire now about it, because it happened right in front of the umpire, and the umpire just let it go on. It wasn't dirty, but it was well off the ball. Ball in. Holmes wins this one down. Philpott gave it back looking for McGann. McGann tracks the footy. He's tracked by a couple of Bombers across the line. Ball in. Bryce Walsh gets told by the umpire, please just stand up, Bryce. He's trying to earn a free kick, Bryce Walsh. He needs something to get him fired up too. Ball in. Napoli works to the front of the pack. Gathers the ball and drives it onto his boot. Gapin missed the ball. Dolliver off to Hooker. Hooker towards the goal, but it's all Clarence down here. Preshaw, 2 bounces out of fullback. Hasn't got a lot to kick to, so he goes in the direction of the big man, Millwood.
Had to spoil that really strongly and didn't.
Green went the player, not the ball. And just squirts it out the back. Garland off the ground, and Sutton takes the mark in defensive 50.
So Sutton deep in defence, heads wide, looking for Hooker, who works up and takes the mark. Guides it back into the corridor for McGuinness. Looks up, fairly static ahead of him. Williams on the wing if he wants to try and execute a switch here, but he's going to head down the line in search of Phillips. Preshaw comes in from the side, just judged it better, but again, a kick just not really to the favour of a teammate. It's been their problem. It's certainly not going to help. They've had plenty of trouble hitting targets as it is, as that one's beautifully marked by Hooker. Reeled it in. Nicely did Cam Hooker. He bites one from the corridor. It was a beautiful kick to Rainbird, who drives it in deep. Can he find Dolliver? Not quite. Just fumbled the slips catch. Now it's flicked out in the direction of Gapin. Gapin got the handball to Paprotny. Paprotny worked it to Philpott. Philpott just too much on it for Hay, but it bounced over the head of Bell Chambers. Bell Chambers now looks to turn out of trouble, and he finds Walsh in the middle of the ground. Bryce Walsh sends it in the Phillips direction, but again, just turning it over, and Preshaw takes the relieving mark.
The game's really opening up here. This is going to, the team that wins this game is going to be the team that executes their skills. The breeze has picked up a little bit. How's it boundary side, Daxie?
Yeah, it's about the same, mate. It's kind of swirly, but you're right. You nailed it. I mean, Andrew Phillips isn't 10'8", and that just went over his head, and again into the arms of the Clarence defender.
Chopped off here by McGuinness. His kick is a real 9-9. Punched away by Philpott. Slapped forward again. Now a chance for Davey. He just throws it on the boot. Bell Chambers needs to be clean. He is, but he's fallen over. He handballs up to McGuinness, running down the centre wing of North Hobart Oval. Long one towards Siggins. He just got taken out of it a little bit there, and the fist came across the top. Turner to Gapin. Interesting kick to Hanslow. Kept inside the line. They just hold it up here. No, they're moving the ball on quickly. Garland. Round the corner for Glover. Bouncing ball, Green off the ground. No, slapped across the line for a rush behind.
That's the sort of desperation they need, Lauderdale, if they're going to get back into the contest.
Despairing defence from Bealey getting back on the line. Courageous stuff, and certainly required effort. Harris get the next one. He's going to be pretty unmanageable. That one floats out the back for Hanslow. Hanslow to Harper again, swift hands. Collected out the back for Gapin, weaving one way, then just lost a hold of it. Sutton getting a hand in there and tossed into play on centre wing.
Just a bit hot there for Fraser Turner from Gapin. These young players, Gapin, Cooney, Harper, Preshaw, they're all fleet of foot.
They have looked so much faster than the Bombers today. They've made them look slow. This one is one down towards Hooker, but he's going nowhere. Hanslow continuing to do the grunt work inside. Bombers 31 points in arrears. Give an arm wrestle this third quarter. Slapped over the top. Arriving Paprotny behind the back. Oh, class there from McGuinness. Now he needs to find a target. He put Hooker under all sorts of pressure. Arriving was Hay. They force another stoppage.
Just closing him down. Too slow. Couldn't move the ball quick enough. Get speed on it. And as a consequence, another stoppage.
There's a distinct contrast between the sides. Ball movement, that's for sure, as sticking a boot out of it was Harper. Turner turning into trouble. And Rainbird and Walsh force another stoppage.
Ball up, centre wing, just forward of it for Clarence. Kicked off the ground by Baxter Norton. Glover tracks the footy. Williams gets back, shrugs past the man, gives it up to Bell Chambers, who's in trouble, and cop one high. Glover stands the mark, and Bell Chambers gets called to play on now. Ducks one way, then the other. Dinks it up to Shaw. Shaw again. It's a nice one to Sutton. Where's this been? It's 3 kicks in a row that have hit targets.
Jordan Lane just snuck off the bench and is all on his own in 450 if they can get it to him.
And they need to get it past these guys, and they can't. Turner gave a handball off. Rush kick inside forward 50. Suki came hard. Glover wheels around, bends it forward. Now a chance. Green can't keep it in. It's out of bounds.
I mean, I'm not sure what the exact instruction at half-time was with their ball use out of defence, but if it was a slow play, they've just bombed that high and it's back in the scoring zone for the Roos.
The Bombers who need a goal, but it's the Roos on the attack here as Phillips smashes that one well clear of the stoppage. Maybe they can get some speed on the ball here. Dolliver kicks up as a wall of Roos set up though, and Preshaw just slides across to intercept and fires a short one. They can go inside 50 yet again via Turner, who sets it up looking for Garland working towards the football. Phillips blasts it out of there, high up towards the wing. A sea of Clarence bodies, and again, it's Hay on this occasion. They just win it back, and he guides it in the Glover direction. Worked under the ball, slick handball, an opportunity for Hanslow, who skips inside and check sides and misses.
Had heaps more time there, Tyson Hanslow. But they're dominating at the moment, Clarence. Absolutely dominating. 32 points the margin, 56 plays. 24. McGuinness, as the lights come on. Just no movement. Numbers fly. Going to pay that mark. It went through about 6 sets of hands. And Phillips
certainly did.
Takes the mark, goes long down towards Siggins. He gets pushed under the footy. Clearing kick by the Roos. Paprotny's got to go hard, but he can't hook it out. Maybe with a bit of chaos inside forward 50. Holmes at the back. Siggins rolls in. Gapin though gets back. Gives a man a handball and puts him into a bit of trouble in Baxter Norton. Real high up and under, giving Davey a little bit of chance to fly at it, but Sutton reads it best. There's a short one onto his 45 if he wants. It's still there. Now it's shut down. The kick short to Shaw.
It looks like that is the message, to slow it down. Assess your options. Here we go.
Big fly, Lane went up, Siggins out of nowhere, got the kick, but it doesn't go anywhere. Hanslow got it forward, dropped the mark there to Blackburn. Little handball up, looking for Glover. It should work out okay for Cooney, who tries to fend off. He got the hold in the footy and sticks Blackburn. Gets the free kick, might be too far out to score here. He plays on with a short one to Siggins. That's the delivery you want. Was he trapped with the footy? No, umpire said play on. Bell Chambers goes back to McGuinness. McGuinness sells Candy, real slow Candy, and then sends it long inside forward 50. Lane from deep, but Matley in front, was it? No, it was the big man Millwood. Getting my M boys mixed up.
They just can't pluck one inside 50, the Bombers. They get the ball in there at the moment. They're not able to mark. Holmes goes out of the ruck, can't get a kick away though, and they hold on again, and Hay slides it across to Davey in there, out of defence once more. Glover working hard to give him an option on the wing. He reels it in. There's James Glover. And he settles things down and allows a few runners to get forward of the ball. So they just flooded back in defence. So Glover now will kick to a contest. He's got Capon there. There's whistle blown. A free kick will go the way of the Bombers against Davey. So we haven't had a goal this quarter, have we, Jeeves?
No.
Still we wait.
Long time waiting.
Will suit Clarence just fine. They've got a 32-point lead. The Bombers need to find their scoring boots right quick. This one is going to slip away from them. The season they've been so dominant in. Here's Millwood with time and space, and he has Glover all on his own at centre forward. And we saw last week, he's a very good set shot for goal, this man. James Glover. We've had to wait almost 16 minutes for a goal in this quarter, and if Clarence are the ones to land it, it's going to be very, very tough for Lauderdale indeed. This would make it a 38-point lead. James Glover. Sends it on its way. It's just across the face. Ends up missing the lot.
That's a terrible kick. So they get away with one here, the Bombers. It's Bealey to bring it back in. They're just stagnant. They're flat-footed. Lauderdale, no movement. Dolliver gets trapped. They've got the handball out to Sutton. Sutton goes forward. Clever touch on by Siggins. Now it's Hooker versus Mapley. Hooker gets the handball, but Mapley kept his feet. Now the short kick is good to Norton. Norton can play on quickly, he does. Wheels around, long kick down towards Davey. Roving it beautifully was Glover. Glover sends it long, down towards Hay. And Suki, so strong, takes the mark at full back.
Without Suki and Bellchambers, it could be 9 goals.
They're holding things down at the back, but they've got nothing back the other way is their problem right now, the Bombers. Suki kicks it again to a pretty favourable situation for the Roos. Be locked in there as Johnston dives on top. Just over 6 minutes remaining in the quarter. A goalless quarter still. The Bombers need to find a couple before the 3-quarter time break if there are any chance here. Holmes and Mapley. Mapley won it down. Norton's been outstanding. He turns away again. Backs to Norton. He drives it into the pocket. Umpire hits the deck. Norton with a rare misfire. Couldn't find Garland there. And tossed into play. Clarence do get this next goal. Hard to see them being stopped. They're firmly in command, the Roos. A bit of a grand final boil over. Looking on the cards here. Tossed back in. Hay rises, won it down. Green. Didn't get there. Way by Ratcliffe around the corner. Doing well was Hooker. Just gets rid of Johnston. Siggins one-on-one here with Harper. Siggins spoils, springs up with it, turns back onto the right. If ever there was a time for Siggins, it would be now. But he skies it high into the pocket. Hooker tracking it, but he can't get it. And that about sums up the state of affairs for the Bombers. It's just not coming off for them, Jerbs Taylor.
They're getting opportunity and they're just letting it flounder. Sometimes you just hit the wrong side of the ball. This is an outstanding effort from the Clarence Football Club, but there's still a lot of time to go. We're at the 19-minute mark of the third term. Ruck contest won down by Lane. Out the back it comes now for Shaw. Gives it off to Dolliver. Dolliver runs towards an open goal. And it's missed.
Just can't afford to squander those kind of looks. Not when you're this far down. There's a gilt-edged chance for Dolliver. Another one that goes missing. 31 points to lead. There's Norton. Charges out of defence and thumps it towards the wing. Holmes Winter spoiled it away from behind. Gapin times 2 out after this one. Green there. Bealey. Across the line it goes. There's Walsh and Green square up. 2 customers who won't take a backward step. We're into red time in the third quarter. And it's Clarence. 31 points ahead of the minor premiers. Holmes bullies his way and then gets the clearance. Hooker, can he make it work? Tapped it across to his brother. Riley Hooker can't get free. Philpott with an outstanding tackle. And he shuts it down once more.
Philpott's game has been excellent. He's taken some great contested grabs. He's run those straight lines. I've been really impressed with him today. A ball up, inside forward 50 for the Bombers. They need something here. Lane wins it down. Hooker of the Riley variety gets it once and then goes back and gets it twice. Shrugs past one, gives it to Blackburn. Blackburn to Rainbird, whose kick goes looking for Cam Hooker. Now it's a foot race. Glover overstepped the mark. So did McGann, who went back to get it. He's wrapped up in a tackle by Williams. And the umpire says, give it to me. McGann's been good. The back six of Clarence has been outstanding. Harper's done a job on Sam Siggins that I've not seen before. Out of the ruck. Got kicked away. McGuinness dribbles it inside forward 50. Gapin got his kick away, punched away nicely. Now running at it is Ratcliffe. He gets one and then gives it to Siggins and says, this is your problem now. Into the pocket, punched across the line for a behind.
3 goals, 8 now the Bombers. It's an even 5 goals. It's been their best quarter of the match, the Bombers, but they've just been able to make no inroads whatsoever on the scoreboard.
You say that, they've only hit the scoreboard 3 times, 3 behinds.
Yeah, I reckon inside 50's comfortably the most they've had compared to the first half. But
100%.
Clarence defence holding up very well, and Bombers continuing to butcher it. Contest between Winter and Garland on the wing. Fell the way of Davey. Ran straight into Winter. Stood him up. Plays a firm tackle. So Winter. Davey in his tracks there.
How good is footy?
It is a wonderful spectacle. And it's all on the line like it is today. The rucks negate each other there. Paprotny just kind of threw it out there. Now Cooney run down from behind by Blackburn. Umpire must have thought he got a hand to it. And that looked very throwish. Umpire says it is. Stixie Blackburn thought he was getting the free kick for holding the ball, only to realise it was the throw that's been paid.
Oh, yeah.
I think he had a case, Sticks. We'll leave it at that as it's set up in the green direction. Bealey drapes all over him. And that will not improve the mood of the Bombers faithful, but that one was clearly there. And Josh Green, who kicked 3 in quarter number 1, can go back for his 4th and put his team 36 points ahead.
Yeah, again, just getting to the front of the contest, holding your ground, making a nightmare for a defender, holding your ground, but the kick went to the right spot.
So he's Ford's advantage, which we've not seen at the other end. Josh Green, the former AFL star. Can he nail his 4th? He certainly can. And the Roos are 36 points ahead in the shadows of 3/4 time. It's going to take something seismic to stop them now. We've had to wait some 23 and a half minutes, but finally a goal in the 3rd quarter. And it goes the way of Clarence.
Have a look at the celebration of Josh Green. He knows he's right in front of the Lauderdale faithful. And he gives it to him.
4 goals on the big stage. One of Tassie football's finest.
Some of the rat bags there from the Clarence Roos. Look at them. Someone's given them a little can of Coke and they've gone berserk. Crowd starting to build. What's the feeling boundary side, Daxi?
It's looking all white and red at the present time. But they did have a fair bit of the play in that sort of front 3rd section of that quarter, but they just couldn't capitalise, could they? And you just see that the method with which Clarence moved the foot is just a little bit sharper.
Out it comes Mapley. Battled hard all day. Got his kick away. Davey dribbles it forward. Turner beeline to the foot he did. Bellchambers. Sutton in trouble. Gave the handball over the top to Shaw. Almost tripped over. Back to Sutton. Sutton gets met by Glover, and that's a great mark. And a fresh haircut. Maybe he had that at half-time. Jordan Lane going long and deep, and yes. That's a great mark to Phillips. So now they've put 2 large men 2 out.
You know what they say about the big guys, Choose?
Big shoes.
They don't get any smaller.
That's right. That's true. The problem is with some of these big guys is questionable kicking Andrew Cooling.
I'll back him in.
I'll back him in too.
I'll back him in as well. I think the fans deserve it. He's got a big shin guard on. You'd want to miss that.
In he comes. Phillips for the Bombers. Has missed.
And that sums things up. The Stars have just not fired today. Phillips misses one. They could ill afford to. Here's Preshaw. Flicks it over the top. Harper plays the 1-2. He looks up. Drives it in the green direction. Who's working hard. Bealey sprawling across to see it out of play. 35 points with just a minute remaining in the quarter. They've only kicked 3 all day. Going to need at least 6 in the final term, it looks like.
You're not writing them off with lots of footy to be played, Andrew Cooling, like I did the women.
Mate,
the earlier game.
What you mean it was 8 points the difference 3 minutes into the final quarter? Slightly different scenario, I reckon, Chiefs.
Oh, here we go. I'm never writing Lauderdale off. I'll back them home.
They've only kicked 3 goals.
I'm aware. But I just think that this Lauderdale side can flick a switch.
Well, they need to avoid giving it away. Another one here. Can they manufacture something late on? Give them some positive momentum to take into the huddle. Hooker's kicked 2 for his side today, and he does spectacularly initially there to knock it to his own advantage, but back the other way came Philpott, who's been enormous. Cooney back to Philpott. Handles inside through the legs of Hay. Hooker arrives to press him. Philpott again just heaves it out, and Hay goes off the deck, but went straight to Siggins, who whacked it down towards Dolliver. Couldn't take the mark. The cavalry arrive, and they lock it in.
There's another example there. I think Sammy Siggins could have sparked up a Benson and Hedges there, but instead he just hacked it forward.
Love that. As it'll be tossed up, dying embers of the quarter. Lauderdale in dire need of a goal here from the stoppage. Norton will win it away for Clarence though, and that might just prevent any possibility of a Bombers score. They're going to have to do it all in the final term. Clarence have been absolutely mighty through 3 quarters here. They might have time for one more. The siren beats them by a matter of seconds. That might have been the kill shots. But as it is, it's a 35-point buffer they've got heading into the final quarter. They have been outstanding. Just a solitary goal for the quarter, and it went to Josh Green. And it means the Bombers need a miracle. Clarence on the precipice of a major boil-over.
This is unbelievable. We sat here, you and I, in the Divine Leader Centre here at the wing of North Hobart Oval before this game, and we said, I asked you, who do you think's going to win? And you said, do you remember?
I picked Lauderdale. I thought Clarence could hang with them, but Lauderdale would just have a bit too much for them ultimately, as they have the past 2 times. But it's been a very different ball game for those past 2 meetings.
I'll say this. Football matches, and particularly grand finals, are won on 4-quarter efforts. 4-quarter efforts. Currently, Clarence have had an amazing 3-quarter effort, led by their backs. Their back line of Ollie Preshaw, Riley Johnston, Blake Harper have been outstanding. Philpott, outstanding. They just seem to have the answer for everything right now. We've got it on our right-hand side, a football side that you're looking at right now, the Lauderdale Bombers, who are the better side of the Southern Football League Premier League division. That's a fact.
Well, they have been thus far this year.
Correct. And on one day of the year, you can have an off day. But this side that we're looking at right here are a quality football side, and they trail by 35 points. That's 6 goals.
Well, if you're going to make the case for a Bombers comeback, I suppose you've got to look to round 15, where they slammed 6 goals in the space of 10 minutes to start the final quarter. They need a similar feat today. Now, that was blistering football. It's the type of football they've not come close to exhibiting today. But you're right. They have it in their locker. It's just going to find a way to produce it, because Clarence have had the answers all day. They've controlled the skies. They've battered them at ground level. The ground ball game has been awesome, and they've run them off their legs. And it's just going to take a staggering turnaround from here. If they can get a couple quickly, you never know. It's a funny game, but geez, Clarence, they're almost there. A goal early in the quarter, and it's pretty much curtains as far as I'm concerned.
Daxie, you're surrounded by a few big names down there. I think you're next to the VFL coach of the Devils, Jeremy Webberley, and head of AFL Tasmania, Damien Gill. What's going on down there, boundary side?
There's a lot of work to be done for the Bombers. That's what we do know. But I think the Clarence boys are really excited. They're on the balls of their feet. They're finishing strongly. It just seems as though that the contrasting styles are really suiting the Roos. A bit like, hate to say it, Tubes, but Huonville came in last week with not much of a show, and we know what happened.
Daxie, I know that you played footy for your beloved Hobart Tigers for a number of years, and you would have been around the same years of some famous names at the Clarence Football Club, and there's some more of them running around there right now. Gapin, Davey, Preshaw, bloody...
Yeah, they're all there, mate. China Payne's in among the ranks. Yeah, you've mentioned them all, and I think that they've got some magnificent teachers with lots of experience. Gavin Cooney, he's in his element on days like today. You know, fleet of foot, you know. But you just can't give him a chance. Can't get him off the leash.
Daxie, I'm talking about the ones that are running around right now, too. It's all the same names.
Yeah, absolutely. So clearly there's a lot of similar traits in some of those players. I heard Matthew Gapin yelling some instruction from the side of the pitch, and you know they're very well experienced, and I'm sure they've drilled their kids well also.
Get over there to Brent Oliver and the Bombers, please. I want to hear what he's saying right now. He's barking orders at them, and the field here is looking immaculate, Andrew Cooling, as we look across so many young people having a kick of the footy. This is the best time to kick the footy in Australia right now. Springtime is good times. So many kids. It's great to see, and that, as I said, we've got Jeremy Webberley out there, the coach of the VFL side. Some of these players, no doubt, will put their hand up to try and play in that VFL team next year. Whether they've got it or not, that's another question.
Couldn't hear the Lauderdale coach, sorry.
No, he's been very quiet, is he?
Yeah, very quiet, very difficult to get a read. But if I was a coach, you've got to probably swing the magnets round and just give it your best.
Got to roll the dice, don't they? Be courageous, go through the corridor, take the game on at all costs. It hasn't been working for them, but you're not going to kick, 7 goals in a final quarter playing safe. They've got to dare to risk getting blown out to give themselves any chance.
So Siggins is going down to full forward. In the midfield for the Bombers, we've got
Dolliver.
I don't mind that. Bell Chambers. And Hooker.
Bell Chambers in the guts.
Yeah, well, he's a passionate Lauderdale man, has been for a number of years.
They had to try something different, and they've been smashed at ground ball. Big Bell Chambers, he's been holding down the fort in defence that third quarter, but his contested work was good, so don't mind it. Got to try something different.
Yeah, and Lane and Siggins is at centre-half forward. Harper's gone to him.
Tilly's gone forward too. He really has flipped the magnets here.
I think you said also, lads, earlier in the call that Lauderdale have won 34 years, and so if you ever turned out for a senior Clarence side for an extended period, you've probably got a medal.
Absolutely. It's been 15 years since Clarence have won a grand final, 2010 their last. So it's been some time. Hurd was another one that was running around back in the early 2000s when Clarence were just winning premierships for fun.
The great Diesel Hurd. He's got his his mother's leg speed. Kept an eye on him.
So underway, the Bombers in need of a miracle. Phillips slaps it down. Hanslow, first hands to the football. He's met solidly. Bell Chambers forcing it out and tapped on by Dolliver. Could the move pay immediate dividends? Might have been taken without it. Over the shoulder, says the umpire. And Jack Dolliver's been swung into the guts and a chance for an immediate goal.
Well, it's a beautiful kick of the footy.
Pretty courageous that from the umpire. Felt like he was blindside, so he's got far better eyes than I to pick that free.
He's a lot closer than you too, Daxie.
You make a good point.
So Jack Dolliver, can he give them a glimmer here? Can he ignite the flame for the Bombers? An early opportunity. He'll kick from 40 outs. It's drifting. Will it have the legs? Not quite in the goal square. Siggins roaming, and would you believe he's missed? He's driven into the post from 2 metres out. And another opportunity goes begging for the Bombers.
Well, when it's not going your way, it's not going your way. 5 behinds for Sam Siggins.
It's a little bit like me when I was learning to drive. I let the clutch go and bang, the car in front.
Long kick, strong mark, Millwood at half-back. Their big men have just taken some ripping contested grabs. Millwood saying, kick it to Guyland, so they go in that direction. Hay comes from a few back, but Hooker takes a nice grab. So Ra Hooker has Williams short, hits him up. Another short one's on, but instead they go long and deep looking for another man. McGann has Siggins for company. Siggins traps him, and they hold him up for a ball up. 2 minutes into the final term of this Hobart Airport SFL Grand Final for Banjo's Bakery Premier League.
Lane to do the ruck work, and he won it down to Siggins. Hurried kick towards the square. Hooker coming up at the football here, just trying to work his man off it. Had the chance to give, didn't take it. Hurd climbs on top. Well, it's going to be pinged here. He's either in the back or holding the ball, and Hooker is pinged. Hurd gets it. Hooker suggesting he's in his back, but the moment he opted not to give the handball, he was in trouble. He'll have to try and close down. Hurd here, who just dances around him and drives it out of defence towards Millwood. Winter comes away with it, didn't get much on that handball, and the Roos will go forward here towards Glover. Glover almost reeling it in. Does he keep it in play? Williams took him down without the football. That's a free kick every day of the week. And Glover can send them forward again here. He darts inside, he'll drive it towards Green, and Garland, who drifts across and could land a very telling blow here.
Wow.
They kick the first here. It might be too far back, or even the high-scoring Bombers outfit. Garland, powerful play. They've had the answers all afternoon, Clarence. This will make it a 40-point lead for his third of the contest. Colin Garland delivers, and the Roos can taste it now. They're up by 40 points.
Do you think Colin liked that?
Wow. He's run an absolute mile after kicking that goal, Colin Garland. He got right around everyone.
I'd say he liked that one.
I'd say he loved it.
That is exuberance right there. Pure, unadulterated exuberance.
Wearing the number 19, formerly worn by games record holder, more premierships than anyone in the stadium, Scott McCullum. He would celebrate pretty hard if he kicked that one too, I reckon.
40 points to margin. What have the Bombers got? Phillips, tackled by Mapley, somehow got a handball out. Umpire Circle says, give it to me. Crowd starting to get into it.
Hooker just copped one on the bond stand. Instead of going back after the agate, he just sort of looked at the umpire and tapped his freshly combed hair. I'd be chasing the nut at this time of the day.
Dolliver rushes one through for a behind. And be brought out here by Archie Hurd. 39 points. Hurd's taking his time too, why not? Now gets called to play on. Left foot kick is a helicopter, but it lands in the arm of Harper. Harper's about to get called to play on, so he spreads it short, finds Hanslow. Hanslow plays on quickly. A long one. Ah, big fly by Baxter Norton. Sends it inside forward 50, and happy to see it across the line is Colin Garland. Wow. Game on here. 6 minutes gone. Time is the enemy. If you're a Lauderdale fan. Bell Chambers at the bottom of the pack, got it up somehow. Rushed forward by Bealey. Philpott flew at it. Now it comes out to Dolliver through the hands of Rainbird. Bouncing ball here. McGann's going to get there first. He looks up, he's got a long lead from Glover, who takes a great contested grab. Wheels around quickly, sends it down the throat of Garland, who came hard at the footy. McGuinness will pick and clear.
And he drives it up the wing. He finds a marking target in the form of Hooker. Bites one up into the corridor to Rainbird. Rainbird with no time to waste. Wheels and drives it in. Can they find a mark here from behind? Sutton Flew couldn't reel it in, and back the other way come the Roos. Peeling off into space is Turner. He's got time to assess his options. Not sure that's the one he should have picked. Glover will make it work all right, though. And he flicked a brilliant handball to Norton. Norton closes it off 50. He drives it to the square. Garland again. And he'll go back. And he'll drive the dagger in with goal number 4. And the Roos are going to be premiers. And make that 5, in fact, for Colin Garland.
No, Josh Green got the handball.
Oh, Josh Green, sorry. They're home. They're home and hose. They're winning the flag. They've been brilliant. They're not letting up. The Bombers are beaten, and the crowd know it.
Wow. That was an unbelievable handball that came up to Baxter Norton from James Glover. The handball from Glover was unbelievable. Baxter Norton's kick was outstanding. Phillips wins this one down. Ratcliffe gets a handball off to Hooker. Hooker runs to the paint of 50 and sends an absolute mongrel down towards the goal. And they'll happy to rush that one through for a behind. Wide to McGann. I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked.
It's been a shellacking. I mean, it's just been dominant stuff. I don't think you could. I thought Clarence would come here and give Lauderdale a good game. They're a puncher's chance, but this has been an absolute blitzing. And it's been a remarkable performance. Lane tracks this one down, and he just mark it inside. He did. But it's been a beatdown. Merciless all afternoon.
Yeah.
Lauderdale been so far off their best, but give all the credit in the world to Clarence. They came here with a game plan. They've executed. They've beaten them in all facets of the match. And I mean, we're a few minutes into the final term, and this is well and truly settled. I did not see this coming.
Jordan Lane again hits the fat side of the footy. Phillips sits underneath it, can't take the mark off the ground. Rush through for a behind.
Glover and Johnston, I think someone's been put down off the ball. Josh Green, in fact, Hooker has hit him off the ball, and Green will be marched 50 metres as well. It's all rather unravelling here for the Bombers. Not the end to the season they were expecting. The drought will continue. Suffered recent grand final heartbreak, more of it coming today as this one's driven in. Josh Green lurking, could he help himself to a six-pack? Got a William Leach medal earlier in the year, might have a BOG medal to accompany that. The way he's been playing today, he'll be firmly in the conversation, I'd imagine.
Well, to be fair, 2 of his 5 goals have come off Colin Gull handballs.
Very true. Very true. But 5 goals out of 14 for the match, that's not our ratio. There's Shaw backpedaling and lofts it high into the air. Walsh crashes in. Tilly comes away with the football. Stabs one to the corridor. Hooker did it well. Plays on. Drives it to a one-on-one. Jordan Lane takes the mark.
Just off the ball, James Bealey got hit by Philpott and he's still struggling to get up for air. Jordan Lane having a shot on goal. Still a bit of time, but I think they're done.
So Lane, for just his side's 4th goal of the game. This high-powered offensive juggernaut just hadn't been able to get him today. That one's short, falls in the square, and again it's shut down. This Clarence defence, they will not yield a dumping tackle. That'll be a free kick against Tilly. In immense effort at the back. Preshaw, Harper, and rock solid down there. That one's plucked by Lane.
Crowd starting to get a little bit of liquid courage going on, and we'll see a ball up or a ball in deep inside forward 50. Siggins in the ruck, beaten by Hay. Now it comes for Green. Green's kick will go out of bounds on the full.
Into Ryde Street. What time's the kitchen open? The Winston dinner? There's a few making their way there now. I assume they are neutral or perhaps Lauderdale supporters.
And might have a booking.
Bit of an exodus occurring right now, it's fair to say, Chiefs.
Yeah, well, someone might need to go and collect that footy from Ryde Street. But this is an unbelievable result. What a club Clarence is. What a tackle blamed by Glover, a little bit high.
I had a look at Glover at 3/4 time. He's got some pipes on him, the lad. Slip there.
So boundary throw-in in that forward pocket between the Horry Gorringe stand and the Roy Kazali stand at this famous oval. A little bit of Falconry work there for Proprotny. Out it comes for Harper. He whirls around in a kick and hope. Sitting underneath the footing, a lot of Bombers in the way. Bealey ran into Davey, and then Glover arrived too. Just a tag team. And we'll see a ball up. Half forward for the Bombers. The sting out of the game. The Bombers look defeated. Little scoop up, Philpott. Handball back. And look at this. The bowl cut of Glover goes inside forward 50 and Davey takes the mark.
Also son of a goat, Nicholas used to wear 20 to Legs. Shout out to Legs. I wonder if this boy's got a nice frame on him like his dad. He worked on it, Legs. Credit to him.
It's been a sensational team effort. Who are you predicting, Daxi, for best on grounders? We'll come to that in a sec as Davey comes in for his first. He's making it work with his body. Ah, how strong is that from Millwood? Well, not. Yeah, no, he's paid the mark. And fair enough too, as the Bombers just walk away from the mark. No one's keen to stand there, but Millwood rather, took a great mark. Philpott's been everywhere too. I'll come to you for predictions of her best on ground in the sec, Daxi, as he's bunted that one straight across the face of goal, through for a behind.
I mean, I like the unheralded types, and particularly long sleeve wearers. Pre-Shaw's been terrific in defence. Harvey, McGann, but I guess that those in the know will like Green and Garland's games.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Blake Harper's game. He got a goal off half back. That's a big collection on Philpott. That'll be a downfield free kick. They play on quickly. Harper. Gapin bends it towards goal. Oh, Banks just punched it across the line.
A nice mark there for Banks. So it's chipped short to Rainbird. Rainbird's kick charged down there by Davey. Slap back in towards Hanslow. He's also been good. Slick handball out the back here for Johnston. Shipped it up. Always to the favour of Winter, who juggles the mark. Winter looking for Tilly. Sets him a task. Wasn't a good kick. Fell out the back for Shaw. Shaw turning one way then the other and then guides it out and finds Hooker. Hooker wastes no time. Wheels search for Holmes. His defender off with one arm, couldn't reel it in with the other. And they'll be locked in there. Getting up his pre-short. Irish defence has been such a good unit, it's hard to pick individuals out of them for a best on medal, but as a collective, geez, they've been good back there today. Here's Cooney, just slung without the football by Blackburn. As blatant as it gets. Turner shifts it sideways. It's going to have to come back though to Cooney. Norton wants it short. Might have him firmly in the conversation too, as Belchones knocks it away from him. Sends it up there for Holmes, and Holmes from downtown launches it. Won't get the bounce he needs. And it trickles out of play.
Yeah, I'd agree with the comment that Reed Norton. The good ball users really stand out, and particularly left-footed ones like him.
Siggins. Something's happened to Siggins there. I'm not sure what happened there, Daxi. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. I was just looking at Pre-Shaw's hair. He's got a lovely thicket of curl.
Yes, some people pay for that off the ground. It rolls out. Glover's been good. Proprietly's been quiet, but still good. Gapin. He could run through the list. That's a clever touch to his brother. Gapin to Cooney, the young brigade of the Clarence Roos. Give it off now. Little handball. Millwood was clever touch. And now Bealey clears the footy.
Bell Chambers in the middle of the ground looking for Lane. Spiked away from him. There by McGann. Lane recovers and blasts it, but nobody back there but Ollie Preshaw.
He looks like Mike Whitney.
As Ollie Mike Whitney Preshaw takes the mark.
I've put the moz on him.
Yeah, a bit of a Mike Whitney outswing of that one as it swings out of play and out of bounds on the full. And there'll be no spoiling the party as this one's driven in. As back towards Bell Chambers. Bell Chambers sets it up. Lane. Well, he's come into the game in quarter number 4, but too little too late as far as the Bombers are concerned. A chance for a consolation goal here.
Well, we've seen some boil-overs this year in the Hobart Airport SFL. The Community League was never supposed to be the Hiltonville Lions. The Premier League was never supposed to be the Clarence Roos. But it's looking that way as Jordan Lane approaches goal.
Don't reckon.
Sneaks it in. So Lane bags one there for the Bombers. Just their fourth of the contest. 4 goals, 13 tells a story of its own, really. It's been a dirty day for the Bombers in front of goal. Lane bags a goal there, their first of the final term. He's second, he has 2, Hooker has 2, that's it.
Well, so like the English Premier League format of winning more games than anyone else, you can't beat a grand final, can you? Well, it's a real leveller, and it's been proven today.
There's the Clarence faithful on our screen, and don't they love it?
The beauty of the game, the unpredictability of finals. We see it every year in competitions around the country.
666 infringement for Clarence.
A great season, but they're going to fall short again. The drought will extend to a 35th year. Clarence, in their first flag since 2010, has dragged down there was Hooker who get the free kick. Chance for his third. That could have been 50. That wasn't thrown straight back to him. By lenient, Hooker sets it up. Looking for Siggins, working his way to the football. That might be a hold. A hold against Siggins. A free kick to Harper.
He's game on Siggins. He's in the conversation for mine.
Yeah, I mean, Siggins has missed some chances, but he's the best player in the comp, and he's held him goalless thus far. It was the big job. You've got to stop Siggins to be any chance, and yeah, he's giving up size, he's giving up reach, but geez, it's been a performance full of heart, and he has just battled away all afternoon, and yeah, he has certainly been one of his side's very best.
Oh, here we go. We've got some tunes going on down there. Kick inside forward 50 is going to go out of bounds.
I'm just singing the song. Disappointed. I thought there might be a player chant going on with some working of the lyrics there.
How good is that? Ruck contest. Bellchamber's got the handball over the top. Now Siggins will get his first. Bangs that home easy. Consolation for Sam Siggins. There just hasn't been enough for that for Sammy Siggins.
Yeah, it's been a remarkable season for him. Hasn't been his day, but the player he has been, what a year he's had. Shared the Leach medal with Josh Green, was the leading goal kicker in the competition. Still, the agonising wait for a premiership goes on for Siggins. It's about the only thing missing from a glittering CV.
Yeah. Wow. What a game of footy. Margin now 33 points. Rucks go at it. Holmes tackled by Mapley, caught holding the footy. Mapley's game's been excellent too. Let's think about who he's got against in the ruck. He's had Sam Siggins, he's had Andrew Phillips, and he's had Noah Holmes. Outstanding. Long roost from Mapley. Going long. Floating across the front was Millwood. Glover throws it on the boot. Bends it around.
What a fortnight of football for this man. He's made North Hobart Oval his personal playing field this past fortnight, James Glover. He slams through another one. He's been another very good performer. Gets a goal. Mobbed by his teammates, played a massive role in getting them to the big stage with his performance last week. And he stood up again.
Yeah, he was great. And today he's been brilliant too. He finally gets the reward for his effort. I think he'll be in the best players too.
Yeah, it's a tough task trying to come up with who the best is. They've had so many winners, and winners across all 4 quarters, really. From the outset, they've been superb today, the Roos.
Back in the middle. It's just, I pity the fools who have to choose the best on ground today, because it's so hard to pick.
Harper's had a great game. Glover's had a great game. Mapley's had a great game. Baxter Norton's been brilliant. Out it comes now. McGuinness inside forward 50. Punched away by Preshaw. Down for Rainbird, who bends it around the corner. And Preshaw goes back with a flight and takes a great grab. The ball comes out. Harper can just enjoy it now. Gets called to play on. The left foot kick goes long, sailing down. Philpott come across the front of the pack. Davey got pushed off it by Phillips. As Fags gets involved with the crowd, he wants them up and about. It's been a masterclass of coaching too. Shaw runs the footy through North Hobart Oval, down towards Holmes. It takes a contested grab. There he is. He might not be the only Fagan to win a premiership this year, as Holmes makes no mistake. It's his first of the game.
Great times on the Roos sidelines when they can just relax. They know they've done it. It's pretty rare that you can celebrate the final 10-15 minutes of the game. Just know that you've won and just soak in the moment. Just enjoy that the fans, the love is flowing through the playing group right now. They know what a journey it's been, what a performance this has been, what a season. They were decimated over the off-season, the Roos, with the amount of players leaving, but they have just filled the holes with youngsters who have stepped up mightily.
They must have known something. Fagan knew.
Back to the middle. Game winding to its conclusion now. Setting sun here at North Hobart. Spiked his way to Tilly. Tilly's handball too slick for McGuinness. He's immediately wrapped up. They're almost at the finish line, Clarence. The first time since 2010. They'll hoist a premiership cap. This famous football club, Siggins, kills it round the corner towards Rainbird. Now Bell Chambers fired it out to Sutton. Sutton returned to Bell Chambers, but he was stripped of the football and away. Come LaRue's once more. Baxter Norton. Smooth moving Nortoners. It's going to be a free kick on their way. Glover thinks he's got it on the wing. The umpire says back to Baxter, please. He's been outstanding, as have so many of his teammates. This man, Preshaw, has been wonderful at the back. He's been a pillar down there today. Kicks it towards Glover. Slick handball, recovers, got it back. Johnston's kick found its way out to Turner. He's got Cooney on over the top. Sells some candy, darts inside, and then stabs one. And he finds a teammate in Tommy Gapin, who can go back and get in on the act.
Paprotny's down behind play. Paprotny hasn't moved after that sling tackle.
I hope he's all right. That would sour the celebration slightly. The ball's just going to be back to the umpire as well. His well-being is checked on here, so it's going to be an unfortunate end to an otherwise perfect day for the Clarence Football Club here in the Meds.
It might even be Jasper Hay, actually. They're asking for the stretch up. A sour way to end.
It's a really unfortunate way to end this match for the Roos. Everything's gone right for them right up until a minute 20 to go. I hope you'll be able to join in the celebrations, but this doesn't look good.
Don't like seeing this at all. It was a hooker tackle, I think. Let's take a look at the replay. It's Johnston. Just collected him. They're going to get the stretcher, I believe.
Just landed awkwardly to the back of him. It's a really unfortunate end to the day. Riley Johnston going down. Another grand final action around the state. Devonport absolutely handing it to Wynyard in the NWFL, leading 78-3 midway through the third term. North Launceston in command, approaching half-time, leading Launceston by 27 points. Now at men's senior grand finals.
Really?
The favourites getting the job done in 2 of the 3, but not here, Tubes Taylor. The Clarence have caused the big boil over the day.
We have almost certainly... There we go, he's on his feet.
Great to see.
I don't imagine he knows where he is. He'll be able to take him straight off to the rooms. The doctors and physios will look after him. Riley Johnson just struggling to walk a little there. It's great to see the first aid with him there. There's a Cam Hooker tackle, and he just landed awkwardly. But in the meantime, Tommy Gapin's got a kick inside forward 50.
A couple of other grand final results just while we wait for that in the Women's Premier League grand finals in the North. Launceston turning the tables on South Launceston, winning by 2 goals, reversing the qualifying final result. And Wynyard beating Penguin by 10 points in the Women's.
Oh, that's a tight one. Well done to Wynyard.
Earlier today, of course, Kingborough leading Clarence in the Women's. North Hobart over Clarence in the reserves, but it's going to be Clarence hoisting the men's senior premiership, and they will celebrate this one loudly into the night, one would suspect.
My word. Not long to go, but it's been 15 long years for this footy club since tasting the ultimate glory. They're going to taste it tonight. Gapin of the Tom variety steps up and drills it.
And look at everyone on the ground get to him. Every single one sprint to him as the youngster puts it through. A cherry on top of the cake. And they're 38 seconds away from being able to celebrate in full. What a performance. And he's enjoying his moment. The crowd chanting your name as you put through the potential last goal of the grand final. Can't be many better feelings than that. As the trainer's getting him up and down on the sidelines now. Absolute scenes here at North Hobart. The Clarence faithful are revelling.
Our thoughts with Riley Johnston, who's over on the sidelines with the St John ambulance. One down by Phillips. Snapped out the back. There's a handball going all the way back to Preshaw. Preshaw goes wide to Popropny. There's been a little proppy since half-time, having the knee strap. Fraser Turner has the ball at half-back. He goes inboard to Popropny, who turned on the last quarter last week against North Hobart. And there's 6 seconds to go. The Premiership Cup is headed to the Eastern Shore, but it's going to Ninja Stadium after 15 years. Clarence are the best side of 2025. They are your premiers. The Clarence Roos defeat Lauderdale 13-10-88 to 6-13-49 in an absolute boil-over at the spiritual home of football. What a game.
The mighty Kangaroos celebrations can kick off in earnest. The Eastern Shore is red and white. Clarence with a turn up in the decider. Lauderdale Bombers had beaten them 5 out of 5 times this season. But on the big stage when it mattered most, the Roos produced their best performance of the season. They stun the minor premiers who'd fallen only once all year. And in a dominant display, win by 39 points. They led at every change. They led by 18 at quarter time, 31 at half time, as they bossed the contest, extended it to 35 by 3/4 time, and then ensured they would win every quarter of the match by seeing it end at 39 points. A true 4-quarter performance. Josh Green, outstanding. Looks like Tubes Taylor standing by to try and get an interview with a man who helped himself to 5 goals. The William Leach medalist. He kicked 3 in the second. He was instrumental as Josh Green, and Tubes Taylor's with him now.
Josh Green, unbelievable. 5 goals in the grand final. How does that feel?
Yeah, from where we were 12 months ago, everyone wrote us off, everyone left, backs against the wall. We just wanted to play finals, and we just got that belief. We stuck at it, started well. I think it just goes to show if you've got that belief, anything can happen. And 15 years between premierships and Clarence is pretty special, pretty emotional. This is great. I'm lost for words. They're a great side. I have a huge respect for Lauderdale, and it's going to be red and white tonight.
Blake Harper down back on Sam Siggins. His job was outstanding. Baxter Norton in the middle. You had contributors across the board. Preshaw, brilliant. What was the message at half-time when you were up by so much?
It's just about keep running. We know that was our strength. Run. Win it at the source, which was good. And then take opportunities. I thought we did that, only kicking 10 points. So what an experience for these young guys to get this taste so early on. So we did it.
Congratulations, Josh Green, premiership player with the Clarence Roos. Let's go and grab Graham Fagan. Oh, he's going in towards his players, which is fair enough too. Let's see who we can find.
Tubes Taylor in the thrall of the action down there. It is a massive humanity in the middle of North Hobart. I'm sure we'll have another interview for us shortly. Is joyous scenes for the Clarence Roos, this young playing group. So many departures over the off-season, but they had the youth movement in full effect. They stepped up to the big stage. Second place finish, 11-5 record during the premiership season, but when it mattered most, they produced their best. It was scores level at 3/4 time against North Hobart last week, as Tubes is ready to go.
Well, we've got Jared Harper here now. Jared, You're a seasoned campaigner with the Clarence Football Club. What does that mean to you?
Mate, I thought that was never going to happen, but yeah, grew up watching Clarence win all these flags, and since the start of my journey, haven't been so lucky, but it's worth the wait. But have a look around here. This is fantastic.
Your back six was unbelievable today. They kept the pressure all day, Lauderdale Bombers. They were the best side of the year, but on today, something different happened. What was the message before the game from Grant Fagan?
Mate, it was literally just moment by moment, quarter by quarter. Don't even think about quarter time, half time, that sort of stuff. Just every contest at the time. And yeah, Grant's had this experience before, so we all listened to him. And yeah, just grinding out 4 quarters and the back six once again to keep Lauderdale's forward line pretty quiet, I guess. Mate, credit to him, unbelievable.
Colin Garland, the handy inclusion, what does he mean to your club?
Mate, ever since Cole's come up, he's been absolutely massive for the young boys. He's obviously had the AFL stuff with all his body technique and stuff like that, and he's passed it on to the young fellas, and that's been for years and years, and hopefully, or I think today, you finally saw the fruits of that.
Well, I better let you go. What happens tonight?
Yeah, a few beers, quite a lot of beers.
Well done, Jared Harper there. Congratulations, Premiership player. We're going to move along, try and get to some presentations here. I want to try and find Grant Fagan, though. Here he is. I've got Grant Fagan. Coming over, Fates. He's wanted by everyone. They love you, Grant Fagan. How does that feel?
It's awesome, mate. They're certainly a bunch of great kids, and they just work their butts off and got the chocolates, which is great.
I talked to you at the start of the season. You said that this side can push for a premiership glory, and you meant it.
Yeah, I did. I think a lot of people wrote us off because of the number of players they lost from last season, but you know, this club's got a lot of talent coming through it, and I just knew that there were some great, good players in amongst the group, and it was just a matter of time to develop them, to get some games in. And they just went to another level today.
They certainly did. Blake Harper, Preshaw down back were brilliant. Philpott taking marks, contested grabs in your back six. What was your message at the start of the game to this group?
Well, I just said, you know, that a lot of them hadn't played senior finals footy before, and I just said that you've just got to take it minute by minute. Pressure wins your games of footy. If you watch any AFL game recently, you know, it's always been the side that's put the most pressure on that wins. And we did that today, and it caused turnovers, and when we get the ball, we're very quick and skillful, so it was a tremendous effort. They kept it going the whole game too, which was even better. You know.
What do you got to say about your opposition?
Oh, look, if there was an opposition that you didn't want to beat, it to be them, because they've been there so many times and they're a good bunch of people, and Andy Lyde is just a wonderful man, and so it's a bit sad from their point of view, but at the end of the day, we're there to represent our club and do the best we can for it. So. Well,
Fags, you better make your way up to that Horry-Goran stand. You're going to be holding a Premiership Cup very soon. Congratulations.
Thanks very much, mate.
Well done, Premiership winning coach Grant Fagan there. We'll hand over to Brent Costello. He's got the presentations as the official Master of Ceremonies.
Might be a little bit of sorting out on the field. No, Brent's ready to go.
A few moments, please.
The players making their way over to the Horry-Goran stand, which is where the presentation will take place momentarily. Clarence will be presented with the Premiership Cup after a mighty performance in the decider.
It's now time to begin the presentation ceremony for the 2025 SFL Premier League Men's Grand Final. Congratulations to this season's premiers, the Clarence Football Club. Firstly, I'd like to invite Gary Dunn to present today's umpires' medals.
Thanks, Brent. Congratulations to both teams on making the grand final today, and as I've said earlier, thanks to the clubs and the SFL for their support this year. Okay, we'll start with our field umpires first. Nathan Geeson, Ben Bannister, and Adam Baresi. And our emergency field umpire, Lee Nichols. Our boundary umpires, Brendan Cook, Tom Groom, Riley Lee Heath and Curtis Reid. And our goal umpires, Mark Holmes and Max Genders. And our emergency umpire, Wade Stewart.
Thanks very much, Gary, and a big thanks to the umpires for the important role they play in our great game. It's now my pleasure to invite Danny Ling to come forward to present today's Wade Ling Medal for Best on Ground in the Grand Final. And this year's winner of the Wade Ling Medal from the Clarence Football Club, Baxter Norton.
Firstly, I just want to say thank you to Lauderdale, Siggo, Dolly. You set the benchmark all year, and I mean, that's just, I can't even put it into words. It just feels unreal. So, thanks to all our boys, all the support staff, all year. You've been amazing. Our sponsors, Parmic, who else? Howard Plumbing, and there's one more. And the league, the SFL. Thanks for putting on a great day. Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, Baxter, winner of the Wade Ling Medal for season 2025, Best on Ground in the Grand Final. It wasn't their day today, but I'd like to invite the coach of this season's runners-up, Brent Dolliver from Lauderdale, to say a few words. Thanks, Dolly.
Firstly, to Grant and the Clarence boys, far too good for us today. From start to finish, you blokes ran us into the ground. Wanted a lot more than our boys did today. And, you know, you guys have had a fantastic season after losing quite a few players. The work that Grant's done with you boys over this season is fantastic. And you thoroughly deserve to get a win today, so congratulations. To our boys, to be honest, we just didn't show up today. That was tough to see. But we'll hopefully come back bigger and better and have a strong pre-season. But I'd just like to thank the work that Angie Lydon, Churchy and the board does for our football club. Nothing short of amazing. So thank you very much to our boys. And Clarence, celebrate well, lads.
Thanks, Dolly, and congratulations to Lauderdale on a fantastic season. It's now my pleasure to invite Beth Fagan to come forward to present the Fagan Medal to the winning premiership coach. And how special is this? It's to her son, Grant Fagan.
Well, that was a bit of a surprise. Our girl, 87 years of age, gets up here and does that. Well done, Mum. Thank you. And as you just said, Dad would be proud. Firstly, to the Lauderdale boys, thanks for staying out in the ground. It must be... I know what it's like. I've lost some grand finals. I've been a part of losing grand finals in the past, and it's not easy to to cope with such a big build-up. You've been fantastic all year, and you probably copped us at our best today. Look forward to seeing you, all you guys, again next year. Thanks, Dolly, for your kind words as well, mate. To our group of players and coaches, one of the things about winning premierships is that you cannot do it. Just one coach can't coach a team to a premiership. It takes a team of people, and I'm blessed to have some fantastic people in my team, and they all contributed massively to this win. To the boys, couldn't have asked for anything more than they gave our club today, and they should be proud. They should celebrate hard. There's a couple of blokes in particular that I really want to say to, and one of them is Colin Garland for what would be his last game of footy in his career, I'd suggest. And the other bloke who played his 200th game this year for us, Poon Harper. Now, it's great to see a couple of old-timers like that get the chocolates. But well done, and thanks to all our supporters and our committee and Nat and her board for all the support they've given us through the year. Thank you.
Thanks, mates, and congratulations. It's now my pleasure to invite David O'Byrne, the President of the SFL, to present the winners' medals and the premiership caps to the winning team in Fags. We'll get you to do the honours.
Okay, the first one will be our captain, Baxter Norton. I won't worry about any other order. I think, by the look of it, Joey McGann wants to be next. Blake Harper. Josh Green. Tyson Hanslow. Jared Harper. Fraser Turner. This bloke played a pretty fair game today. Ollie Preshaw. Archie Hurd. Colin Garland. James Glover. Oscar Protny. Jai Millwood. Riley Banks. One of our two great ruckmen today, Max Mapley. Maxie Gapin. Max's partner in crime, Jasper Hay. Lockie Davey. Blake Philpott. Tommy Gapin. Daniel Cooney. And the last man standing, he was the last man standing on that wing over there just a while ago too. RJ.
It's now my pleasure to invite David O'Byrne, President of the SFL, to present the Premiership Cup to Coach Grant Fagan and Captain Baxter Norton of the Clarence Football Club, the SFL Premier League Men's Premiers for 2025.
Well, there you go. Your 2025 premiers in the Hobart Airport SFL Banjos Bakery Premier League are the Clarence Roos in an absolute boil-over by 39 points over Lauderdale. What an amazing game of footy. What an amazing season, Andrew Cooling. We've had a great time here today presenting this to you. What a season it was. Some outstanding results over the last few days as we saw North Hobart win the under-18s. We saw Claremont win the under-18s women's. North Hobart won the reserves. Kingborough won the women's Premier League. And just now, the Clarence Roos run-out victors for season 2025. Well, that brings the season to a close. On behalf of our cameramen, Andy, Adam and Pete, our technical directors, Andrew and Fiona Harcourt from Creative Imagery, and of course, Daxie Gray and Andrew Cooling on the call. My name's Tubes Taylor. It's been a pleasure having you with us. Until season 2026, take care, and I'll see you at the footy. Bye for now.